Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 676. It was all a misunderstanding. That broken jar is a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure? How is this possible? How could that kid possibly possess such a treasure? The Azure Flood Dragon King exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape. Not only was it incredulous, but the Thunder Flood Dragon King's mouth was also agape, his eyes filled with shock. Although these two demon kings had never come into close contact with a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, they knew the power of such a treasure and what it represented. It could be said that any nascent soul cultivator possessing such a treasure, as long as they could activate it, would be virtually invincible at the 5th rank, unless they encountered another cultivator with a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. However, such a thing was extremely rare. After all, the spirits of heaven-reaching spiritual treasures possessed intelligence comparable to humans, and their own cultivation levels were comparable to those of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, without a nascent soul stage cultivation level, it was difficult to gain their master. Even those with a cultivation of the nascent soul stage would find it extremely troublesome to encounter a heavenly treasure that refused to acknowledge a master. Refining such a treasure without damaging its power would require an immense amount of effort and time. Therefore, even the top human powers possessing heavenly treasures only used them to suppress their sect's foundation, only summoning them in times of annihilation. Since the spirits of heavenly treasures are quite intelligent, they certainly wouldn't stubbornly refuse to allow a nascent soul cultivator to refine them in a crisis of annihilation. Therefore, how could the Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King believe that the seemingly ordinary stone jar in Zhou Chun's hand was actually a legendary heavenly treasure? The Thunder Dragon King frowned deeply, looking at the Fire Dragon King and saying, "Brother Fire Dragon, are you sure you're not mistaken? Although I've never had close contact with a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, I did have the opportunity to witness the Dragon God Pearl wielded by the Golden Horn Demon Saint. Its heaven-reaching power and awe-inspiring might are unforgettable after just one glimpse." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon King seemed to snap out of his daze and quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. Heaven-reaching spiritual treasures possess heaven-reaching power. They are powerful artifacts capable of shaking and manipulating the power of laws. That broken jar, aside from its strange aura, doesn't look like a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure at all. Even if they hadn't eaten pork, they'd seen pigs walk. As Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan, and with their race possessing the foundation of heaven-reaching spiritual treasures, their understanding of them was probably far greater than that of many human nascent soul cultivators. After all, many human nascent soul cultivators might never have the chance to see a true heaven-reaching spiritual treasure in their entire lives. Upon hearing their words, the Fire Dragon King's heart stirred, and it couldn't help but wonder if it had been deceived. However, after carefully recalling the aura emanating from the stone jar, its expression hardened, and it became certain of its judgment. It immediately shook its head repeatedly, saying, "I certainly wouldn't be mistaken. Although I don't know why that treasure didn't seem to possess its full power, the aura it emitted was very similar to that of the treasure that suppressed the Dragon Palace's foundation. It's definitely a powerful spiritual treasure passed down from ancient times." It hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, saying, "Of course, we all know that most of the towering spiritual treasures left from ancient times were damaged in the Great Wars, some even having their spirits shattered, falling to the level of top-grade magic weapons. Perhaps that treasure's power was also limited because it was damaged. It can remain hidden to prolong its existence, but even so, a heaven-reaching treasure is still a heaven-reaching treasure. None of us know how much power that treasure can still unleash, or what kind of supernatural abilities it possesses." As he spoke, the Fire Dragon King became increasingly convinced of his opinion. Finally, he looked solemnly at the Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King and said, "If that brat really pushes us to the brink and fights us to the death, using some secret method to sacrifice his own nascent soul to forcibly activate the power of that heaven-reaching treasure, I might have a chance to survive, but you will most likely die. Whether it was just self-aggrandizement or stating the truth is another matter. In any case, The Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King were stunned by its words and began to believe it. Because both of them knew that the Fire Dragon King had the opportunity to get close to the treasure that suppressed the Dragon Palace's foundation, while they did not have that qualification. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon King, as a fifth-order superior grade Dragon King, was far superior to them in terms of knowledge and cultivation. Since the Fire Dragon King was so confident that he hadn't misjudged the situation, the other dragons could only conclude that they were simply too ignorant and lacked the cultivation to see the power of the stone jar in Zhou Chun's hand. At this moment, the Azure Dragon King's talent for opportunism came into play. It seemed to have forgotten that the blood on its back was still fresh, and forgotten the pain and humiliation inflicted by the Fire Dragon King's earlier blow. It immediately looked at the Fire Dragon King with gratitude and said, "So that's how it is. We misunderstood you, Brother Fire Dragon. Thanks to you, we two brothers escaped with our lives." Its ability to change the wind and flatter left the Thunder Dragon King both disdainful and utterly inferior. But for the sake of the Fire Dragon King's face, it could only thank him, saying, "Brother Quing is right. It's fortunate we invited Brother Fire Dragon to come along this time. Otherwise, if we had pushed that human too far, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to escape." Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King's expression immediately improved considerably. In fact, now that it had come to its senses, it knew that it might have overreacted and made a mountain out of a molehill. But of course, it couldn't admit that, otherwise, where would its face be? Moreover, it really didn't need to gamble on the possibility that it wasn't. Even if the probability of Zhou Chun possessing a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure was only 30%, it was still a very dangerous matter. If things went wrong, the Fire Dragon King, could really be doomed. The Fire Dragon King, a dignified fifth-tier superior grade Dragon King, had no life or death grudge against Zhou Chun, so why should it risk its life and cultivation path on that possibility? Therefore, now that its life was no longer threatened, its most important thing was naturally how to save face. Seeing that both the Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King had tactfully saved face for him, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "My two brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Let's leave it at that. We'll report this matter to the Demon Saint for his judgment after he emerges from seclusion." The Golden Horn Demon Saint was traveling to various regions, and it was unknown how many years it would be before he returned. The Fire Dragon King's words clearly indicated that he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. Hearing these words, the Thunder Dragon King was undoubtedly the most disappointed. Originally, the Thunder Dragon King's ideal was either to bring Bye-Bye, the four-clawed, four-toed Thunder Dragon, back to Dragon Abyss Swamp, and if he could get Bye-Bye to genuinely stay with the Dragon Clan, then the Thunder Dragon Clan would truly have a leader of sufficient stature in the future. Even if Bye-Bye was truly unyielding, he could still use it for forced breeding to improve the Thunder Dragon Clan's existing bloodline. It was precisely because he was certain he could benefit from Bye-Bye that he, who had been cultivating outside, returned to Dragon Abyss Swamp at the Fire Dragon King's summons. Now that the Fire Dragon King had voluntarily given up on bringing Bye-Bye back, how could the Thunder Dragon King not be disappointed? However, despite its disappointment, it understood the Fire Dragon King's concerns and didn't say much, tacitly agreeing to the matter. The Azure Dragon King, seemingly unwilling to have been beaten for nothing, immediately added, "Brother Fire Dragon's approach is naturally the safest, but letting that kid get away with it would be too easy on him. Why don't we spread the news that he possesses a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure to those nascent soul-stage human cultivators and cause him some trouble?" Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King immediately showed interest. It naturally didn't dare gamble its own life on whether Zhou Chun's possession was a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, or whether it could still unleash its heaven-reaching power. But if someone was willing to risk their life, it seemed worthwhile. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Dragon King spoke up, saying, "Brother Quing, your suggestion is not a good plan. If that thing is truly a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, once the news spreads in the human cultivation world, it will surely attract the attention of nascent soul-stage cultivators. Would that just increase the strength of the human nascent soul-stage cultivators for nothing, and also give that human a powerful backer?" Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King, who was somewhat tempted, immediately changed his expression and nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, "That makes sense. Brother Lei is absolutely right." After speaking, he looked sharply at the Azure Dragon King and said, "Then it's decided. This matter should only be known by the three of us, and not a single word should be uttered outside. If I hear any rumors circulating outside, I will definitely hold them accountable to the end. These words were clearly spoken specifically to the Azure Dragon King. Upon sensing the piercing and warning gaze, the Azure Dragon King's expression hardened, and he hurriedly assured the Fire Dragon King, "Brother Fire Dragon, rest assured, I know the consequences. I will absolutely keep my mouth shut and not let a single word of what happened today escape from my lips. You'd better be." The Fire Dragon King seemed to have lost faith in him and emphasized his sentence again. This filled the Azure Dragon King with immense grief and indignation, and he could only swear another oath in front of the Fire Dragon King to salvage some of his credibility. Afterwards, the three Dragon Kings left the Yunzhou region with the low spirits and returned to their respective caves and lairs. On the other side, seeing Zhou Chun confront and fight the three Dragon Kings outside the mountain gate for a while before successfully forcing them back, the Zhou family cultivators who witnessed this scene from afar within the Zhou family's mountain gate were all extremely shocked and overjoyed. Even Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, who considered themselves to know Zhou Chun very well, were equally shocked and delighted. Zhou Chun hadn't told them about his plans, only mentioning that he had a way to save his life when they urged him to leave. The two assumed he had some trump card to escape from the clutches of a fifth-tier high-grade Dragon King, but they never expected him to single-handedly force back three Dragon Kings. Even if Zhou Chun had told them himself, they probably wouldn't have believed it before witnessing it firsthand. So when Zhou Chun returned to his family after his successful escape, Zhou Ming couldn't hide his excitement and repeatedly asked, "How did you do that? Zheng Chun, how did you do that? Why were those three Dragon Kings so easily dealt with by you?" Because of the distance and the intense aura of nascent soul cultivators and fifth-tier demon kings, those with cultivation levels below the fifth tier couldn't easily see their true forms. Therefore, no one from the Zhou family could truly see the details, so he could only ask Zhou Chun, the person directly involved. However, Zhou Chun dared not mention the existence of the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, as its significance was far too great. As long as it remained undiscovered, there was no need to let anyone else know. Therefore, even when Zhou Ming inquired, he replied vaguely, "The secrets of this matter are not convenient to reveal to outsiders. I also promised the three Flood Dragon Kings that I would not divulge this information." Hearing this, Zhou Ming's excitement immediately subsided, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Zheng Chun, you're right. I was too excited and somewhat rash just now. It's indeed best not to let anyone else know about this. What should we say if our clansmen ask, or if external forces inquire? Should we just remain silent and let them guess? Zhou Daoyi interjected after hearing their conversation, discussing how to respond. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "That's right, we can only let them guess." Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi frowned and said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid some people will seize the opportunity to deliberately smear you, Zheng Chun, accusing you of colluding with the Flood Dragon clan. It's alright. As long as there's no evidence, mere fabricated rumors can't shake the foundation of the family. Nor will they have any real impact on me." Zhou Chun waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Without concrete evidence, it's impossible to frame a nascent soul cultivator. Anyone without a late-stage nascent soul cultivation level wouldn't be qualified to investigate him. He believed that even those late-stage nascent soul cultivators, after hearing that he had exchanged several blows with a fifth-tier high-grade Flood Dragon King and forced three Flood Dragon Kings to retreat, would think twice before acting and wouldn't dare to easily cause him trouble. Therefore, he didn't need to care about any potential slander or defamation. Zheng Chun is right. Rumors are just rumors. As long as we don't act recklessly, what can mere rumors do to us? Zhou Ming echoed Zhou Chun's sentiments, his tone brimming with confidence. Having witnessed Zhou Chun drive away three Flood Dragon Kings, he now possessed boundless faith in Zhou Chun and the Zhou family's future. Seeing this, Zhou Chun opportunely said, "Now that the threat from the Flood Dragon clan has been temporarily averted, I'll leave the family's affairs to you two. I need to focus on cultivation for a while. I'm afraid I won't have the mind for worldly matters." Hearing this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's only right. Zheng Chun, you've already done enough for the family. From now on, just focus on your cultivation and your own affairs. You don't need to worry about the family's worldly matters. We'll help you share the burden." Then, the two left Zhou Chun's cave to explain to the still excited family cultivators. Meanwhile, News of Zhou Chun single-handedly defeating 3 Flood Dragon Kings quickly reached the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect. Although the nascent soul cultivators of these two forces dared not approach the Zhou family's mountain gate, they had deliberately arranged for many Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators to scout around the Azure Lotus Mountains, so they received the information very quickly. When they learned that Zhou Chun had forced back 3 Flood Dragon Kings after only 2 exchanges with a Fire Flood Dragon King, they were all greatly astonished and found it utterly unbelievable. How did he do that? That was a 5th-tier high-grade Fire Flood Dragon King. Even if I were to fight him outside the mountain gate, escaping unscathed in a one-on-one situation would be an extraordinary feat. How did he manage to force him back? Silver Moon True Person exclaimed in shock, staring at the intelligence report in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had personally fought the Fire Flood Dragon King when he led his forces to besiege the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate, and he knew all too well just how strong the Fire Flood Dragon King was. If Zhou Chun had exhausted all his means and barely escaped the Fire Flood Dragon King's clutches, he wouldn't be so shocked. At most, he would be surprised by Zhou Chun's true strength. But the information he had received now left him bewildered, feeling completely unable to understand this young junior. Time and again, Zhou Chun's performance was pushing the limits of his understanding, making him feel truly old and unable to comprehend today's youth. Compared to the shocked and bewildered Silver Moon True Person, Purple Sun True Person felt shock and fear. Yes, fear. Although Purple Sun True Person had never fought the Fire Flood Dragon King, he knew that if he encountered him, he would be defeated and injured within a few moves, with less than a 30% chance of escaping. Yet Zhou Chun had successfully repelled the 3 Flood Dragon Kings, led by the Fire Flood Dragon King, after only 2 exchanges. How could such a feat not terrify Purple Sun True Person, who had already become enemies with him? He knew he was no match for Zhou Chun, but now it seemed that he was not only no match for him. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? He muttered to himself in a panic, his heart completely in turmoil. If there were a pill for regret, he would definitely spend all his money to buy one. But he knew in his heart that his previous actions had offended Zhou Chun to the core, and even if Zhou Chun said he was willing to forgive him, he dared not believe it. Heaven is unfair. Why do all the good things happen to that kid? He couldn't help but widen his eyes and complain about fate. At this moment, it seemed that this was all he could do. Soon after, the news that Master Chunjun had single-handedly repelled 3 attacking Dragon Kings spread throughout the cultivation world of Jing Kingdom and spread to neighboring countries at an extremely fast pace. Many nascent soul stage cultivators who heard about this sent people to the Zhou family to inquire about the news under the guise of concern and congratulations. However, these people were not even able to see Zhou Chun's face. Zhou Ming used the excuse that Zhou Chun was in seclusion to recuperate from his injuries to turn them away and dismiss them casually. The inside story, aside from the 4 people involved that day, was destined to remain unknown to outsiders. As for the speculations circulating outside, Zhou Chun and his family paid no attention. With Zhou Chun remaining secluded, 2 years quickly passed. During these 2 years, no more Flood Dragon Kings visited the Zhou family, and no true information about that day circulated. This allowed Zhou Chun to breathe a complete sigh of relief. He knew that the Fire Flood Dragon King and the other 2 Flood Dragon Kings, for some reason, had chosen to remain silent and not reveal any information from that day. And since no Demon King or Demon Saint had come to him for over 2 years, it meant that the matter should be considered temporarily closed. Even if he were to travel far away in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about his family being wiped out by some Demon King at any moment. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun also quietly went out and brought Zhou's Hiang and Lei Jiao back to the family from the distant Great Zhou Kingdom. It was the 2nd month after he brought his disciple and beloved pet back to the family that Qianmu Zhenren, who had deliberately postponed the date of setting up the formation, finally came to visit the Zhou family. I am truly sorry. I was held up by some matters before and could not get away. I did not mean to neglect fellow Taoist Zhou. Please forgive me. In the cave, after meeting Zhou Chun, Qianmu Zhenren apologized for the previous delay with a look of remorse. Although Zhou Chun knew this was merely an excuse, he couldn't expose it directly. He could only smile and reply, "Fellow Taoist Qianmu, you're too kind. I was the one seeking your help, and I'm already deeply grateful for your willingness to assist. How could I possibly blame you further?" Hearing this, True Person Qianmu awkwardly turned his head slightly away, repeatedly saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me, He then said softly, "Where's the array master you mentioned? I need to discuss this with him carefully before I can tailor my approach to help him complete the grand array." Knowing it was best not to bring up the previous matter again, he proactively addressed the important issue. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally agreed readily, saying, "In that case, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Qianmu to go to his aid." He then sent a telepathic message to Zhang Liang, who had been waiting for a long time, summoning him to his cave dwelling. After Zhang Liang and Master Qianmu met, Zhou Chun no longer interfered with the formation's arrangement. He simply had stay by Zhang Liang's side to prevent Master Qianmu from using other means to obtain the complete formation diagram from Zhang Liang. Half a year later, with the help of Emperor Zhou, the Thunderworm Beast finally broke through its bloodline shackles and advanced to the 4th rank, becoming a low-grade 4th-rank demon beast. Its breakthrough was quite a spectacle, and Zhou Chun deliberately concealed it to prevent it from being exposed to Master Qianmu. Otherwise, if people knew he possessed a 4th-rank Thunderworm Beast, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, requesting guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 677 Fire Phoenix Perfection. The 4th-tier Thunderworm Beast doesn't see a significant improvement in combat abilities. Its single horn can absorb and store more heavenly lightning power, converting it into lightning spells to attack enemies. However, its Earth is a type of magical ability that allows it to escape through obstacles, has been greatly enhanced, almost on par with the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone's Earth. Furthermore, due to its unique species characteristics, its Earth can be quite effective even in swampy muddy areas. This is another area where it surpasses the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone. Another advantage of this type of beast is that its excrement greatly promotes the growth of spiritual plants. Ordinary beasts, due to their complex diets, produce excrement with chaotic and even overly aggressive spiritual energy, often burning or killing spiritual plants that absorb it. However, the Thunderworm Beast's excrement is different. Its diet is simple, and because it prefers to live in damp muddy areas, the spiritual energy in its excrement is relatively pure and gentle, making it easier for spiritual plants to absorb. After Zhou Chun discovered this, he had it defecate in a fixed location, and then periodically had its excrement collected to cultivate rare spiritual herbs. This might be its only use for many years to come. About 6 months after the Thunderworm Beast advanced to the 4th rank, Zhou Ziyang's Heavenly Wind Thunder Eagle also successfully advanced to the 4th rank with the help of Emperor Zhou. This time, Zhou Chun didn't need to hide anything from it. The 4th rank Heavenly Wind Thunder Eagle soared above Azure Lotus Peak, stirring up a storm of thunder clouds, freely displaying its powerful strength after its advancement. In terms of strength alone, although it had only recently advanced, it was already capable of defeating the fire god Jackal, which had advanced many years earlier, and even Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon. After all, the combination of wind and thunder attributes was simply too powerful, possessing extreme speed and attack power. Even the Thunder Dragon Bai, at this level back then, wouldn't dare say he could reliably suppress it. However, with a 5th-tier Demon King, Silver Dragon Lord, setting a precedent, the appearance of a 4th-tier demon beast no longer caused much discussion in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Only some cultivators within the Zhou family were delighted, further motivating them to cultivate their own spirit pets. In fact, a wave of spirit pet cultivation had indeed swept through the Zhou family. The Zhou family had profited immensely from the Beast Tide War a century ago, acquiring a large number of mid to high-tier demon beast corpses and demon cores. Zhou Chun himself even stored a 4th-tier demon core in the family treasury for family cultivators to exchange. Currently, the Zhou family treasury contains a considerable number of spiritual items that can help demon beasts break through the 2nd and 3rd tiers of their cultivation. Previously, many Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators in the Zhou family received magical artifacts as rewards from their elders after breaking through to higher realms. Therefore, after a few years, they accumulated so much merit that they had nowhere to spend it, making it difficult to exchange it for anything of significant help from the family treasury. However, many people now lament that they don't have enough merit points to exchange for the truly precious items in the family treasury. For example, 4th-tier demon cores and a high-grade 4th-tier thunder talismans Zhou Chun placed there. These are things even the golden core elders of the Zhou family struggle to obtain. After all, apart from a few family elders like Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoi, most of the Zhou family's golden core elders have only recently achieved their core formation. Even if they have accumulated some merit points, it's far from enough to meet the million merit points required to exchange for those items. But because of these hopes, many members of the Zhou family are now diligently cultivating and completing family tasks, hoping to accumulate enough merit points as soon as possible to exchange for what they desire. This is the optimal operating state within a power. Only when sect disciples or family members have a tangible goal will they genuinely and proactively serve the sect and family. This is far more effective than forcing them to do things through power and responsibility. Now, with thousands of cultivators serving the Zhou family, top-tier cultivators like Zhou Chun can peacefully enjoy the convenience these people bring. For example, his spirit pets each have their own favorite foods, which are now readily available to him by Zhou family cultivators who hunt for them. When he tries alchemy or weapon crafting, he can always obtain suitable materials from the family treasury. Even if something isn't in the treasury, a task is assigned, and someone will immediately go to find it. He also doesn't need to gather intelligence on the cultivation world, as the Zhou family's intelligence center has already established a branch in the Great Zhou Kingdom, compiling and sending back to Jing Kingdom every 6 months a report on major events in the cultivation world near the Great Zhou Kingdom. As for intelligence from the heavenly spirit realm, any major events circulating in the cultivation world, such as someone achieving core formation or 2 golden core families fighting over a mine, are quickly compiled and sent back to the Zhou family for Zhou Chun to review at any time. He possesses the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, so he might not need to worry about the influence of turbid evil energy, but the convenience that a powerful force can provide is something a lone cultivator can hardly enjoy. Not to mention the heavenly azure dragon formation that is about to be successfully set up. This level of forbidden array possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but it also requires a large number of personnel to maintain and operate it. It cannot be controlled by any lone cultivator on their own. A cave dwelling protected by such an array can truly be called impregnable. Even if one travels far from home, there's no need to worry about returning to find the cave dwelling completely ransacked. During important secluded cultivation sessions, there's no need to worry about being disturbed by enemies. Because of these numerous advantages, even rogue cultivators in the nascent soul stage in the cultivation world usually take on disciples and grand disciples to establish a small force to serve their own cultivation. On this day, after nearly 3 years and numerous adjustments and modifications, Zhang Liang and true person Qianmu finally set up the heavenly azure dragon array. On the day the array was completed, Zhou Chun placed the top-grade magic weapon, Azure Profound Seal, at the array's core, and then, following true person Qianmu's instructions, consecrated the main array flag and activated the array with hand seals. Instantly, countless emerald lights erupted from the ancient evergreen tree atop Azure Lotus Peak, extending towards the sky and earth, reaching hundreds of miles into the sky before ceasing their expansion. These emerald lights then intertwined and flickered, gradually fading in color, transforming into a colorless and formless array covering hundreds of miles around Azure Lotus Peak. From this moment on, any cultivator entering the array would be constantly monitored and could be attacked by the array at any time. Of course, if Zhou Chun didn't want anyone to enter this array, he could also form a physical barrier to block them out, but that would consume a great deal of spiritual energy from his spiritual veins. Generally, he wouldn't do this unless faced with a very powerful enemy. However, another advantage of this forbidden array is its comprehensive functionality. For example, Zhou Chun could set up 3 functions while maintaining low energy consumption. The first and most basic function is surveillance. Any cultivator or demon beast entering the array would trigger a reaction, becoming known to the cultivators stationed in the nearby area. The second layer is an illusionary function. Cultivators or demonic beasts entering a certain depth of the array will automatically trigger the array's illusionary restrictions, falling into an illusion. The third layer is a protective barrier. An 80-mile area centered on the 10,000-year-old evergreen tree is constantly protected by an invisible array barrier. Even Zhou family cultivators within the barrier can only enter and exit through fixed entrances. Only a select few with special access rights have the authority to freely enter and exit this array barrier. Even in its normal, low-consumption state, this array barrier has the power to withstand several attacks from a nascent soul stage cultivator and isolates the divine sense of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Therefore, once the heavenly azure dragon array is successfully deployed, even in its normal state, it is sufficient to defend against a surprise attack from an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. If the array's full power is unleashed, even without a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge, it can keep a nascent soul stage cultivator out of the array. Moreover, if the Grand Formation is activated at full power, the power of the formation can be used to activate the top-grade magic weapon, the Azure Profound Seal, to suppress powerful enemies. This is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator activating a top-grade magic weapon to fight. In addition, various formation-killing moves can be launched. It can be said that after the Azure Dragon formation is successfully set up, as long as they do not encounter a nascent soul early-stage cultivator who is proficient in formations, or the opponent has some special formation-breaking method, even without a nascent soul cultivator in charge, the Zhou family's Mountain Gate is not something a nascent soul early-stage cultivator can easily take down. With this formation completed, the last weakness of the Zhou family as a major power has been filled. From now on, even if Zhou Chun is not on the family's Mountain Gate, with the existence of this formation, the Zhou family does not have to worry about a nascent soul cultivator causing the family's annihilation. Very good, very good. The power of this formation is indeed not exaggerated. It is worth the family's investment of so many resources and strength in it. After personally testing the various functions of the Grand Formation, Zhou Chun was very satisfied and ended the inspection. Seeing that he had no objections, Master Qianmu smiled with relief and said, "This Heavenly Azure Dragon formation is indeed an ancient formation of extraordinary power. What's rare is that it is extremely compatible with the terrain of the Azure Lotus Mountain Range, and the evergreen trees are also an excellent base for supporting the formation. Even the protective formation that the Azure Lotus Temple spent hundreds of years perfecting and building is probably no more than this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed respectfully to him and said, "I was able to set up this formation thanks to fellow Taoist Qianlu's help. I will certainly remember your kindness. You're too kind, fellow Taoist Zhou. I was just doing my duty." Master Qianmu waved his hands repeatedly with a smile, saying politely, but inwardly he was very satisfied with Zhou Chun's attitude. You should know that in the past few years, he had really spent a lot of energy to help Zhang Liang set up this formation, and even personally taught Zhang Liang some advanced formation techniques in many places. If Zhang Liang hadn't been lacking in cultivation and hadn't had so little lifespan left, he might have had the chance to witness the Grandmaster realm in the future. Zhou Chun was aware of these things, which was why he thanked him. Speaking of loyalty, now that the Grand Formation is complete, it's time to give you the reward I promised, fellow Taoist Qianmu. Please check it yourself and see if you're satisfied." As Zhou Chun spoke, he patted his storage bag at his waist, took out 2 jade boxes, and handed them to true person Qianmu. These jade boxes contain 2 different spiritual herbs, but they were auxiliary ingredients needed to refine the same kind of pill, the auxiliary ingredients needed for the nascent soul pill. If it weren't for such a reward, how could Zhou Chun, who had only recently returned to the Zhou family, have been able to persuade true person Qianmu, a nascent soul stage formation master, to painstakingly set up the mountain protecting formation for him? Seeing that he had presented the reward as promised, true person Qianmu's smile became even brighter. After briefly examining the spiritual herbs inside the 2 jade boxes, he accepted them with a smile, nodding repeatedly to Zhou Chun, saying, "The items are correct, exactly as fellow Taoist Zhou described. I will accept them without further ado." He then exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Chun, leaving behind a handwritten note on the daily maintenance of the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation, before taking his leave. After seeing off true person Qianmu, Zhou Chun turned to look at Zhang Liang, the Zhou family's formation master, who appeared noticeably older. While true person Qianlu had undoubtedly devoted himself to setting up formations in recent years, the one who had truly expended the most energy was undoubtedly Zhang Liang, the Zhou family's own formation master. His cultivation was already low, and his formation skills were far inferior to true person Qianmu's. Often, to fully understand and master what true person Qianmu explained, he had to exert considerable mental and physical effort. And cultivators are also human. Prolonged mental and physical exertion for certain tasks accelerates the depletion of their lifespan. So although only 3 years have passed, Zhang Liang's lifespan has been dwindling by far more than 3 years. Zhou Chun now feels as if he might pass away at any moment, but his actual lifespan is probably no more than 3 years. Thinking this, Zhou Chun asked in a concerned tone, "Elder Zhang, how are you feeling?" Hearing his concerned words, Zhang Liang bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, clan chief. I shouldn't die anytime soon. I should be able to live for another year or two to organize what I learned from Senior Kianmu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Since you're free for now, rest for a few days and then visit Elder Luo. She's a master alchemist and should know how to help you regulate your body and extend your lifespan as much as possible. Luo Qingni is currently busy cultivating and rarely leaves her cave to see outsiders. However, she will certainly give Zhou Chun face." Zhou Chun also needed Zhang Liang, a master of formations, to pass on his most precious knowledge of formations to the next generation of formation masters in the family. Zhang Liang naturally wouldn't refuse, and quickly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for your kindness, clan chief, I understand. Alright, then go and rest." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and sent him to rest. In the following months, Zhou Chun, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoyi, and Zhou Zinayan, the four golden core cultivators of the Zhou family, were familiarizing themselves with the control methods of the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation. After Zhou Chun had fully mastered the control of the formation, he handed the main formation flag to Zhou Mingde, letting them take turns to familiarize themselves with it, while he returned to his cave to cultivate in seclusion. Another year passed, and the Fiery Phoenix finally completely refined the 4th grade high-quality demon core, reaching a level sufficient to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Fenger, how is your cultivation of the Fire Spirit Avatar secret technique? Is it sufficient to cope with the heavenly tribulation now? Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at the Fiery Phoenix, whose aura was perfectly balanced and full of vitality. While feeling gratified and happy, he also inquired about its progress in cultivating the tribulation transcending secret technique. The Fiery Phoenix's weakness in this area was quite obvious. It had awakened its bloodline inheritance too recently, less than 100 years ago. In contrast, Lei Jiao Bai awakened its bloodline inheritance immediately after breaking through to the 4th rank, thus having ample time to cultivate the tribulation transcending secret technique. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the Fiery Phoenix replied somewhat nervously, replying to Master, "Because I previously devoted too much energy to the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation, the Fire Spirit Avatar secret technique is still far from being fully mastered. It hadn't expected that Zhou Chun could obtain a high-grade 4th rank fire attribute demon core for it to consume and refine. If it were to cultivate and grow normally, it should be able to successfully cultivate the Fire Spirit Avatar secret technique by the time it reached the 4th rank perfection." Hearing its reply, Zhou Chun fell silent. Having witnessed the power of the heavenly tribulation during Lei Jiao Bai's tribulation, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of the heavenly tribulation of these top-tier demonic beast races. As a fire phoenix demonic bird possessing 7 true phoenix feathers, the power of the heavenly tribulation of the Yan Yu Ho Feng should not be less than that experienced by Lei Jiao Bai. However, its current preparations for the tribulation were clearly not as thorough as Lei Jiao Bai's. In that case, don't rush into the tribulation. First, diligently cultivate the tribulation crossing secret technique. I'll see if I can find a way to prepare a few more tribulation crossing magic treasures for you. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chun softly offered his suggestion. If possible, he would naturally want the Yan Yu Ho Feng to undergo the tribulation immediately. However, given the Yan Yu Ho Feng's current preparations, a hasty tribulation would likely have a success rate of less than 50%. He certainly wouldn't take such a risk. The Yan Yu Ho Feng, clearly aware of its own limitations, had no objection to his suggestion. These demonic beasts were extremely serious about matters concerning tribulation. After calming the Fiery Phoenix, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think about helping his beloved pet overcome its tribulation. He estimated that Bai should be able to nurture the Heavenly Thunder-Slaying Sword into top-grade magic weapon in a few more years, at which point it would naturally be essential for the Fiery Phoenix's tribulation. However, considering that the Fiery Phoenix wasn't particularly compatible with this weapon, and that Bai had destroyed a top-grade magic weapon during its own tribulation, relying solely on this one weapon was clearly insufficient. Furthermore, he only had 1 drop of 10,000-year spirit milk left, and the Fiery Phoenix wouldn't be able to indulge in consuming it continuously to restore its power like Bai had. Therefore, besides the tribulation crossing treasure, some pills to restore its power would also be necessary. Healing items, on the other hand, didn't need special preparation, as the Fiery Phoenix possessed the Undying Body ability, giving it a strong self-healing ability. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh with a headache. I used to think I had too many magic treasures and couldn't possibly use them all, but now it seems I was too optimistic. He and his disciple currently possess 20 or 30 magic treasures in total. Unfortunately, most of them were low-grade or mid-grade, offering no help whatsoever to demonic beasts undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Using the power of the heavenly tribulation of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye as a reference, only high-grade magic treasures had a chance to withstand 1 or 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, while mid-grade magic treasures were probably only able to weaken the power of a single bolt by 20 or 30%, less powerful than their own divine abilities. Currently, the only high-grade magic weapon Zhou Chun possesses that can be used by the Fiery Phoenix to overcome its tribulation is a fire attribute banner magic weapon given to him as compensation by true person Jiang. This weapon is also a natal magic weapon left behind by a late-stage golden core cultivator, so its power is somewhat diminished. The Dragon Tiger Golden Ring he used before is completely incompatible with the Fiery Phoenix's attributes, making it too unwise to use for its tribulation. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to go to the cultivation world in the far west. Thinking of magic weapons compatible with the Fiery Phoenix's attributes, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think of the cultivation world in the far west. There are many fire attribute cultivators there. With his current cultivation level and wealth, he could probably exchange with a few nascent soul cultivators there, and while he wouldn't dare say he could get many, he should be able to acquire 1 or 2 high-grade magic weapons. However, after careful consideration, he temporarily suppressed this plan. The Fiery Phoenix hasn't even successfully cultivated its tribulation crossing secret technique yet, so there's no need to rush into this matter. Otherwise, unless he's willing to sacrifice the top-grade magic weapon, there's little chance of helping it successfully overcome its tribulation. He decided to wait until the Fiery Phoenix had successfully cultivated its tribulation crossing secret technique before undertaking this task. 2 more years passed, and Zhang Liang, the Zhou family's array master, reached the end of his life. Before his passing, Zhou Chun, upon hearing the news, came to visit him along with Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai. This treatment was exceptional even within the Zhou family. Inside the room, Zhou Chun looked at his elderly descendant, now too frail to stand and confined to his bed, and recalled their first meeting, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Then, he couldn't help but whisper, "Elder Zhang, you and I are among the earliest acquaintances in the clan. A single meeting back then led to this present situation. Your contributions and achievements to the Zhou family over the years are evident to all, and we are deeply grateful. Do you have any last wishes that you would like me to fulfill?" Hearing this, Zhang Liang's cloudy eyes lit up, and he looked at him with some excitement, murmuring, "It's kind of you, clan chief, to remember what happened back then. I was fortunate to meet you then, and it was thanks to your rescue that I survived. I will never forget this kindness, I will never forget this," he murmured to himself. "Clan leader, you saved my life, and the Zhou family took me in and taught me. Although I am an outsider, I have long considered the Zhou family my home. To have met you, clan leader, is my greatest blessing. To live out my days in the Zhou family is all I need, therefore, I have no other wish but to be buried with my deceased wife, Xindai, and to have the descendants of the Zhou family sweep and pay their respects. That would be enough for me." His answer deeply moved Zhou Chun. He, too, had descendants with Zhou Xindai, including a foundation establishment cultivator and several key refining cultivators. If you were to ask now, he could certainly promise to ensure that his descendants would have foundation establishment cultivators for 3 generations. However, he did not ask, showing no intention of taking advantage of the situation. This is enough to show that his words of gratitude were not just empty words. A person may be good at pretending in ordinary times, and may be able to pretend for a lifetime, but there is no need to continue pretending on the verge of death. This made Zhou Chun feel a little regretful. If he had supported Zhang Liang more back then, perhaps the outcome would be different now. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, he could only nod solemnly and say, "Elder Zhang, rest assured, as long as the Zhou family exists, your and Xindai's graves will never be neglected." To hear the clan leader's words, this junior has no regrets even in death, the old man on the bed grinned, and then closed his eyes forever with a smile on his face. "Ancestor, granduncle, you both heard what I just said. It is a blessing for our Zhou family to have such a talented person who has devoted his life to serving us. Therefore, I suggest that as long as there are cultivators in his lineage, the most outstanding person in each generation should be guaranteed a foundation establishment pill, For 10 generations, Zhou Chun looked at the old man on the bed, whose soul had already departed for the underworld, and spoke his thoughts to the two elders beside him in a low voice. Hearing his suggestion, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi couldn't help but exchange a glance, and then Zhou Ming sighed with emotion. Alice, if we had known that this boy had such loyalty, we should have supported him to try to form his core back then, and even Xindai should have been helped to open her purple mansion. After saying that, he nodded solemnly and said, I have no objection to your suggestion, Zheng Chun. This matter will also be announced to the whole clan to commend his loyalty and contributions to the family. That is the way it should be. Zhou Daoyi also nodded, indicating his agreement. Chapter 678 Black-Headed Dragon. The passing of Zhang Liang, the Zhou family's only array master, indeed caused quite a stir within the family. This was mainly because he had just completed the setup of the Forbidden Array, the Heavenly Azure Dragon Array, a few years prior, making him a sensation among array masters in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world and earning the respect of many Zhou family cultivators. Furthermore, he was the first person to receive elder status after the Zhou family's new policies, possessing both the cultivation level of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator and the title of Array Master, and was also a relative of the Zhou family through marriage. These two things alone were enough to make him a figure of great interest within the family. When Zhou Ming personally announced his decision at Zhang Liang's funeral to guarantee his descendants 10 generations of foundation establishment pills, his prestige reached new heights. This decision shocked many Zhou family members and also greatly impressed relatives like Su Fu. Before this, none of these relatives could have imagined that the Zhou family would make such a promise because of a relative of the Zhou family. Due to certain well-known reasons within the Zhou family's in-law circle, although the Zhou family appears to treat these in-law cultivators equally and without any mistreatment, they are consistently ranked a level below the Zhou family's own members in competition for crucial strategic resources. Generally, unless they possess exceptional talent or have made outstanding contributions, they can forget about obtaining foundation establishment pills or spiritual items that aid in opening the Purple Mansion. Spiritual items like the Foundation Establishment Fruit, useful for foundation establishment, are the best foundation establishment resources most in-law cultivators can access. Even so, it's still better than being in a small family or as a rogue cultivator. Therefore, before this, these in-laws had very complex feelings towards the Zhou family. They were grateful for the generous treatment and opportunities provided by the Zhou family, which motivated them. However, they also felt dissatisfied and regretful that they couldn't truly enjoy the Zhou family's best resources. Influenced by these complex emotions, these in-laws formed two groups. Some, feeling they couldn't expect the same treatment as the Zhou family members, simply resigned themselves to their fate. Aside from fulfilling the obligations expected of Zhou family members and relatives, they focused on enjoying life, occasionally inviting like-minded individuals to restaurants for a lavish meal or indulging in small-scale gambling at arenas. Others, unwilling to stagnate, diligently used the Zhou family platform to improve themselves, hoping to rise through the ranks. The former group is best left unsaid. It's impossible to judge their character, as they simply didn't want to strive, not neglect their duties. The latter group, however, might not be a good thing for the Zhou family. If they did achieve success, they might one day vent their resentment in some way, creating a significant potential threat. While such actions might not cause substantial damage to the Zhou family, it would still be detrimental to the clan. Because of this, Zhou Ming, Zhou Zinayan, and others who truly controlled the family hadn't dared to give these people too many opportunities before, fearing they might raise ungrateful wretches. Their choice to do this wasn't necessarily wrong. After all, the Zhou family was still the Zhou family's Zhou family. Insisting on giving the Zhou family's own cultivators and their relatives the same treatment would be digging into their own roots, only shaking their true foundation. No cultivation family would do that. Conversely, those resentful relatives couldn't be said to be ungrateful. After all, they had genuinely invested their sweat and blood to obtain resources from the Zhou family, and yet, despite investing even more, they still couldn't receive the same treatment as the Zhou family's own cultivators. How could these capable people accept this? Fortunately, the Zhou family previously had Su Fu, a golden core stage elder they had cultivated, as a golden signboard, which could appease those capable relatives, giving them some hope and preventing the conflict from escalating completely. However, without better incentives and solutions, once these relatives of the Zhou family are stuck at the late foundation establishment or late Purple Mansion stages for too long, Realizing they have no chance of advancing further and that their life struggles have reached their limit with no further returns from the Zhou family, it's hard to say what they might do. In this situation, Zhang Lang, a role model among the Zhou family's relatives of the Zhou family, like Su Fu, had his funeral conducted according to the standards of a golden core elder of the Zhou family after his death, and even received a 10-generation guarantee of blessings from the Zhou family patriarch. This undoubtedly greatly shocked those relatives of the Zhou family, showing them another way to ensure their efforts weren't wasted. Indeed, due to the scarcity of special resources, the Zhou family may never be able to provide these relatives of the Zhou family with the same treatment as the main members. This is a fact they are unwilling to accept but inevitably exist. Unless they can overthrow the Zhou family, this fact cannot be changed. So, given that this fact is unchangeable, they may choose to accept reality and strive in another direction. As relatives of the Zhou family, these cultivators generally have descendants, all of whom carry the Zhou family bloodline and bear the surname Zhou. They are all Zhou family members listed in the family genealogy. As members of the Zhou family, these descendants receive the same treatment as other members of the Zhou family, free from the constraints of their surname. This means that the cultivation levels they themselves cannot reach can be achieved by their children and grandchildren. Perhaps in the future, their children and grandchildren can become elders of the Zhou family, forming their own power base. If they can secure 3 generations of wealth and honor for their descendants through their own efforts, that would be excellent. This might be a choice made out of necessity, but it is a relatively acceptable option for them. After all, if they cannot compete with certain individuals, they can compete with their descendants, a thought deeply ingrained in the bloodline of humanity since ancient times. This is indeed an unexpected delight, Zhou Daoyi remarked, nodding slightly in approval after informing Zhou Chun of his findings. Hearing his assessment, Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly, saying, "It is indeed a pleasant surprise. And since there's a Zhang Liang, perhaps we should abandon some past prejudices and give more cultivators like Zhang Liang, who know how to be grateful and have real skills, a chance. Anyway, with you, Zhang Chun, now in charge of the family, even if a few more golden core cultivators from outside the family appear, we don't need to worry about them causing trouble." These words, coming from his mouth, made Zhou Chun quite surprised. All along, the Zhou family's most wary people regarding in-laws were Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi. Now even he had softened his stance, showing that Zhang Liang's dying words had had a powerful effect, truly changing some of their rigid ideas. Could this also be Zhang Liang's intention? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but overthink it. However, he quickly stopped thinking about the probability, because he couldn't go to Zhang Liang to verify it. Now, he only needed to be happy for the change in Zhou Daoyi and the others' views. He then said with emotion, "Granduncle, I am very pleased that you think this way. A great mind embraces all things. Our Zhou family should now break free from old ways and rebuild a new world, so that the Zhou family not only belongs to the Zhou family, but also to all who serve it. Zhang Chun, I will remember your words. I hope this time I won't entrust you to the wrong person again." Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly, his words filled with emotion. Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew that he might need some positive feedback to truly resolve his past grievances, and silently noted it down. After his perspective shifted slightly, Zhou Daoyi's attitude towards outstanding members of the maternal relatives quickly changed when managing the family, and he used these individuals to convey the family's upper echelon's change of opinion regarding the entire maternal relatives group. This news quickly became a hot topic of discussion among the maternal relatives, sparking numerous speculations. The ordinary Zhou family cultivators, however, had no particular opinion on this. The Zhou family is currently experiencing rapid growth. As long as a cultivator in the family is willing to work hard and possesses talent, they can easily exchange various resources from the family. Even if the upper echelons of the family allocate some resources to relatives of the Zhou family, it won't encroach on their share. They certainly won't act as villains. After all, the spouses of these relatives are their own siblings, and they would certainly be happy for their partners to have a better life within the family. Some of the Zhou family's core members and elders, who have a long-term vision, know that such important matters must be approved by the patriarch, and even if they have some thoughts, they won't reveal them for the time being. In short, for those cultivators currently serving the Zhou family, now is the best of times. With 2 fifth-tier beings, Chun Jun's Henren and Yinlong Jun, overseeing things, and the family treasury overflowing with various rare and valuable spiritual resources, As long as they cultivate diligently and complete tasks to gain merit, they can easily exchange for what they need from the family. This kind of excellent treatment is something that cultivators from smaller forces and independent cultivators can only dream of. Yunzhou, Chennai Lake. Yunzhou is a land crisscrossed by waterways and numerous rivers and lakes, but Chennai Lake is not particularly famous among them. The lake is not large, only a couple hundred miles in area, but its depth is extremely profound, reaching up to 1,000 feet in its deepest parts. After the entire Yunzhou region was overrun by demonic beasts, transforming it into a demonic realm, Chennai Lake became a habitat for some demonic beast species that came from Langidan Marsh. Currently, there are 3 types of demonic beasts inhabiting Chennai Lake: the azure-eyed black toad, the ink-cloud crocodile, and the black-headed flood dragon. Among them, the black-headed flood dragon clan possesses a relatively strong flood dragon bloodline. Their offspring can advance to the 2nd tier upon reaching adulthood, and upon breaking through to the 3rd tier, there is a low chance of them transforming into an ink flood dragon. Therefore, this clan has become the leader of Chennai Lake, occupying the underwater spiritual vein in the center of the lake, where 3rd tier black-headed flood dragons that failed to transform into flood dragons reside and guard. The azure-eyed black toad and the ink cloud crocodile clans both possess a trace of the ink dragon's bloodline, which allows them to live alongside the 3-headed black dragon in Chennai Lake. While they lack 3rd tier demonic beasts, they do possess some 2nd tier ones. Of course, the vast Chennai Lake and the surrounding expanse are certainly not home to only these 3 types of demonic beasts. However, other demonic beasts struggle to form large groups and can only occupy small areas as nests, relying on the 3 clans for survival. That night, on a shallow beach where a river meets the lake on the eastern shore of Chennai Lake, several human cultivators cautiously lurked in a grove of trees, their eyes wide as they stared intently at the patch of reds 100 feet away. As the full moon rose higher and night deepened, 2 enormous black shadows gradually emerged from the water under the soft moonlight, squeezing into the less than half-foot deep reeds. With the help of the moonlight, the human cultivators in the grove easily discerned the full forms of the 2 enormous black shadows. They were none other than 2 enormous black-headed dragons, each over 7 zang long. The black-headed dragons were extremely ugly. Their heads resembled those of snakehead fish, their mouths were full of sharp teeth, while their bodies were long and narrow like those of a dragon, covered in black scales, and emanating an inexplicable stench. These monstrous beasts usually preferred to rest at the bottom of deep lakes, rarely venturing into shallow waters, except for one exception, during their spawning season after mating. The black-headed dragons might indeed possess snakehead fish blood, as they could lay hundreds or even thousands of eggs at a time. However, not all of these eggs would become black-headed dragons. Normally, the eggs laid by the black-headed dragons would hatch quickly, and the hatched fry would begin to cannibalize each other, devouring their siblings, until only a handful remained. Only then would their parents separate them, stopping the infighting. The reason the black-headed dragons came to shallow waters during their spawning season was to avoid being harmed by other members of their kind. Because the black-headed flood dragons are born to fight each other, the relationship between members of this clan is not very good. If other black-headed flood dragons discover that a member of their kind is laying eggs nearby, they may be awakened by their innate bloodline instincts and devour the small fish. Therefore, when laying eggs, black-headed flood dragons try to avoid the deep water areas where their clansmen live and come to the safer shallow water areas to lay their eggs. This grassy beach was a place that the 2 black-headed flood dragons had carefully selected. Before this, they had come here many times to check and drive away and hunt down all the monsters in the surrounding 20 or 30 miles of water. They had even checked the shore. Under these circumstances, after the 2 black-headed flood dragons entered the grassy beach, the male black-headed flood dragon immediately rolled around in the grass, flattening the water plants with his body to create a temporary nest suitable for laying eggs. Then the female black-headed flood dragon entered the temporary nest to lay eggs. While the female black-headed flood dragon was laying eggs, the male black-headed flood dragon stood guard and protected her. In just a quarter of an hour or 2, the female black-headed dragon laid over 1,000 fish eggs, each the size of a broad bean. These eggs were translucent, and inside, a small, tadpole-sized black embryo could be seen. Under the moonlight, the embryos within the eggs seemed to undergo some kind of chemical reaction, visibly growing little by little. A little over an hour later, the first black-headed dragonfly began swimming, wagging its tail. After only a dozen or so breaths, it suddenly and fiercely attacked another fry that was not yet fully grown. The two adult black-headed dragons witnessed this scene, but they made no attempt to stop it, simply watching indifferently. Time slowly passed, and the fry hatched from the thousands of eggs were rapidly dwindling in number amidst the fierce fighting. By dawn, the number of fry in the water had dwindled to single digits. And these few fry now each weighed 5 or 6 pounds. At this point, the two adult black-headed dragons, who had been observing for half the night, finally made their move, stirring the waters to separate the bloodthirsty cubs. Simultaneously, the female black-headed dragon opened her mouth and spat out a stream of black, ink-like liquid, which split into several streams and flowed towards the separated cubs. After being enveloped by this black, ink-like liquid for a while, the cubs quickly calmed down and stopped their frenzied attacks on their siblings. At this point, the two black-headed dragons had completed their egg-laying process and could return to their nest deep within Shenai Lake to raise their young. But just as they were about to leave, several magical artifacts and spells suddenly erupted from the trees on the shore, converging on them. Caught completely off guard, and wanting to protect their cubs, the two black-headed dragons could only hiss and conjure a cloud of black, misty light to withstand the attacks. However, after they had barely managed to withstand the attacks while injured, several human cultivators, along with a number of second-tier demonic beasts of similar size, charged in. After a fierce battle, both black-headed dragons were killed on the spot. Their cubs, which had only been born a day ago, were also caught and captured alive by the human cultivators using a fishing net. The commotion was quite loud. It will definitely alert the nearby demonic beasts. Let's take the corpses and retreat, and get away from the vicinity of Chenayu Lake first. Among the human cultivators, a tall, black-clad female cultivator, seemingly the leader, quickly gave the order in a low voice. Then, the four of them put their spirit pets into their spirit beast pouches, curled up the corpses of the two black-headed dragons into their storage bags, and quickly left the lakeside with the cubs. Not long after, the four of them reunited in a cave 100 miles away from Chennai Lake and began to distribute their spoils. Inside the cave, the black-clad female cultivator glanced at her three companions, 2 men and 1 woman, and slowly said, "Let's talk about our spoils. We have 2 corpses of black-headed dragons, both mid-grade second-tier demonic beasts, and 6 black-headed dragon cubs." She paused slightly before continuing, "I discovered the location where the 2 black-headed dragons laid their eggs. I've been staking out around Shenayu Lake for 2 years because of this. I also personally killed the male black-headed dragon just now. I also single-handedly assembled this team, so I take half of the spoils. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, the other three's expressions changed slightly, but they all seemed hesitant and none dared to utter a word of objection. After a moment of silence, another female cultivator in green spoke up, "Sister Wang, we certainly don't deny your contribution, but isn't it a bit much for you to take half the spoils all by yourself? We all sacrificed more than 2 months of cultivation time for this hunting mission." As she spoke, the green-clad woman gestured to the blue-clad man beside her. However, to her disappointment, the blue-clad man seemed not to see her gesture and remained silent. As for the other man in black, she didn't even look at him. He was the black-clad woman's partner and would never speak up for her. Seeing this, she couldn't help but anxiously urge the blue-clad man, "Brother Yuangsan, say something." Unexpectedly, the man in blue, Zhou Yuangsan, ignored her and instead looked at the woman in black, saying, "The clan has a long-standing rule that clansmen who cultivate new and valuable demonic beast species for the clan can be recognized as outstanding contributors and receive some rare resources. Sister Wang, are you planning to use these crow-headed dragon cubs to exchange for spiritual materials to help you open your purple mansion?" Upon hearing this, the woman in black looked at him intently and said, "Yuangsan, you are a smart man. I never thought I could hide this from you." "That is indeed my plan." Seeing this, Zhou Yuangsan immediately nodded and said, "Then how about this? My cousin Yuanqin and I can give up the 6 crow-headed dragon cubs, but the 2 crow-headed dragon corpses will belong to us. What do you think, Sister Wang?" The woman in black's expression changed slightly, and she hesitated, her gaze subtly shifting to her Taoist partner beside her. Seeing this, the man in black quickly spoke in a deep voice, "Let's do as Brother Yuangsan says. Your task of opening your purple mansion is more important, madam." Hearing this, Zhou Yuangsan immediately looked at the green-clad female cultivator and asked, "Sister Yuanqin, do you have any objections to this distribution?" "No, Brother Yuangsan, I'm very satisfied with your distribution." The green-clad female cultivator's face lit up with a smile, her previous anxiety vanishing, and she readily agreed. The corpse of a mid-grade second-tier demon beast, especially one with considerable dragon bloodline, the corpse of a black-headed dragon, was undoubtedly a great gain for her, who was still only at the early foundation establishment stage. Seeing that the green-clad female cultivator had no objections, the woman in black immediately bowed to Zhou Yuangsan and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Yuangsan, for your generosity. I wish your Thunder Lizard Beast can successfully advance to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast with the help of the black-headed dragon's corpse. I also wish Sister Wang all your wishes come true and that you can successfully exchange for the spiritual item that assists in opening your purple mansion." Zhou Yuangsan smiled knowingly and returned the bow. After reaching this distribution agreement, the four rested briefly before leaving Yunzhou and returning to the Qinglian Mountains. Upon returning to Qinglian Peak, the black-clad female cultivator and her husband went to pay their respects to Zhou Daoyi, who was in charge of clan affairs, and presented him with a young black-headed dragon. Zhou Yuangsan and Zhou Yuanqin went to Zhou Yuangsan's residence. "Sister Yuanqin, thank you so much for your cooperation this time. Otherwise, obtaining the corpses of two black-headed dragons would have been quite troublesome." With only the two of them left in the room, Zhou Yuangsan smiled as she accepted the storage bag containing the corpse of the other black-headed dragon from Zhou Yuanqin, expressing her gratitude. Zhou Yuanqin, now completely different from her previous impetuousness, smiled and said, "Brother Yuangsan, you're too kind. It's just a small matter, nothing more than a helping hand." She then looked at Zhou Yuangsan expectantly and asked, "Brother Yuangsan, you really weren't lying to me? Your five-colored phoenix tail pheasant is really about to lay eggs." "Of course it's true. How could I dare to lie about such an important matter?" Zhou Yuangsan replied solemnly. Hearing his affirmative answer, Zhou Yuanqin felt relieved and sincerely congratulated him. "Then I congratulate you in advance, Brother Yuangsan. Don't forget your promise to me." "Don't worry, Sister Yuangsan, I'll definitely save you a five-colored phoenix tail pheasant egg." Zhou Yuangsan smiled gently, making his promise. After chatting for a while, before Zhou Yuanqin left, Zhou Yuangsan couldn't help but gently advise his cousin, although Sister Wang is not of the same surname, she has a superior spiritual root aptitude and is very capable. She is highly regarded by Elder Su. It should be almost certain that she will obtain the spiritual item to help her open her purple mansion. Cousin Yuanqin, you should be more humble in front of her in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanqin's expression changed slightly, and then she smiled faintly and said, "I understand. If she really succeeds in opening her purple mansion, I will naturally be willing to humble myself before her in the future." She was clearly still somewhat unconvinced. However, Zhou Yuangsan could only stop there and could not say anything more. He could only shake his head slightly and watch her leave. Afterwards, he returned to his residence and looked at the two storage bags containing the corpses of the black-headed flood dragons on the table. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a burning desire. With the corpses of two black-headed flood dragons as nourishment, the Thunder Lizard Beast's advancement should be no problem. With a mid-grade second-tier five-colored phoenix tail pheasant and a mid-grade second-tier Thunder Lizard Beast as my spirit pets, once my cultivation breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage, applying for the purple dust pill exchange qualification should be easily approved. Meanwhile, inside Zhou Chun's cave, having just received the information from True Person Shinjing, his expression immediately turned solemn. "Is it finally starting?" Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his eyes revealing anticipation. Chapter 679 The Heavenly Mirror Scheme. Feng Kingdom, Yaoqun Lake. When Zhou Chun revisited this infamous yin-yang land within Feng Kingdom, he gazed at the mist-shrouded lake and felt a deep sense of melancholy. During the Immortal Demon War, he had fought here, decisively defeating the Yuan demon army and slaying powerful enemies. Now, centuries later, this battlefield, where countless cultivators had perished, had become a forbidden zone for the living within Feng Kingdom. Because the yin-yang veins beneath Yaoqun Lake were extremely powerful, forcibly destroying it could turn the surrounding 1,000 miles into a wasteland. Even knowing that its preservation might become fertile ground for demonic cultivators, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance did not forcibly destroy the area after the war. However, the Jingyang Sect, the largest power in Feng Kingdom, sends a Golden Core Elder to patrol the area every few years to eliminate any demonic cultivators attempting to cultivate there. Simultaneously, the Jingyang Sect and other forces in Feng Kingdom issue patrol missions around Yaoqun Lake, sending their disciples to clear out naturally occurring ghosts and demonic cultivators attempting to cultivate there. Zhou Chun stood above Yaoquan Lake, looking down and seeing cultivators battling ghosts and spirits. However, because he deliberately concealed himself, those juniors, none even at the Purple Mansion stage, couldn't see him. He had no interest in watching their antics and quickly descended into the lake, diving to its bottom. At the bottom of Yaoquan Lake was a yin-sha spring, its yin-sha energy extremely dense. Even a golden core cultivator lingering nearby risked demonic possession. But at this moment, a tall figure sat cross-legged beside the spring. When Zhou Chun arrived near the spring, the figure looked up at him. "Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a trustworthy person. It seems I haven't misjudged you." Beside the yin-sha spring, true person Xiangjing looked at Zhou Chun, who had arrived as promised, his eyes flashing with golden light, his words filled with satisfaction. Zhou Chun replied calmly, "I always keep my word. Since I promised fellow Taoist Xiangjing, I certainly won't go back on my word now." He then looked at him and asked, "But fellow Taoist Xiangjing, are you sure you really want to do that? Perhaps even if you risk your life, you won't be able to harm him in the slightest." Hearing this, true person Xiangjing remained silent for a moment before looking at him firmly and saying, "When fellow Taoist Zhou faced the 3 Flood Dragon Kings alone before, were you also confident of victory?" Seemingly surprised by the question, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback before nodding gently. "I understand. In that case, I will fulfill my promise and do my best to create a suitable opportunity for you." "That's enough." True person Xiangjing nodded in satisfaction, then explained his plan to Zhou Chun in detail. After this secret discussion, Zhou Chun temporarily withdrew from Yaoquan Lake and found a place to hide outside. Meanwhile, at the bottom of Yaoquan Lake, the Heavenly Mirror True Man retrieved the ghost face token he had exchanged with Zhou Chun and activated it to begin his transformation into a ghost cultivator. As a nascent soul cultivator who had received the ghost cultivation method from Zhou Chun years ago, he had already thoroughly understood its cultivation techniques and even practiced some of its secret arts beforehand. With the ghost face token's assistance and the yin attribute spiritual herbs and minerals Zhou Chun had given him, his transformation into a ghost cultivator was naturally very smooth and easy. The moment the Heavenly Mirror True Man completely transformed into a ghost cultivator, a howling wind and the wailing of countless ghosts suddenly appeared above Yaoquan Lake, displaying an extraordinary phenomenon. This phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of the Feng Kingdom cultivators training there. Unfortunately, before they could discover the phenomenon and escape, the Heavenly Mirror True Man, for the sake of secrecy, had already captured them all. At the same time, just as the Heavenly Mirror True Man completely transformed into a ghost cultivator, the Purple Sun True Man of the Flame Sun Sect seemed to sense something and hurriedly took out a purplish-black token from his storage bag. The Divine Sealing Tablet, powerful enough to enslave a nascent soul cultivator, was now rapidly dissipating its sealed primordial spirit essence. Then, before the utterly astonished eyes of true person Jiang, it vanished completely, leaving not a trace of its former aura. What happened? How could Heavenly Mirror suddenly perish? Who did this? He cried out in shock, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. At any time, the fall of a nascent soul cultivator was no small matter, it was a major event capable of shaking an entire nation. To true person Jiang, although Heavenly Mirror wasn't considered a member of the Flame Sun Sect, he was at least a top-tier henchman under his command. Now that this henchman had suddenly fallen, he felt immense heartache. Could it be that brat from the Zhou family who did this? He composed himself, immediately listing Zhou Chun as a suspect. Then, with a grim expression, he said, "No, this matter must be investigated immediately." He then hurriedly sent a message to Xiao Sheng, the sect leader of the Yang sect, instructing him to arrange for the sect's disciples to quickly gather intelligence and find out where the battle between nascent soul stage cultivators had occurred. However, since true person Xiangjing had not died in a fight, this method naturally yielded no useful information. After waiting for 2 days without any results, true person Jiang realized that things might be different from what he had imagined. Therefore, he dared not conceal the matter any longer and hurriedly sent a message to true person Yinayu of the Yulun sect, informing him of the situation and inviting him to discuss how to handle it. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you have greatly disappointed me this time. Such a major matter, and you still don't have even the slightest clue? This is truly unacceptable." Upon receiving the news, true person Yinayu rushed to the Yang sect and immediately berated true person Jiang with an unhappy expression. He certainly had the right to criticize Master Jiang, because Master Xiangjing was not the private property of Master Jiang or the Yan'ang sect, but rather the public property shared by both factions. Now that Master Xiangjing had fallen during Master Jiang's control, it was quite normal for Master Yan'ang to criticize him. Knowing he had failed in his duty, Master Jiang didn't dare show his dissatisfaction. He simply said awkwardly, "Fellow Taoist Yan'ang, please calm down. This matter was indeed my fault, and I won't deny my responsibility. But let's talk about how to investigate this matter thoroughly first." Seeing that he was willing to admit his mistake, Master Yan'ang's expression softened considerably. He then looked at him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, are you certain that Xiangjing has truly perished?" "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Yan'ang?" Master Jiang was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said, "At the time, I had a premonition and took out the divine forbidden token to check. I did indeed witness Xiangjing's primordial spirit completely dissipate. Just be a little more cautious. There are countless extraordinary techniques and secret methods in the cultivation world. Before seeing Xiangjing's body with our own eyes, we cannot be careless." Master Yan'ang shook his head slightly and whispered his opinion. Hearing this, Master Jiang nodded immediately, saying with a hint of flattery, "Fellow Taoist Yan'ang was indeed meticulous. I hadn't thought of that." He then asked in a low voice, "Then, in fellow Taoist Yan'ang's opinion, what should we do now?" Upon hearing this, Master Yan'ang immediately said, "Let's assume that Xiangjing truly perished by accident. The most urgent task, naturally, is to find where he fell." He then looked at Master Jiang and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, please give me the divine forbidden token. I will cast a spell to see if I can pinpoint its approximate location." Master Jiang immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out the purplish-black divine forbidden token, and handed it to him. Master Yan'ang held the token, made hand seals, and quickly unleashed a profound tracking technique. If the divine forbidden token still contained the primordial spirit power of Xiangjing, he could easily find its exact location with this technique. However, the truth was that the primordial spirit power of Xiangjing had dissipated for more than 2 days. Therefore, even with his profound tracking technique, the feedback he received was very vague. He frowned and carefully studied the feedback before slowly saying, "A considerable amount of time has passed. We can only roughly confirm that the heavenly mirror fell in the west. We may need to approach the site of its fall and cast the spell several more times to find the location." "The west? Could it be in Feng Kingdom?" Master Jiang's expression shifted, and he blurted out his guess. The Yan'ang sect was already west of Jing Kingdom, further west was Feng Kingdom. His guess was reasonable. Master Yan'ang didn't refute, but simply nodded slightly, saying, "Whether it is or not, we'll find out by going together. Then let's not delay. Let's set off now," Master Jiang said, looking at Master Yan'ang. Master Yan'ang nodded slightly in response. The two didn't linger. After informing Master Baiyang, Master Jiang left the Yan'ang sect's mountain gate with Master Yan'ang. The two of them headed west and soon entered the territory of Feng Kingdom. Then, True Person Silver Moon used their tracking techniques several more times throughout Feng Kingdom. After wandering around for half a day, they found themselves near Yaoquan Lake. That Yinsha land ahead is called Yaoquan Lake, isn't it? I remember it used to be an important branch of the Corpse Demon sect. How did our tracking techniques lead us here? In the sky, True Person Purple Sun gazed at Yaoquan Lake, still 100 miles away, and frowned, recognizing the origin of this place. True Person Silver Moon, after hearing his words, looked at Yaoquan Lake with a deep gaze and said, "My tracking techniques shouldn't be wrong. If the heavenly mirror really perished there, then this matter is not so simple." "Fellow Taoist Silver Moon, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect that a nascent soul stage-old demon is hiding there?" True Person Purple Sun's expression changed slightly, somewhat incredulous. "It's hard to say. In short, it's better to be cautious." True Person Silver Moon shook his head slightly, not revealing his inner suspicions. However, reminded by him, Master Jiang nodded warily and said, "Fellow Taoist Yan'ang is quite right. Let's send a puppet clone down to investigate first." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, instantly taking out a giant, dark red metal puppet wolf with wings. This puppet was specially crafted for the convenience of using the clone possession technique. Under the control of us nascent soul cultivators, even an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator can be destroyed in a few moves. Master Jiang introduced a giant puppet wolf with a hint of pride before quickly forming hand seals and casting a spell, unleashing the soul-splitting possession secret technique, which only nascent soul cultivators could use. This technique allows a wisp of a nascent soul cultivator's primordial spirit to be separated and possess a puppet or another cultivator, possessing various wondrous uses. However, because the destruction of the clone would cause damage to the original body, nascent soul cultivators generally do not use this technique lightly. At this moment, Master Jiang used his possession technique to control the puppet. The giant puppet wolf immediately transformed into a streak of fire and flew toward Yaoquan Lake under his control. Just as he had said, the giant puppet wolf was extremely powerful. Protected by a layer of fiery red spiritual light, the yin energy could not touch it. It quickly fell into the lake and dived straight to the bottom. However, only a few dozen breaths after the giant puppet wolf entered the water, Master Jiang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his eyes widening as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Master Yinayu, who was standing nearby, immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, "How is it? Fellow Taoist Jiang, have you discovered anything? My puppet clone was pierced through by a black demonic light, and then the possessing soul was directly destroyed. I couldn't see the true identity of the attacker," Master Jiang said with a gloomy face, recounting the experience of his clone. Then, his eyes blazing with anger, he said, "To be able to destroy my clone so easily, that person must be one of us, most likely an old demon from the Yuanmo realm." He was also somewhat ashamed and annoyed. After all, he had just boasted about the extraordinary strength of his clone in front of true person Silver Moon, but now it had been destroyed without even seeing the true face of its opponent. Where could he put his face? Of course, he was even more furious about the destruction of his clone. "Is that so?" True person Silver Moon frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that he was overthinking things? True person Purple Sun snorted coldly, "HMPH, since he's hiding at the bottom of the lake and won't come out, I'll force him to come out." With that, he flew directly to the sky above Yaoquan Lake. Then raised his hand and summoned the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, a spiritual treasure, and used its power to send a pillar of crimson fire down towards the Yin Sha Spring at the bottom of the lake. As soon as the crimson pillar of fire entered the lake, a large amount of grayish-white steam rose from the water, and countless yin spirits were instantly refined by the intense heat. But just as the crimson pillar of fire was about to touch the Yin Sha Spring at the bottom of the lake, a dark blue-black demonic dragon suddenly appeared and forcibly shattered the crimson pillar of fire. Damn it, it's the fifth order puppet body of the heavenly mirror. This thing has also fallen into the hands of that demon. True person Jiang recognized the origin of the dark blue-black demonic dragon at a glance, and his face became much more gloomy. He had some understanding of the power of this fifth order puppet body. This thing was originally a rare treasure obtained by true person King Xiao from an ancient cultivation site. Because it could not be powered by spirit crystals, it could not be used normally. However, if the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator or a fifth order demon core was used as an energy source, its power could be fully unleashed, and its actual combat power was no less than that of an early nascent soul cultivator. To save his life, true person Shinjing deliberately sacrificed his physical body. Without a vessel for his nascent soul, he couldn't unleash his true power. To ensure this top-tier fighter could continue to be used, true person Yinai obtained this item from King Weixi as a vessel, promising to return it after true person Shinjing's death. Later events proved this to be a brilliant move, actually increasing true person Shinjing's strength rather than decreasing it. Thinking about the flaws of this fifth-tier puppet, true person Jiang exclaimed with some doubt, "Strange. Logically, since true person Shinjing has perished, this puppet body shouldn't be usable anymore. How can it still unleash its full power?" He then turned to true person Yinayu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Yinayu, what do you think of this? This matter is indeed suspicious. Perhaps the truth can only be revealed when we go down here ourselves." True person Yinai replied in a low voice, his eyes flashing slightly. Then he raised his hand, and the moon wheel Sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the Holy Moon Wheel, transformed into a full moon in midair, casting a silvery moonlight that protected him. Seeing this, true person Jiang immediately said in a deep voice, "Very well, let's go down together and see what secrets are hidden below." He then activated the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror, releasing a burst of fire to protect himself. Then, protected by the spiritual treasures, the two transformed into a purple sun and a full moon, falling into the Nether Spring Lake. Fever, headache, Cold sweats, numbness. Chapter 680 Heavenly Annihilation of Jiang. Yaoquan Lake. As the purple sun and silver moon sank into the lake, the water instantly boiled like water in a hot pot. Where the silver moonlight shone, the dark lake water was instantly tinged with a layer of white frost. The silver moon immortal's divine sense extended along with the silver moonlight, and the situation in the lake was fully reflected in his mind, no longer disturbed by the dense yin energy of the place. However, when the silver moonlight shone on the yin energy spring at the bottom of the lake, it encountered a powerful resistance. A sinister, malevolent mist shrouded that area, blocking the penetration of the moonlight and his divine sense, preventing him from seeing the truth within. The purple sun immortal quickly noticed this as well, and immediately sneered, "HMPH, so secretive, it seems there must be something shameful going on. Once I dispel this mist, let's see how he hides." As soon as he finished speaking, the blazing sun treasure mirror beside him burst into flames, emitting a dazzling beam of fire that swept towards the area shrouded in mist. Wherever the firelight passed, the omnipresent yin energy in the lake was instantly incinerated, as if it had met its nemesis. Even the yin mist that could block the divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator was no match for the magical power of the spiritual treasure. A large portion was quickly dispersed and burned away by the firelight, revealing its true form. Within the yin mist, the puppet body of Heavenly Mirror True Man sat cross-legged beside the yin energy spring, while the metal puppet giant wolf of Purple Sun True Man lay coldly beside it. When the firelight approached, it simply waved its hand, and a gray-black yin energy demonic dragon swooped out, extinguishing the flames. Seeing this, Purple Sun True Man's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but shout, "Who exactly are you? Did you kill Heavenly Mirror?" "Hey, so what if I was? So what if I wasn't?" A sinister laugh escaped from the puppet's mouth, and it instantly stood up. Playing tricks, Master Jiang sneered, refusing further words, and immediately activated the blazing sun treasure mirror to attack the puppet. Master Yinyu, though silent, also flicked his sleeve, summoning a silver-white spear-like magic weapon that shot towards the puppet. Facing their attacks, the puppet remained unfazed, cackling and manipulating a cloud of dark mist to fight them. The two battle raged at the bottom of the lake, causing the entire Yaoquan Lake to tremble and shake under the power of the three nascent soul stage masters. Towering waves surged across the surface, and steam billowed from the water. Although the puppet held a slight advantage in terrain, it was clearly no match for two nascent soul stage masters possessing spiritual treasures. After exchanging blows for several dozen breaths, Master Yinyu seized an opportunity, suddenly activating his spiritual treasure, Holy Moon Wheel, to slash at the puppet, instantly severing one of its arms. Even an ordinary cultivator would be weakened by the loss of an arm, let alone a puppet. After losing an arm, the puppet was even more vulnerable to the fierce attacks of True Person Jiang and True Person Yinyu. But just as True Person Jiang activated the flaming sun treasure mirror, again to attack the puppet, an aura he knew all too well suddenly rose from somewhere at the bottom of the lake. Not good. Sensing that familiar aura, True Person Jiang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly activated a crimson fire cloud to protect himself. At the same time, a white icy light instantly froze the lake water, striking his protective aura directly. In the blink of an eye, the crimson fire cloud surrounding True Person Jiang collapsed inch by inch before the white icy light, utterly unable to withstand the power of the spiritual treasure. Realizing this, True Person Jiang, despite his reluctance, once again spat out the Purple Sun Heavenly Fire, primordial fire seed he had painstakingly cultivated, using the power of this fifth-order true fire to forcibly incinerate the white icy light. This would instantly render his 2 or 3 decades of training futile. But he had no time for regret, because as Zhou Chun made his move, the white figure of the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon King also appeared in Yaoquan Lake and launched an attack on him without hesitation. Faced with a fierce offensive of the master and servant duo, True Person Jiang had no time to pay attention to the puppet and could only focus all his energy on dealing with their attacks. Zhou Zhangchen, what do you mean by this? Do you want to start a war with both of our sects at the same time? He shouted angrily while trying to deal with the attacks of Zhou Chun and his servant, attempting to push Zhou Chun to the opposite side of the two sects. How could Zhou Chun not know his intentions? He immediately retorted with a cold smile, "I have no grudge against the Moonwheel sect, so naturally I will not attack fellow Taoist Silver Moon. I only came here to take your dog's life." However, True Person Silver Moon did not seem to appreciate his words. At this moment, he said with anger, "So all of this was planned by you and Shinjing all along, wasn't it? You deliberately used the matter of Shinjing's primordial spirit dissipating to lure the two of us here. If fellow Taoist Yinai insists on thinking that way, then I can't help it," Zhou Chun replied calmly, without denying it. Denying it was pointless, the other party simply wouldn't believe him. Besides, Yinai's Henrin had already made his stance clear at the Su family, so he didn't care about offending him. In any case, as long as either he or Shinjing's Henrin achieved their goals today, Yinai's Henrin's anger would no longer pose any threat to him. Seeing that Zhou Chun had already made his move, the puppet possessed by Shinjing's Henrin stopped pretending and immediately let out a wild and maniacal laugh, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, old thief Yinai, let's settle our grudges here today. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If you were to ask who Shinjing's Henrin hated most in his life, it would naturally be King Xiao's Henrin, who had severed his path to cultivation. However, King Xiao's Henrin had already perished, and he had no chance to take revenge. Therefore, the person he hated and wanted to take revenge on the most was undoubtedly Yinai's Henrin. This was not only because the Forbidden God magic plate was made by Yinai's Henrin himself, but also because when the Forbidden God magic plate was in Yinai's Henrin's hands, he had been ordered around at will, and had been punished with the Forbidden God magic plate many times. He, Shinjing, a dignified nascent soul stage cultivator, was treated like a dog by Yinai's Henrin, who wantonly ordered him around and tortured him. This caused great trauma to his mind and greatly damaged his self-esteem. Therefore, even if he was transformed into a ghost cultivator, even if there was no possibility of reincarnation, Shinjing's Henrin would make Yinai's Henrin pay the price for his past actions. At this moment, Zhou Chun and his servant completely suppressed Jiang's Henrin, forcibly forcing him back to the sky above Yaoqun Lake. With one less opponent, Shinjing's Henrin immediately used all his strength to activate the boundless ghost realm divine power he had mastered after transforming into a ghost cultivator, forcibly trapping Yinai's Henrin at the bottom of Yaoqun Lake. The reason he had previously feigned divine intervention, luring true person Jiang and true person Yinai to the bottom of the lake, was not only to use the yin energy at the bottom of the lake to help Zhou Chun conceal his aura, but also primarily to use the geographical environment to amplify the power of this domain-specific divine ability, forcibly keeping true person Yinai, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, inside. Otherwise, if true person Yinai knew that he had transformed into a ghost cultivator, she wouldn't want to fight him and would simply leave the Yaoqun Lake region. In that case, as a bound spirit, Zhou Chun would truly be unable to do anything to her. In fact, true person Jiang's decision to follow Zhou Chun and his servants out of the bottom of Yaoqun Lake was not without the intention of escaping. Leaving aside the price true person Shinjing paid to keep true person Yinai inside, after forcing true person Jiang into the air, Zhou Chun and his servant unleashed their full power. With a pad on his spirit beast pouch, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, the fiery phoenix of the inferno, and the wood spirit wood mulberry all appeared. He then transformed into the lunar toad and unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Heavenly Mirror True Man. Purple Sun True Man certainly didn't want to get entangled with Zhou Chun and his servant, but unless he was willing to abandon his physical body and use his nascent soul to escape with a teleportation ability, there was no way he could shake off the elusive Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai, who possessed the Thunder Escape technique. What made it even more difficult for him was that Zhou Chun and his servants' attacks all carried special effects like paralysis and freezing. Even if he wasn't directly hit, he would still be affected and interfered with from time to time. There seemed to be no hope of shaking off the two. Eventually, he could only hope that Silver Moon True Man could quickly finish off Heavenly Mirror True Man and come to his rescue. It was under these circumstances that the other 3 4th-tier high-grade demonic beasts, almost completely ignored by him, silently took their positions and, once again, joined forces with Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai to set up the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation, as the phantoms of 4 colossal beasts, a silver thunder dragon, a 7-colored fire phoenix, an emerald green unicorn, and an earthen yellow tortoise, condensed and coalesced in the air, their magical power and spiritual light merging to form a 4 symbols array domain that enveloped him. The belatedly aware Master Jiang finally sensed something amiss. He activated his spiritual treasure, the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror, unleashing a beam of fiery red divine light forward, attempting to forcefully break through the array domain and create a passage. However, The direction of the fiery red divine light suddenly flashed with 7 colored flames, and the figure of a 7-colored fire phoenix appeared. This 7-colored fire phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed the fiery red divine light whole, then emitted a clear and melodious phoenix cry as if it had consumed a highly nourishing substance. How could this be? Master Jiang's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Before he could recover, the silver thunder dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying lightning sword dragon that shot towards Master Jiang. Seeing this, Master Jiang gritted his teeth and hastily activated his top-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Fang Sword, transforming it into a crimson sword light to meet the attack. However, after the two sword lights collided, the crimson sword light was directly blasted apart, revealing its true form as it flew backward. On the other hand, the Thunder Sword Dragon only shrank slightly and continued to pounce on Master Jiang. After incorporating the rare treasure, Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron, and after years of nurturing and refining by the 5th-tier Thunder Dragon King, the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword had finally successfully advanced to top-grade magic weapon, displaying its powerful might that surpassed ordinary top-grade magic weapons. At this moment, Master Jiang had lost the initiative and had no choice but to desperately flick his wrist, unleashing a crimson jade talisman that transformed into an enormous crimson fireball that collided with a thunder sword dragon in midair. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the array domain formed by the Heavenly Four Symbols array was almost torn apart by the explosive force. Having bought himself a respite with this 5th-tier jade talisman crafted from 10,000-year-old fiery jade, true person Jiang dared not hesitate any longer. He hastily activated the primal power of the Fiery Sun Treasure Mirror, unleashing the same killing move he had used against Zhou Chun. A lifelike, fiery red phoenix emerged from the smooth mirror surface, its cry echoing. The lingering flames within the array actively converged upon it, absorbing them to enhance its strength. It then led the charge, forcefully tearing a passage through the array with its indestructible flames. But just as true person Xianjing attempted to break out of the array through this passage, a thick beam of white ice light suddenly shot in from the outside, striking the fiery red phoenix directly. Struck by this attack, the fiery red phoenix let out a mournful cry, its body swaying precariously, its size rapidly shrinking by more than half. The silver flying sword, which had been reduced to its original form in the explosion, suddenly unleashed a devastating heavenly divine thunder sword key, striking the fiery red phoenix. Under such repeated attacks, the fiery red phoenix could no longer maintain its existence, and with a mournful cry, it transformed into a streak of fire and returned to the blazing sun treasure mirror. This scene caused Master Jiang's expression to change drastically, a hint of panic finally appearing in his eyes. Zhou Chun's trump cards seemed inexhaustible. He had never heard of any of the methods used today, especially the Heavenly Annihilation Four Symbols formation that trapped him. Similar to Dharma Domain Divine Power, yet far stronger, more like a formation. Trapped within, his escape techniques were completely unusable, and the external spiritual energy he could draw upon was extremely limited. At this moment, he even doubted whether he could successfully use the teleportation divine power to escape his predicament, even if his nascent soul had left his body. Enough. I admit defeat today. Zhou Zhangchen, if you spare my life today, my Yan Yang sect will be willing to submit to your Zhou family and will never have any further conflict with you. Panicked, Master Jiang, for the sake of his own life, couldn't help but admit defeat. Although his words didn't save him any face, his intention to surrender was very clear. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun showed no mercy because of his admission. Now you want me to spare your life? Why did you secretly conspire against me in the first place? Since you want my life so badly, then I'll send you to your grave first. Zhou Chun stated his attitude coldly, then mercilessly activated the power of the Moon Toad Pearl, unleashing another thick beam of white ice light towards Master Jiang. A quick note, I'll take a break for now. This morning, my dad collided with another motorcyclist while riding his motorcycle. Both of them were taken to the emergency room. Although my dad woke up in the afternoon, his condition is still not very good. I will be visiting and taking care of him for the next few days, so I won't have much time to write or update. Therefore, even if I do update, I can only guarantee at least 4,000 words. Once his condition stabilizes and improves, I will be able to resume updating with more than 6,000 words. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 The Biggest Winner. Within the four symbols formation, killing intent surged. When Zhou Chun made no attempt to conceal his naked killing intent, Master Zhang's panic reached its peak. He knew that if things went wrong today, he might truly perish here. Therefore, under the threat of death, he dared not hold back any longer. He unleashed all the trump cards and treasures passed down through generations of the Yang Sect without hesitation. Explosions and flames rose one after another in the sky, each explosion shattering a section of the formation's domain. Under the impact of these violent explosions, the four demonic beasts forming the formation were under immense pressure. The Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai Bai and the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle Shi Tao fared relatively well, their strong cultivation and physical resilience limiting the damage they suffered. However, the Flame Hellfire Phoenix and the Wood Spirit Musang were struggling to withstand the pressure, severely affected and finding it difficult to maintain the formation's operation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun no longer concealed his intentions and directly released a fifth-tier Snake Man puppet he had temporarily borrowed from his disciple Zhou Chun. This Snake Man puppet is different from the puppet body of true person Shinjing. It can be powered by spirit crystals. However, the spirit crystal that powers the Snake Man puppet is different from ordinary spirit crystals. It is a special puppet crystal crafted by a grandmaster of puppetry, using spirit crystals as the main material and fusing them with other special materials. When this special puppet crystal is full of spiritual power, it can allow the Snake Man puppet to fight at full power for a quarter of an hour. However, if the spiritual power is exhausted, it will take more than 10 years to recharge it. Furthermore, this special puppet crystal has a limited number of recharges. Once it has been used too many times, it must be replaced. However, even true person Zuanfeng only has one of these, and he himself does not have the ability to craft one. Therefore, Zhou Chun initially did not want to use this item, lest it cut off the path for future generations. Now, with him releasing the Snake Man puppet, the master and servant, who already had a significant advantage, immediately gained an overwhelming advantage. Under the illusionary power of the Snake Man puppet, even though Master Zhang had specially sought out a mind-clearing and concentration-enhancing magic treasure to protect his mind after his previous loss, he still inevitably experienced a momentary lapse in concentration. Such a lapse in concentration is undoubtedly fatal for a nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Chun and Bai Bai seized the opportunity, directly unleashing their magic treasure's abilities to launch a concentrated attack on him, quickly shattering the layers of defenses he had erected. The lightning-streaked, heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword forcefully pierced through his inner armor, leaving a horrifying wound on his body that revealed his internal organs. Even more seriously, the lightning erupting from the sword raged and crashed within his body, shattering and burning his internal organs and meridians, almost completely extinguishing his life force. Even a nascent soul cultivator would lose half their life from such an injury, let alone Master Zhang, who was currently besieged by Zhou Chun and his servant. Therefore, despite his reluctance, after regaining his senses, he immediately made the decision to sacrifice the pawn to save the king, choosing to have his nascent soul leave his body. A streak of purplish-red flame shot out from above Master Zhang's head, revealing a tiny nascent soul, only 3 inches tall. This nascent soul held an octagonal palace lantern in its hands, clad in a fiery robe, its small face filled with panic. As soon as it emerged from its physical body, the blazing sun treasure mirror in the sky instantly flew into its hands. Then, it opened its small mouth and exhaled a breath of its vital energy onto the mirror, causing it to burst into flames, radiating a dazzling ring of fire that protected it. Zhou Chun and the Thunder Dragon King's attacks were blocked by this fire, losing their initiative. The nascent soul quickly grabbed the mirror and used its teleportation ability to escape. But just as it used teleportation, the 4 god-slaying swords activated by Zhou Chun cleaved through the flames and struck its nascent soul. Furthermore, the heavenly 4 symbols formation might indeed interfere with and block the nascent soul's teleportation ability. The actual distance of Zhang Zhenren's nascent soul's teleportation was reduced by more than half. It just barely teleported out of the formation's range and appeared in mid-air about 30 miles away. Zhou Chun, who had just unleashed the unstable golden light pearl, wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. He immediately activated the treasure, unleashing a beam of immobilizing golden light that shot towards Zhang Zhenren's nascent soul. In a flash, the golden light covered dozens of miles in an instant. Zhang Zhenren's nascent soul, having just escaped the influence of the god-slaying sword, instinctively sensed something was wrong and hurriedly threw out his treasure mirror to block the golden light. He thought that with the mysteries of his spiritual treasure, there was no way it could be damaged by this golden light attack. However, to his utter surprise, although the blazing sun treasure mirror wasn't damaged by the golden light attack, it was immobilized in midair, greatly interfering with his mental connection, and he couldn't retrieve it for a time. This result shocked him greatly, his face filled with anxiety. But just as he was about to personally retrieve the mirror that was suspended in midair, a thick bolt of silver lightning struck him down. This sudden shock made him realize how dangerous his situation was. He immediately activated the flame robe formed from the purple sun heavenly fire to withstand the lightning strike, then glanced reluctantly at the mirror before making the difficult decision to temporarily abandon the Sect's heirloom. His figure flashed, and with a single teleport, he appeared 100 miles away. Without pausing, he continuously used his life force to unleash teleport again, completely escaping Zhou Chun's sense range in a few blinks. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately ordered the Thunder Flood Dragon King to chase after him. This chase was obviously futile, but Zhou Chun didn't want him to escape so easily. Now that he had thoroughly offended him, it was natural to inflict as much damage as possible. Each use of the teleportation technique now could consume over a decade of his lifespan. If his nascent soul's essence was severely depleted, how long Zhang Zhenren would live after escaping back to his sect was uncertain. After all, he was already quite old, having formed his nascent soul nearly 1,000 years ago. After sending Lei Jiaoweng bye-bye to pursue Zhang Zhenren's nascent soul, Zhou Chun forcibly suppressed and sealed the still struggling, flaming sun treasure mirror. He then collected the top-grade magic weapon, Crimson Fang Sword, that Zhang Zhenren had initially discarded, along with his storage bag and other belongings, even his almost lifeless body. Although Zhang Zhenren successfully escaped with his nascent soul in this battle, the treasures he left behind proved to be a great bounty for Zhou Chun. Especially the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror, a Yang Sect heirloom, and the top-grade magic weapon, Crimson Fang Sword, which solved his immediate crisis. If these two treasures were refined by the fiery phoenix, passing the heavenly tribulation should no longer be a problem. Moreover, true person Zhang fled in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to take his storage bag, and several magical treasures were left on his body, all of which were considerable gains. After carefully storing everything away, Zhou Chun also put away the several badly injured fourth-tier spirit pets, then looked down at the Nether Spring Lake. Counting carefully, almost a quarter of an hour had passed since true person Xianjing revealed his true identity. Even after such a long time, true person Yanai was still trapped, indicating that true person Xianjing hadn't wasted his time. He must have already prepared many backup plans at the bottom of the Nether Spring Lake. Unfortunately, the lake bottom was now shrouded in darkness, and even a nascent soul cultivator like him couldn't see what was happening below, only occasionally catching glimpses of silver light. But he would just observe. He certainly wouldn't go down to help true person Xianjing deal with true person Yanai. After all, even if he and true person Xianjing joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to kill true person Yanai. He was even more certain of this after his earlier encounter with true person Zhang. The teleportation ability of a nascent soul cultivator was indeed a powerful escape tool, something ordinary cultivators couldn't catch. If he couldn't kill true person Yanai and let him escape like true person Zhang, who knew if he would be enraged and unleash the Moon Wheel Sect's most prized treasure, storming the Azure Lotus Mountains and massacring the Zhou family. Therefore, having fulfilled his promise to true person Xianjing, he only needed to observe from the sidelines. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he hurriedly led the Thunder Flood Dragon King bye-bye, who had already stopped chasing and returned, in a rapid retreat. Boom! Just as Zhou Chun and his servants retreated, a violent explosion erupted from below. The waters of Yaoquan Lake formed a huge mushroom cloud, hundreds of feet high, in the explosion. Could it be a nascent soul self-destruction? Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He had never seen such a scene before. If he hadn't retreated quickly enough, he would probably be covered in dust by now. And with this level of explosive power, besides the legendary nascent soul self-destruction, Zhou Chun couldn't imagine anyone else below who could accomplish such a feat. So who was the one who self-destructed their nascent soul? Zhou Chun soon found out. Before the huge mushroom cloud of water had even dissipated, a silver moonlight rose from the water, rapidly flying towards the Jing kingdom. In the dim light, Zhou Chun saw the silver moon true man enveloped in the silver moonlight, his body covered in bright red blood. The heavenly mirror true man no longer had a physical body and had transformed into a ghost deo nascent soul, so there was no way he would still be bleeding. Therefore, the source of the blood on his body was obvious. This result shocked Zhou Chun greatly. Because a nascent soul self-destruction was no joke. A nascent soul cultivator in the early stage detonating their nascent soul could severely injure even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who couldn't dodge in time, and might even destroy their physical body. However, although true person Silver Moon appeared to be seriously injured, his physical body clearly hadn't suffered irreparable damage. This meant he either avoided the center of the explosion or possessed an incredibly powerful trump card. Either way, it was enough to demonstrate his immense strength. Zhou Chun was even more grateful that he hadn't intervened in the battle between the two sides, and hadn't gotten himself deeply involved. As for the current outcome, whether true person Heavenly Mirror was satisfied or not, Zhou Chun was accepting of it. After the waves in the Nether Spring Lake subsided slightly, he prepared to go down and check on true person Heavenly Mirror. Putting aside everything else, he was actually quite interested in true person Heavenly Mirror's puppet body. However, after diving a short distance, he quickly retreated and hurriedly left the area. It turned out that after going down, he discovered that the explosion had completely destroyed the Yin Sha spring below, and the Yin Sha earth vein below was also beginning to collapse. In this situation, even if some remnants of the puppet body of the Heavenly Mirror True Man remained, it would likely be of no use. Worse still, the surrounding 1,000 miles might be utterly devastated, corroded into a ghostly wasteland by the erupting Yin energy. Even if the Yin energy slowly dissipates, it would be difficult for this place to regain its current prosperity and vitality. It would most likely become a lifeless wasteland like the desolate spirit desert. Zhou Chun didn't want to get involved in this enormous karmic consequence. He'd leave it to the major sects like the Jingyang sect of Fen Kingdom to deal with. Having thus withdrawn in time, Zhou Chun returned to the Azure Lotus Mountains not long after. At this time, news of the earth-shattering battle in Fen Kingdom hadn't yet reached Jing Kingdom. The three involved parties were either busy recovering from their injuries or didn't want to publicize it, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhou Chun still briefly explained the situation of the battle to Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, instructing them to remind their family's Golden Core elders not to leave the Mountain Gate recently, lest they incur retaliation from the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect cultivators. He estimated that neither faction would publicize this matter, since doing so would only add to Zhou Hengchen's infamous reputation and enhance his prestige in Jingguo, without actually harming him. They would most likely silently swallow their anger and seek trouble after his injuries healed. However, by then, his fiery phoenix would have already successfully transcended its tribulation, and even if the two factions joined forces, they would be powerless against him. Therefore, Zhou Chun remained completely calm and composed. After explaining the situation, he began to tally his spoils. As the head cultivator of the Fiery Sun sect, true person Jiang naturally possessed many valuable items. Besides the spiritual treasure, Fiery Sun treasure mirror, and the top-grade magic weapon, Crimson Fang sword, there was also a high-grade magic weapon defensive inner armor, an exquisite jade pendant-shaped high-grade defensive magic weapon, and a magic weapon spirit pearl with calming and concentration effects, which was also a mid-grade magic weapon. Aside from the magic treasure, the spirit pearl, the other two magic treasures were significantly damaged in the battle, and several high-grade magic treasures were even destroyed in the previous fight. Fortunately, there was Master Jiang's storage bag to compensate. After spending some effort breaking the restrictions on Master Jiang's storage bag, Zhou Chun was overjoyed to find what was inside. He was right, Master Jiang, the head cultivator of the Yan Yang sect, had indeed stored many precious items in his storage bag. Clearly, this nascent soul cultivator with his spiritual treasures hadn't considered the possibility of dying outside. Or perhaps, he wouldn't feel at ease leaving some rare items behind. Thank you for your blessings. My dad was finally able to speak completely today. After 2 more days of observation and a checkup, if there are no major problems, he can leave the intensive care unit. Because of the traffic accident, there are many things to deal with, and my home is in the countryside. Running between the city and the countryside is really tiring. I can only try my best to write the novel in my spare time. Chapter 682 The Drawbacks of Spiritual Treasures. This was likely the first time Zhou Chun had opened the storage bag of a nascent soul cultivator. When he opened Master Zhang's storage bag, the contents gave him a glimpse into the wealth of this veteran nascent soul cultivator. Master Zhang's collection included, but was not limited to, finished magic weapons, finished high-grade pills, various top-tier refining materials, fourth-tier demon cores, rare and precious spiritual herbs, core formation spiritual objects, and a large quantity of spirit crystals. First, regarding magic weapons, Master Zhang's storage bag contained 11 in total, including 3 high-grade magic weapons and the rest mid-grade magic weapons. Within the Yin-Yang sect, he was already the most skilled refining master, and had begun attempting to refine top-grade magic weapons. Most of these magic weapons were crafted by himself, and he carried them with him, presumably for rewarding younger members of the sect or exchanging treasures with others when traveling. Leaving aside the mid-grade magic treasures, among the 3 high-grade magic treasures, 2 are fire attribute treasures, a flying sword and a refining cauldron. The other is an earth attribute stone seal magic treasure. The refining cauldron is likely a tool used by true person Zhang for refining, its primary function being to assist in the refining process. Besides the magic treasures, true person Zhang's storage bag also contains various top-tier refining materials, such as 10,000-year-old flame jade, fire crystal divine iron, 5th-grade spirit wood, and 5th-grade dragon scales, rare and precious items. Even if Zhou Chun couldn't use these for refining himself, he could exchange them for other treasures. Among the high-grade pills, Zhou Chun also discovered a famous specialty elixir of the Flame Sun sect, the 6 Yang Profound Fire Pill. The 6 Yang Profound Fire Pill has a very special effect. It's specifically for golden core cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques to break through their cultivation barriers. Its effect is best when breaking through the barrier between the early and middle stages of the golden core realm, reportedly achieving a 20–30% success rate. It also provides some assistance in breaking through the barrier between the late stages of the golden core realm. This pill is extremely precious even within the Yin-Yang sect. Many golden core stage elders wait decades or even centuries to obtain a single 6 Yang Profound Fire Pill, to aid in their breakthrough, almost expending most of their sect's merit points in the process. Such a valuable pill is not easily stored in a sect's treasury to avoid theft. Therefore, true person Ziyang personally safeguards it, releasing only 1 or 2 pills every few decades to the sect's treasury for exchange by certain elders. And now, Zhou Chun has obtained 4 of these spiritual pills in his storage bag at once. In addition, true person Ziyang's storage bag also contains several other precious healing pills useful for nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if Zhou Chun doesn't need these pills now, they will certainly come in handy when his spirit pet undergoes the heavenly tribulation, so he has carefully stored them away. The magic weapon and the pills are already a significant gain. However, compared to the wealth of true person Ziyang, a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is far from everything. Among the rare spiritual herbs that Zhou Chun valued were 3, a 5,000-year-old fire yuan ginseng, a flame heart flower, and a section of purple yuan vine. All 3 were spiritual items beneficial to nascent soul cultivators in both alchemy and cultivation. For example, the section of purple yuan vine contained profound and pure special yuan qi. Direct absorption and refinement could restore the damaged life yuan qi of a nascent soul cultivator. Simultaneously, 6 4th-tier spiritual fruits, the fire yang vermilion fruit, were also found in Ziyang Zhenren's storage bag. These were rare spiritual fruits that could directly enhance cultivation after consumption, likely also from the 4th-tier spiritual fruit trees of the Yin-Yang sect. If one didn't mind wasting them, they could be used as a substitute for restoring mana when the flame prison fire phoenix underwent its tribulation. Each fruit would have approximately 1/3 the effect of a 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Additionally, the storage bag contained 3 4th-tier demon cores, 2 mid-grade 4th-tier demon cores and 1 low-grade 4th-tier demon core, 1 with wind attribute and 2 with water attribute. These demon cores are strategic resources for the Zhou family, and Zhou Chun values them highly. The mid-grade 4th-tier wind attribute demon core could even significantly aid the golden winged tiger's cultivation. Finally, Master Zhang's storage bag also contains some of his notes on weapon crafting, including some profound weapon crafting manuals. Such notes from a weapon crafting master would be extremely helpful for the Zhou family's weapon crafting heritage, and even beneficial to Zhou Chun himself. As for spirit crystals, Zhou Chun already handles a considerable number, so although Master Jiang's storage bag contains a dozen or so, he's not particularly concerned about them. As for the other items like talismans and magic tools, Zhou Chun basically doesn't even glance at them, intending to simply throw them into the family treasury later. It's worth noting that while ordinary cultivators carry a considerable amount of spirit coins, Master Jiang's storage bag only contains a mere tens of thousands. Clearly, at the nascent soul stage, these coins are essentially useless. After inventorying the contents of Master Jiang's storage bag and categorizing his useful and unnecessary items, Zhou Chun turned his attention to the spiritual treasure, the Blazing Sun treasure mirror. Because its master was still alive, this treasure was somewhat unwilling to remain bound. When Zhou Chun released its seal, it unleashed its own power, attempting to escape the cave and reunite with its master. Little did it know this was Zhou Chun's scheme, deliberately trying to deplete its power. Once its power was reduced to a warning level, it entered a dormant state, posing no danger, before Zhou Chun retrieved the item for further examination. After this examination, Zhou Chun frowned deeply. It turned out that the Blazing Sun treasure mirror's spirit was extremely resistant to him. Even after he forcibly channeled his magic power into it, it refused to cooperate in erasing the mark left by Master Jiang. Moreover, he hadn't found the spirit communication technique for refining this spiritual treasure within it. Generally, the spiritual connection technique for a spiritual treasure is imprinted within it, making it convenient for its owner to refine the treasure. However, there are exceptions. Some spiritual treasures with inherited properties deliberately omit the spiritual connection technique to prevent them from being lost and acquired by others. Thus, even in the current situation with the Blazing Sun treasure mirror, where the spiritual treasure is obtained by an outsider, without the matching spiritual connection technique to refine and activate it, it cannot unleash its true power. Of course, the spiritual connection technique is merely a special secret technique developed to facilitate the unleashing of a spiritual treasure's power. Even without this technique, a nascent soul cultivator, as long as they diligently refine the spiritual treasure and gradually explore and experiment, will eventually master it completely. Therefore, although Zhou Chun felt some regret for not obtaining the spiritual connection technique, he wasn't too disappointed. He quickly summoned the fiery phoenix and said to his beloved pet, "I entrust this spiritual treasure and this top-grade magic weapon to you for refining. Once you have successfully cultivated the tribulation transcending secret technique, you can attempt to transcend the tribulation." He then handed the spiritual treasure, Fiery Sun treasure mirror, and the top-grade magic weapon, Crimson Fang sword, to his pet. Seeing this, the fiery phoenix was overjoyed and flattered, nodding hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice, replying, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. I will certainly not disappoint you and will strive to successfully transcend the tribulation as soon as possible." Those were spiritual treasures. Even Bai, now a 5th-tier Flood Dragon King, only possessed one top-grade magic weapon, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, while it possessed a spiritual treasure. This treatment was unique among the 5 spirit pets. For this alone, the fiery phoenix was deeply grateful to its master. After arranging the spirit pets in this way, Zhou Chun divided his spoils from true person Jiang and then waited calmly for the reactions of the Moon Wheel Sect and the Fiery Sun Sect. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, the first people he encountered were not from the Moon Wheel Sect or the Flame Sun Sect, but rather a nascent soul cultivator from the Jingyang Sect of Fen Kingdom. This supreme elder of the Jingyang Sect, whose Taoist name was Yuanjing's Henren, had a cultivation level similar to Jiang's Henren. Both were veteran early-stage nascent soul cultivators stuck at the mid-stage nascent soul barrier. After exchanging polite greetings with Zhou Chun, he looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I believe you already know the purpose of my visit today. I hope you can tell me the truth about why the Yinshan earth vein of Yaoquan Lake erupted." The battle at Yaoquan Lake that day had not lasted long, so by the time Yuanjing's Henren arrived, Zhou Chun had already left. However, since the Thunder Flood Dragon King had revealed its true form, its striking appearance was easily recognizable to cultivators who saw the commotion from afar, thus revealing who the nascent soul cultivators were. Therefore, Master Yuanjing took the initiative to come to his door, wanting to understand the situation at the scene from the parties involved. After all, foreign nascent soul cultivators had fought a great battle in his country, causing widespread devastation. He had to give his own country's cultivators an explanation, otherwise how could he lead the cultivation world of his nation? Zhou Chun, upon learning of Master Yuanjing's visit, understood his purpose. After hearing the other party's words, he pondered for a moment and then said in a low voice, "The eruption of the Yin Chalet lines at Yaoquan Lake has no direct connection with me. I was merely on an agreement to keep Master Jiang occupied there." He then changed the subject, saying, "If fellow Taoist Yuanjing truly wishes to understand the details, I suggest you go to the Moon Wheel Sect to inquire with fellow Taoist Yin Liu. He is the one who experienced and survived this event firsthand. No one knows the truth better than him." Hearing this, Master Yuanjing stared intently at him and said, "I will naturally contact fellow Taoist Yin Liu. However, fellow Taoist Zhou saying it has nothing to do with you is too much of a way of shirking responsibility. Do you know that because of the eruption of the Yin Chalet lines, the Yin Sha energy has spread, and now the area within 1,000 miles of Yaoquan Lake has lost its spiritual energy and life, almost becoming a dead land?" At this point, he spoke in a low, angry voice, "Fellow Taoist, as a nascent soul cultivator from Jing Kingdom, you have caused such boundless evil in my Fen Kingdom. Do you think you can simply absolve yourself of any responsibility by saying it has nothing to do with you?" Zhou Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this, finding it difficult to respond for a moment. Indeed, according to the unwritten rules among nascent soul cultivators, they would try to choose to fight in the azure heavens above, and avoid damaging the spiritual mountains and blessed lands below. This is because the formation of spiritual mountains and blessed lands is inherently difficult, and without protection and restraint, the environment of the cultivation world would deteriorate further and further, leaving endless harmful consequences. The reason why the number of nascent soul cultivators in the cultivation world is much lower than before is because the battles fought by powerful beings in ancient times were unrestrained, often turning thousands of miles into barren wastelands and destroying many environments suitable for the growth of certain top-grade spiritual herbs. Otherwise, some top-grade spiritual mountains and blessed lands would still be helpful even for nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, in the human cultivation world, nascent soul stage cultivators usually avoid such situations to prevent incurring public wrath. Zhou Chun and his group's battle in a foreign land, turning 1,000 miles of land into a wasteland, has indeed provoked the wrath of the Fen Kingdom's cultivation world. If true person Yuanjing hadn't known his own strength was inferior, he probably would have already fought him. Therefore, he couldn't directly hurl insults, further fueling the other's anger and creating another powerful enemy for himself. Although this matter was not my intention, nor was it primarily my responsibility, I do bear some responsibility. If fellow Taoist Yuanjing's demands are not too unreasonable, I am willing to make some appropriate sacrifices to compensate. After a long silence, Zhou Chun decided to bravely shoulder some responsibility to avoid escalating the situation and making things even more embarrassing. Seeing that he was willing to admit his mistake, true person Yuanjing's expression softened slightly. If Zhou Chun insisted on not admitting his mistake, the matter would indeed be difficult to handle. For the sake of their prestige, their Jingyang sect might have to gather forces and fight Zhou Chun and his group. But since Zhou Chun was willing to admit his mistake, things became much easier. After a moment's thought, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to make amends, I don't want to go too far. How about you write a letter of repentance and give it to me to take back and publish? Also, how about compensating those cultivators who suffered serious losses because of this matter with 10 million spirit coins?" 10 million spirit coins seemed like a huge amount, but for a nascent soul cultivator, it wasn't a particularly devastating blow. Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly replied, "I cannot write a letter of repentance. If I leave such a thing behind, what face will I have in the future? I also cannot produce 10 million spirit coins in kind, so let's offset it with magic treasures or other valuables." Zhou Chun always cherished his reputation. If he left behind a letter of repentance, even if he became a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, it would be a stain that could never be erased. He certainly wouldn't do something that would cause endless trouble. Seeing his resolute will, Master Yuanjing was quite helpless and could only say, "If there is no letter of repentance, I will have no choice but to announce your name to silence any gossip." "I have no objection," Zhou Chun replied calmly. He certainly couldn't stop this, and objecting would be futile. So, after receiving 4 low-grade magic treasures and 1 mid-grade magic treasure as a discount on spirit coins, Master Yuanjing went to the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, feeling utterly helpless, to continue demanding compensation. Chapter 683 Battle against a late nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Chun didn't know if Yuan Jing's Henrin had successfully obtained compensation from the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect. However, he understood that the situation in Jing Kingdom would definitely become more complicated in the future. Yin Yu's Henrin had suffered a great loss and would certainly not let it go easily. Ziyang's Henrin had lost his physical body and the Sect's inherited spiritual treasures, and had also formed a deadly enmity with him. Once he recovered, he would definitely seek revenge. Fortunately, he was now powerful enough that even if the two sects attacked together, he could still fight them with the help of the mountain protecting formation. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Chun diligently practiced his supernatural abilities and secret techniques to increase his strength while quietly waiting for the Flame Sun Sect and the Moonwheel Sect to make their move. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the two sects were surprisingly calm, much to Zhou Chun's surprise. After Feng Kingdom announced the list of those who participated in the battle at Yaoquan Lake, these nascent soul cultivators from Jing Kingdom became the sinners condemned by everyone in Feng Kingdom's cultivation world, and their reputations were completely ruined. However, they had expected this and didn't care. In any case, nascent soul stage cultivators have long lifespans. In 100 or several hundred years, most of these cultivators in the Feng Kingdom's cultivation world will have died out. With the passage of time, naturally few will remember or mention this matter. Furthermore, this incident only damages Zhou Chun's personal reputation. Its impact on the Zhou family is very limited. On the Zhou family's side, Zhou Ziyang even successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingde, after consuming 2/6 Yang Profound Fire pills, also forcibly broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. He originally didn't want to waste such precious elixirs because his remaining lifespan was less than 200 years. However, Zhou Chun believed that the higher his cultivation level, the stronger the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation would be, and after much persuasion, he accepted the offer. Besides the 2 Golden Core stage cultivators breakthroughs, the Zhou family also gained 3 new Purple Mansion stage cultivators, including a female cultivator from a maternal relative named Wang Shengnan. All of this was thanks to the resources Zhou Chun brought back after forming his nascent soul. Moreover, if luck wasn't too bad, the Zhou family should have another Golden Core cultivator appearing within 20 or 30 years. In short, time was on the Zhou family's side. As time went on, the number of cultivators at all levels in the Zhou family would only increase, and their strength would grow stronger. Another half-year passed, and what Zhou Chun had been waiting for finally happened. That day, he was meditating in his cave when he suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras approaching the Azure Lotus Mountains. He was quite familiar with one of the auras. Upon realizing this, he quickly instructed Zhou Mingde and the others to take their positions and prepare for battle, while he took the lead and flew outside the formation with the Thunder Flood Dragon King. Bye-bye. In the sky 100 miles away, 2 streaks of light were flying towards the Azure Lotus Mountains at an extremely fast speed, then stopped in mid-air dozens of miles away from Zhou Chun. Of the 2, the one with a slightly pale complexion, the Silver Moon true person who was still recovering from serious injuries, was naturally familiar to Zhou Chun. The other, an old man in black, surprised him even more. The man's aura was deep and dark, giving Zhou Chun a very dangerous feeling, just like when he faced a 5th-tier high-grade Fire Flood Dragon King. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was probably a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Thinking this, he had some guesses about the man's identity. "May I ask if you are fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen of the True Profound Sect?" Zhou Chun's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed to the old man in black, taking the initiative to inquire about his background. There were only 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly spirit realm, Kongsu's Henrin and Zhuanzhen's Henrin, the supreme elder of the True Profound Sect. The current heavenly spirit alliance was led by these 2. Although Zhou Chun had never met these 2, he had heard Heavenly Mirror's Henrin describe Kongsu's Henrin's appearance, which clearly did not match the old man in black. He also didn't quite believe that Silver Moon's Henrin could invite a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from another region. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the old man in black spoke calmly. "I am Zhuanzhen." His tone was neither warm nor cold, revealing no emotion. However, his act of following true person Silver Moon to the Azure Lotus Mountain spoke volumes. Therefore, Zhou Chun immediately became wary, but still smiled and replied loudly, "I've heard so much about you. But I wonder what brings fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen here today." "Let fellow Taoist Silver Moon answer that," True Person Zhuanzhan glanced at True Person Silver Moon beside him and replied calmly. Upon hearing this, True Person Silver Moon's gaze darkened as he glared at Zhou Chun and hissed, "Zhou Zhengzhen, you secretly colluded with a fallen netherworld ghost path cultivator heavenly mirror to plot against me and fellow Taoist Jiang, destroying fellow Taoist Jiang's physical body and seizing his Sect's inherited spiritual treasures and all his wealth. Do you know your crime?" Faced with this accusation, Zhou Chun retorted without backing down, "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Silver Moon? A few years ago, that old thief Jiang plotted with foreign cultivators to assassinate me, but I saw through his plan and thwarted his conspiracy. This is merely an eye for an eye, letting him reap what he sows." After speaking, he looked at True Person Zhuanzhan and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanzhan, are you here to avenge that old thief Jiang? Although fellow Taoist Jiang and I are acquaintances, we are not that close." Master Zhuanzhan shook his head slightly, then looked at him with a deep gaze and asked, "But do you admit to the accusation by fellow Taoist Yinayu that you colluded with Xianjing to harm him and fellow Taoist Jiang?" Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, keenly sensing the trap in the other party's words. It seemed that, as he had worried before, ghost cultivators were indeed a taboo existence in the cultivation world. Now that he had discovered this, he certainly wouldn't admit it. He immediately said firmly, "No. I, Zhou, have never laid a hand on fellow Taoist Yinayu. I only wanted to eliminate that old thief Jiang because of personal grudges." Ridiculous. You think you can just say you didn't? I have already shown fellow Taoist Zhuanzhan the footage of that battle from back then. You can't deny it. Master Yinayu sneered, speaking sharply and emphatically about his reliance. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun showed no panic upon hearing his words, remaining calm as he said, "So what? You say I conspired with Xianjing, but what concrete evidence do you have? You wouldn't convict me based solely on your wishful thinking, would you? Evidence? Wasn't your ambush there the best evidence? If you didn't collude with Xianjing, why didn't he attack you?" Yin Yu's Henrin retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said seriously, "I only received intelligence that the old thief Jiang would go there, and that's why I went there to ambush him. As for why Xianjing didn't attack me, it's because he's too weak and dared not." He then smiled naturally, glancing at Lei Jiao Wenbai beside him. Seeing this, True Person Silver Moon stopped arguing with him and turned to True Person Profound Truth, saying, "Fellow Taoist Profound Truth, look, I told you this boy is cunning, ruthless, and cunning. It's pitiful that fellow Taoist King Xiao sacrificed himself for our Xianling kingdom, only to have his lineage destroyed by such a cunning villain. Even more pitiful is fellow Taoist Jiang, who was dedicated to eliminating demons, yet was harmed by this traitor, even losing his Sect's inherited treasures to him." Hearing him bring up True Person King Xiao, who had been dead for hundreds of years, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh. He immediately sneered, "I, Zhou, destroyed the remnants of the Kinglian temple, and I have nothing to hide from admitting that. But the top-grade magic treasure the True Person King Xiao left for the descendants of the Kinglian temple, I personally gave to you, fellow Taoist Silver Moon. You haven't forgotten this so quickly, have you?" True Person Silver Moon's face darkened, and he was about to retort. Unexpectedly, Master Zhuanzhan suddenly spoke up, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you aware that colluding with fallen ghost cultivators is one of the most taboo things in our human cultivation world, second only to colluding with other races to betray human interests?" As he spoke, he stared intently at Zhou Chun, his gaze sharp and penetrating, seemingly possessing the power to see through people's hearts. Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately replied without hesitation, "I am not aware of this matter, but I have always acted uprightly and honestly. Whether in the war between immortals and demons or in resisting the beast tide, I have always been at the forefront, never lagging behind others. I have a clear conscience and have done right by humanity and the cultivation world of Jingguo." His words were resounding and full of righteousness. Master Zhuanzhan nodded upon hearing his answer, then asked in a deep voice, "Then, fellow Taoist Zhou, do you dare to swear on your own path of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression immediately changed. He immediately looked at the other party with great shock and anger and shouted, "What do you mean by this, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhan? I am not a criminal, how can I be insulted like this? You dare not swear, which means you have a guilty conscience. Everything you said before was a lie," True Person Yinayu said with a sneer. Finally finding Zhou Chun's sore spot. Only the weak resort to lies to deceive others, but unfortunately, I, Zhou, am not weak, Zhou Chun responded calmly, then looked at Zhuanzhen's Henren with a composed expression and said, I have said all I need to say. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen. I will believe fellow Taoist Zhou's words for now, Zhuanzhen's Henren replied without changing his expression, then suddenly changed the subject and said, however, fellow Taoist Jiang is an elder of my Heavenly Spirit Alliance. Fellow Taoist Zhou destroyed his physical body and seized his Sect's inherited spiritual treasures. Although this is a personal feud between the two of you, as the leader of the Alliance, I must seek justice for him, both morally and logically. What do you mean by this, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen? Do you perhaps want to fight me for the sake of that old thief Jiang? Zhou Chun's eyes turned cold, and his tone also turned icy. Master Zhuanzhen offered little explanation, simply stating, to avoid accusations of bullying the weak, if fellow Taoist Zhou can withstand 10 of my moves, I will not pursue this matter further. Furthermore, if you wish to join the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, I would be more than happy to oblige. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sneer. Very well, since fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen insists, then I, Zhou, will experience fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen's superior skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Flood Dragon King beside him reverted to its original form with a dragon's roar. Facing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Master Zhuanzhen, neither master nor servants dared to be negligent. Furthermore, to avoid damaging the Azure Lotus Mountain range during the battle, the two quickly fled the area, heading towards the Azure Heaven. Master Zhuanzhen seemed very confident, only launching his attack after the two had formed their battle formation. First move, a calm voice rang out from Zhuanzhen's Henren, and a stunning azure sword rainbow streaked through the air towards Zhou Chun with incredible speed. Lei Jiao Wang Bai reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword, to meet the azure sword rainbow. However, the top-grade magic weapon flying sword, wreathed in lightning, shattered upon contact, completely outmatched and easily cleaved away by the azure sword rainbow. If this treasure hadn't incorporated multiple top-grade spiritual materials, greatly enhancing its durability, it would likely have suffered significant damage. The azure sword rainbow, however, only dimmed slightly, continuing its relentless pursuit of Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun dared not be careless and immediately unleashed his Kaioki Enters Dream, innate divine ability. A ferocious roar erupted from within him, and the phantom of the legendary Kaioki beast appeared in his eyes. He then formed hand seals and pushed forward, unleashing a burst of golden light, as brilliant as starlight, which formed a Zhengjin divine light that struck the azure sword rainbow. This was the formless Zhengjin divine light, which he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. Originally, this divine ability was relatively new and not particularly powerful. However, to quickly acquire a signature divine ability, he had used the remaining spiritual items, suspected to be Taiyuan golden liquid, to aid in its cultivation. With the help of this rare and precious metal attribute spiritual item, he saved over a century of hard work, advancing the divine ability to the minor completion stage. Now, with the blessing of his innate divine ability, Kaioki enters the dream, the formless Zhengjin divine light's power surged even further, approaching the major completion stage. The azure sword rainbow and the golden divine light clashed in midair, like needles clashing against wheat awns, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful energy. After several breaths of stalemate, the golden divine light ultimately lost out, being directly shattered into scattered golden light by the azure sword rainbow. However, the azure sword rainbow also consumed almost 80% of its power, directly revealing its true form as an azure wooden sword. Seeing this, Zhuanzhen's Henren's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he then deliberately withdrew his flying sword, which was no longer effective. Then, he formed a hand seal and waved his hand, and a bolt of azure lightning struck directly at Zhou Chun's head. Zhou Chun had no time to defend himself and could only activate the Moon-Toad Pearl to cast the Taiyuan protective immortal robe to protect himself. However, the spiritual treasure that had repeatedly protected him in the past was now shattered by the azure lightning, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward, his body emitting blue smoke. It was immediately seriously injured. "Don't harm my master," the Thunder Dragon King roared angrily, fearing that true immortal Zhuanzhen would press his advantage, and hurriedly activated its trump card, True Dragon Shadow. Facing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was its only chance of fighting back. Currently, it's still in the hospital taking care of the patient, and even in the best-case scenario, it won't be discharged for several more days. And this time, It's going to suffer a huge hemorrhage. It might mean months of work for nothing. Chapter 684 Defeat is still glorious. True dragons are divine beasts of heaven and earth, possessing the immense power of the universe. Demonic beasts with true dragon bloodlines, once their bloodline becomes pure enough, can awaken and wield a portion of the true dragon's power. At that moment, after the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai unleashed the renowned divine ability of the Flood Dragon clan, Shadow of the True Dragon, several nascent soul cultivators present immediately felt the power of the true dragon. A vast and majestic dragon roar resounded from the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai, and lightning suddenly surged from its body, vaguely revealing a five-clawed true dragon phantom. After this five-clawed true dragon phantom appeared, the world instantly churned with wind and clouds, and an invisible pressure spread out, causing even the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun, to slightly frown and forcefully unleash his powerful divine sense to dispel the influence of that pressure. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon True Man, whose cultivation was inferior to his, had already changed drastically, tightly guarding his mind and doing his best to resist the influence of the true dragon's might on his mind. This was the true pressure of the true dragon, the true might of the dragon. Under the influence of this dragon's might, even a nascent soul cultivator could only tightly guard his mind and resist its influence on his will. But the dragon's might was merely a derivative and incidental supernatural power of the true dragon's power. The real change that the true dragon's power brought to the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai was the exploration and application of his own supernatural abilities. Originally, the Thunder Flood Dragon was the darling of lightning, born with the ability to create clouds and ley mines. But even a fifth-order Thunder Flood Dragon King still needed to accumulate power in advance to create clouds and ley mines on a large scale. However, now, with a true dragon's power upon him, the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai directly possessed the ability to punish on behalf of heaven. In the blink of an eye, thunder clouds gathered in the sky, condensing into vast thunder clouds stretching for tens of miles. With a thud, countless thick bolts of silver lightning struck Zhou Chun, each bolt no less powerful than the third tribulation he had undergone. Crucially, this attack consumed very little of his mana, as the silver lightning was derived from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was merely mobilizing the unclaimed spiritual energy of the world and transforming it into heavenly lightning to attack his enemy. This was the power of the true dragon. It should be known that this ability to directly manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into heavenly lightning and fire to attack enemies was originally only mastered by 6th-tier beings. But he, at only a 5th-tier or lower-grade cultivator, already possessed this ability. No wonder it was said that even the four-clawed, four-toed dragon kings of the dragon clan possessed the potential to become demon saints. At least compared to other nascent soul cultivators and 5th-tier demon kings, those who had mastered this ability to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth ahead of time through the power of the true dragon had already taken a half step ahead on the path to the 6th tier. At this moment, facing the relentless bombardment of heavenly lightning, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Master Zhou Chun had no choice but to summon a defensive magic treasure. A flash of azure light appeared in his sleeve, and a string of azure wooden beads instantly flew above his head. Each bead shone with azure light, forming layer upon layer of azure glow that protected him, 12 layers in total. A single bolt of heavenly lightning could only barely pierce one layer of this protective glow. And those shattered glows would be restored to their original state under Master Zhou Chun's magical power. Zhou Chun could sense that the string of wooden beads wasn't a spiritual treasure, but merely a top-grade magic treasure. However, even top-grade magic treasures varied in quality, and the power differed greatly in the hands of different cultivators. Clearly, Master Zhou Chun's string of wooden beads was the finest of the top grade, and his powerful cultivation had brought its power to its absolute limit. After using the wooden bead magic weapon to block Bai's fierce attack, Zhou Chun once again made a hand seal and activated the cyan wooden sword he had retrieved. The sword immediately shone brightly, splitting into dozens of cyan sword lights. These dozens of cyan sword lights, along with the flying sword itself, shot towards Zhou Chun, giving him no chance to breathe. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only activate his golden cauldron domain, divine power, and then open his mouth to spit out his natal magic weapon, Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. After years of nurturing and tempering, his natal magic weapon was now only one step away from becoming a top-grade magic weapon. He only needed to nurture it for another 10 or 8 years to steadily cross that threshold. Moreover, as his natal magic weapon, This treasure was most compatible with him. Now, under his full activation, a burst of brilliant golden light surged out from the golden cauldron, merging with a golden light domain formed by his domain divine power, directly transforming into a giant golden cauldron that protected Zhou Chun within it. The science sword light struck the golden cauldron, instantly tearing cracks across its surface. However, after penetrating a distance within the golden domain, the sword lights dissipated, exhausted. Only the cyan wooden sword, transformed into a sword rainbow, cleaved through the golden domain with unstoppable force, aiming directly at Zhou Chun, who stood at its center. This sword was also a top-grade magic weapon, its power, under the masterful swordsmanship of Zhuan Cun's Henren, no less than that of an ordinary spiritual treasure. Having already suffered a loss once, Zhou Chun dared not underestimate it. He formed hand seals, and the myriad transformations golden cauldron, transformed into a golden spear, meeting the science sword rainbow head-on. The spear and sword clashed, producing a crisp metallic clang in the air, before the golden spear was defeated and knocked back, forced to revert to its original form as a golden cauldron. But just as the science sword rainbow continued its advance, a beam of white ice light pierced through the air. After a brief stalemate between the sword rainbow and the ice light, the sword rainbow ultimately lost ground, its body instantly frozen in ice. However, Master Zhuan Cun merely made a sword incantation with both hands, and the flying sword swiftly unleashed a burst of azure sword light, shattering the ice, before returning to his side like a swallow returning to its nest. Just then, he seemed to sense something, his expression slightly changing as he let out a low shout, and a brilliant golden light immediately shot out from his body. Immediately afterward, a powerful dragon-shaped lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, shattering the remaining 7 layers of azure light, and finally colliding with a brilliant golden light that had shot out from Master Zhuan Cun's body. After the silver lightning and the brilliant golden light shone brightly for a moment, the golden light ultimately prevailed, forcefully shattering the powerful dragon-shaped lightning bolt. Under the bombardment of the dragon-shaped lightning, the true form of the golden light was revealed, a golden treasure ruler. The spiritual treasure, mysterious heaven golden ruler, a treasure inherited from the true profound sect. Information about this treasure quickly surfaced in Zhou Chun's mind, and his expression became more solemn than ever before. He had seen several spiritual treasures before, and this, mysterious heaven golden ruler, should be on par with the 2 elements wind and fire fan, in Zhou Zhiyang's hands. In terms of offensive power alone, it surpassed his moon-toed pearl, and blazing sun mirror. Moreover, in the hands of Zhuan Cun's Henren, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the power of this treasure would only be even more terrifying. Not to mention that Zhou Chun had already returned the 2 elements wind and fire fan to his disciple Zhou Zhiyang. Even if he still had this treasure, he couldn't expect it to help him block the mysterious heaven golden ruler. Fellow Taoist Zhuan Cun, do you really want to hold this grudge against me to the end? Zhou Chun looked at Zhuan Cun's Henren, who had even brought out the sect's inherited spiritual treasure, and spoke in a low and powerful tone. He couldn't defeat Zhuan Cun's Henren, but that didn't mean Zhuan Cun's Henren could kill him. In fact, backed by a mountain-protecting array of the heavenly azure dragon array level, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Master Zhuan Cun couldn't break it in an instant. He had every opportunity to escape alone while the enemy attacked the array. This was the source of his confidence in fighting Master Zhuan Cun here. Master Zhuan Cun understood this as well. Therefore, upon hearing his words, his expression hardened, and he looked at him, saying, "Fellow Taoist, Zhou's strength is indeed well-deserved. Given time, he might truly possess the combat power of a grand cultivator. Possessing the combat power of a grand cultivator doesn't necessarily mean becoming a grand cultivator. In the cultivation world, some mid-stage nascent soul cultivators possess powerful spiritual treasures or have mastered some legendary powerful divine ability, and can still contend with late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators. Such cultivators are rare, but they have always existed. Their status within the nascent soul cultivator circle is equivalent to that of a grand cultivator, and they are revered by ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Zhou Chun was only at the early nascent soul stage, yet Master Zhuan Cun had already given him such an assessment, which showed that he held him in high regard. It also revealed Master Zhuan Cun's apprehension towards him. Therefore, after making this assessment, Master Zhuan Cun quickly looked at him and said, "How about this, fellow Taoist Zhou? You returned the inherited spiritual treasure of fellow Taoist Jiang's sect, and I will act as a mediator to resolve the feud between your two families, and I will invite you to serve as an elder of the alliance." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuan is joking. Leaving aside how precious the spiritual treasure is, given the narrow-minded nature of that old scoundrel Jiang, he will probably never forget the grudge of destroying my physical body." He then said firmly, "As for joining the alliance, I have indeed always had this intention, but that is not a reason for me to be bullied." His attitude was very clear at this point. Seeing this, Master Zhuan immediately showed regret and said, "If fellow Taoist Zhou insists on this, then in order to give an explanation to the various countries and factions of the alliance, I can only ask fellow Taoist Zhou to continue." "Very well, then let me witness fellow Taoist Zhuan's true strength." A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, knowing that he would have to continue the fight after all. He no longer hesitated and immediately summoned the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, then directly used the beast spirit fusion technique to fuse with it. With Zhou Chun's current cultivation level, apart from Thunder Flood Dragon King Bye-Bye, only the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone and the fiery hellfire phoenix could barely withstand the pressure of fusion with him. However, the fiery hellfire phoenix's attributes were incompatible with his, so the increase in combat power after fusion was not significant. Thunder Flood Dragon King Bye-Bye, on the other hand, could not fuse at all because of the power of the true dragon within him. On the other hand, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone not only perfectly matched his attributes but also possessed very strong life-saving abilities, undoubtedly making it his best choice when facing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, the master and servant successfully merged, and the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle, which originally only had the cultivation of a 4th-tier upper-grade cultivator, immediately unleashed the aura of a 5th-tier cultivator. This scene surprised even Zhuan Hunren, who then activated his magic power to summon the mysterious heaven golden ruler in the sky. The treasure instantly emitted a dazzling golden light, forming a long golden river of light in the void. Immediately afterward, the treasure moved swiftly, traversing countless layers of space in an instant, rushing directly towards the 100-zang-tall giant turtle. A hazy gray, primal magnetic divine light rose from the giant turtle's body, sweeping towards the descending golden river. Sure enough, before this legendary great divine power, even a spiritual treasure like the mysterious heaven golden ruler was inevitably interfered with and weakened. However, unfortunately, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle was not a true 5th-tier demon king, and the primal magnetic divine light, divine power was far from reaching the level of completely overcoming the 5 elements. After only a brief stalemate, the hazy, primordial magnetic divine light was forcibly dispersed by the golden river, which then washed over the giant tortoise, its body radiating golden light. Under the onslaught of the golden river, the golden light emanating from the tortoise dissipated piece by piece, quickly leaving only its indestructible shell. Even this hard shell, which even top-grade magic weapons struggled to penetrate, crumbled inch by inch under the onslaught of the golden river, turning to ashes. Every spiritual treasure contains a unique and powerful force. Like the Moon-Toad Pearl, ultimate freezing and annihilation power, or the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, pure high-temperature destruction power. The mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler, metallic annihilation power is inherently adept at breaking through armor. The annihilating torrent formed by the Golden River could obliterate anything in its path. When the 10-foot thick shell was annihilated and cracked inch by inch, Zhou Chun and the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise stone both felt a strong threat of death. They all had a feeling that they couldn't withstand this attack. They had underestimated the power of the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler, spiritual treasure under the full force of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even the undying body, divine power would be difficult to exert its due effect in the face of this annihilating power. Under these circumstances, the golden armor mountain-bearing turtle stone took the initiative to use its life-saving secret technique, the spirit turtle tribulation transformation technique, which it had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. This spirit turtle tribulation transformation technique was a tribulation transforming secret technique cultivated by the mountain-bearing turtle clan to cope with a heavenly tribulation, and it was the most superior tribulation substitution secret technique. It originally planned to use this secret technique as a backup when it faced the heavenly tribulation, but now it could only use it to save its life. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow light burst forth from the giant turtle in the sky, and a figure fell to the ground below in an elusive manner while shrouded in the yellow light, leaving behind a huge turtle shell made of pure earth attribute spiritual power. By the time Zhou Chun's realized something was wrong, the figure was already less than 1,000 feet off the ground. He hurriedly urged his cyan wooden sword to shoot towards the figure, attempting to intercept it with a hand seal. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai had exhausted all his true dragon power and unleashed another dragon-shaped lightning bolt at him. This time, without the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler to help him defend, Zhou Chun's dared not be careless and could only fully activate one of his protective divine abilities, condensing a phantom of a cyan ancient tree with a canopy-like crown to block the dragon-shaped lightning strike. After he withstood the attack, when he searched for Zhou Chun again with his divine sense, he only saw the cyan wooden sword, stained with a trace of blood, stuck in the ground. The giant tortoise that Zhou Chun and his servant had transformed into was nowhere to be seen. When he expanded his search area and used his spiritual eye divine ability, he discovered that Zhou Chun's figure had returned to the side of the heavenly azure dragon formation, at some point, watching him from afar. Chapter 685 No Friendship Without a Fight. Outside Kinglian Peak. Zhou Chun's gaze met Zhou Chun's for a moment before he suddenly retreated into the protective array at the rear of the mountain gate. Meanwhile, the exhausted Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai swiftly transformed into a streak of lightning and flew towards Kinglian Peak. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, but he ultimately decided against intercepting him. He was confident he could stop Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai. However, the problem was that he could no longer pose a fatal threat to Zhou Chun, who had retreated into the protective array. To do so, without being able to pose a fatal threat to Zhou Chun, and to further escalate the enmity between the two sides, would be a case of penny wise and pound foolish, not the act of a wise man. In short, his performance today was sufficient to appease the other alliance nations and factions. Since even his all-out personal attack couldn't defeat Zhou Chun in a few moves, for the sake of the entire alliance's interests, he naturally couldn't continue to defend someone like Zhou Chun. He believed the elders within the alliance would understand this. The initial purpose of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance was simply to deal with the powerful demonic cultivator alliance that invaded the Heavenly Spirit realm. Logically, it shouldn't have interfered in the internal struggles between various forces within the Heavenly Spirit realm. However, as time passed, everyone discovered that such an alliance could indeed play a significant role in certain situations, so they consciously strengthened communication between the various factions within the alliance, implicitly expanding the alliance's scope of authority and responsibility. Now, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance is a de facto cooperative organization, where elders use this platform to gain convenience and benefits for themselves and their respective forces. For example, Zhou Chun's a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, indirectly gained the power to command all nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly Spirit realm due to his position as Alliance leader, and thus greatly benefited, receiving considerable advantages from some Alliance elders. In this situation, he was essentially bound to the Alliance's chariot, forced to do certain things even if he didn't want to. For instance, this time, Alliance Elder Jiang's Henren was assassinated by non-Alliance cultivators colluding with fallen demonic cultivators, his physical body destroyed, and his sect's inherited spiritual treasure stolen. This matter was brought to light by the voices of several elders from the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect Alliance, as well as the testimony of an Alliance elder from the Jingyang Sect of the Fen Kingdom. They requested that he, as the Alliance leader, investigate the matter thoroughly and help the Alliance elders reclaim the inherited spiritual treasure. Even though he knew there was no benefit in getting involved in such matters, he still had to make this trip for the sake of his reputation and the Alliance's status. However, making this trip and testing Zhou Chun's true strength was already the limit of what he could do. Now that he had discovered that Zhou Chun was not a pushover, he certainly couldn't afford to offend Zhou Chun to the point of no return and create a mortal enemy for himself without solid evidence from True Person Silver Moon. Therefore, upon discovering that Zhou Chun had retreated into the mountain protecting formation, True Person Zhou Chun weighed the situation in his mind and made his own plan. He raised his hand and retrieved the sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler, then looked at True Person Silver Moon and said, "Fellow Taoist Silver Moon, with fellow Taoist Zhou's strength and potential, there should be no need for him to collude with ghost cultivators to harm you and fellow Taoist Jiang. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding that hasn't been cleared up. In my opinion, It would be better if you both sat down and talked. Hearing this, true person Silver Moon frowned and looked at him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen, do you suspect I'm lying? With Heavenly Mirror's strength, even if he transforms into a ghost cultivator, he couldn't possibly threaten me or fellow Taoist Jiang. If Zhou Chun hadn't restrained fellow Taoist Jiang at the time, even if Heavenly Mirror self-destructed his ghost infant, he wouldn't have been able to injure me at all. But fellow Taoist Silver Moon, can you provide evidence?" Master Zhuanzhen met his gaze with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "If you can provide evidence to prove that fellow Taoist Zhou colluded with fallen ghost cultivators, I will naturally, without hesitation, immediately summon all the elders of the Alliance to surround the Zhou family's mountain gate, leaving him no way to escape. But now, if it's just based on fellow Taoist Yin Ayu's one-sided account, not only would I dare not do it, but most of the other elders in the Alliance would probably be unwilling to do so." He then looked at Master Yin Ayu meaningfully and said, "Moreover, I believe that fellow Taoists from other regions, as well as senior experts like Venerable Yuan Yang, would not want to see the Alliance's power abused like this. The Heavenly Spirit Alliance possesses 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and dozens of nascent soul cultivators. If such an alliance were to destroy a non-alliance force to stand up for a sect within the Alliance, it would definitely make forces in other regions feel insecure. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't clash with a sect of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance or become enemies with an elder of the Alliance in the future. Such a united alliance clearly doesn't fit the current flourishing of diverse factions within the human race. It wouldn't be favored by those nascent soul stage venerables." This wasn't just clear to Silver Moon true person, other knowledgeable Alliance elders understood it as well. Therefore, he knew that true person Zhuanzhen was telling the truth. Since he couldn't produce irrefutable evidence of Zhou Chun's collusion with the ghost cultivators, true person Zhuanzhen could naturally use that as a reason to refuse further action. If he continued to persist, it would become a conflict between him and true person Zhuanzhen. This was not his intention in inviting true person Zhuanzhen. Therefore, after some thought, he nodded and said, "I understand fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen's meaning, but I still insist on my own opinion. Zhou Zhengzhen's collusion with the Heavenly Mirror is undoubtedly true, and he must possess the ghost cultivation technique. It's alright. Since fellow Taoist Yin Ayu insists on his opinion, then let's slowly search for evidence. As long as there is irrefutable evidence to prove this matter, I and the elders of the Alliance will naturally do our best to eradicate this degenerate evil cultivator." Zhuanzhen's Henren waved his hand, stating his attitude in a nonchalant tone. Then, ignoring Yin Ayu's Henren, he walked a short distance to the outside of the Zhou family's mountain gate and said to Zhou Chun, who was inside, "Fellow Taoist Zhou's strength is extraordinary, which I greatly admire. I wonder if you would be willing to join the Alliance and serve the Alliance together in the future." He had just been acting as if he wanted to capture Zhou Chun in an official capacity, but now, in the blink of an eye, he was taking the initiative to invite Zhou Chun to join the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. The speed of his change in attitude was truly astonishing. Seeing this, Zhou Chun said with a half-smile, "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen, weren't you going to stand up for that old thief Jiang? Why are you now inviting me to join the Alliance?" Facing his somewhat sarcastic reply, Master Zhuanzhen wasn't angry. After all, if they were in his shoes, he wouldn't be without temper either. He replied with a serious expression, "Times have changed. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has won my approval in terms of strength, your suspicions can naturally be temporarily cleared. And for an outstanding figure like you, especially one from our Heavenly Spirit realm, as the leader of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, it is only right and proper for me to invite you to join the Alliance." He then added meaningfully, "If fellow Taoist Zhou joins the Alliance, according to the Alliance's rules, the Alliance will primarily mediate private disputes among the elders, as long as they don't involve matters taboo against humanity, and will not interfere arbitrarily." The meaning of these words was already quite clear. Once Zhou Chun joins the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, no matter how much Yin Yu's Henren and Ziyang's Henren cause trouble, as long as they can't produce irrefutable evidence of Zhou Chun's collusion with the ghost cultivators, Zhuangzhen's Henren and Kun Su's Henren won't be swayed by their righteous indignation and won't bother Zhou Chun anymore. This was actually a major reason why Zhou Chun wanted to join the Heavenly Spirit Alliance in the first place. Not only would becoming an Alliance elder make it easier for him to integrate into the entire nascent soul stage cultivators circle of the Heavenly Spirit realm, but it would also prevent him from clashing with late-stage nascent soul stage cultivators on certain matters. Even when facing pressure from other races, he could raise the banner of human righteousness and request the Alliance's assistance. Of course, while enjoying these benefits, joining the Alliance would also impose some constraints. For example, if the banner of human righteousness were raised by others, asking him to help deal with certain powerful enemies, he couldn't remain uninvolved. However, relatively speaking, the benefits he would enjoy from joining the Heavenly Spirit Alliance would definitely outweigh the costs, at least in the short term. Therefore, he currently has no reason to refuse. After feigning a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun looked up at Zhuanzhen's Henren and said, I have always had a favorable impression of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. I even privately asked fellow Taoist Yin to help me get introduced to it, but unfortunately, I couldn't achieve my goal at the time. Although there was a misunderstanding with fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen today, we can be considered to have become acquainted through this conflict. He then clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, I am deeply honored by fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen's high regard and willingness to personally invite me. I am willing to work with all the fellow Taoists in the Alliance to protect the peace of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Zhuanzhen's Henren secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then laughed loudly, ha ha ha, what a wonderful saying, becoming acquainted through this conflict. Fellow Taoist Zhou's words are exactly what I wanted. With fellow Taoist Zhou joining the Alliance today, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. After laughing, he gave Zhou Chun a deep look and said, I hope fellow Taoist Zhou won't take today's misunderstanding to heart. After I return, I will immediately inform all the elders of the Alliance and have someone deliver the Alliance Elder's token. However, he made no mention of inviting Zhou Chun to his cave dwelling. This relieved Zhou Chun slightly, as he felt some sincerity from him. He immediately returned the gesture with a smile and a slight nod, saying, since it's all a misunderstanding, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen, why bother? I'll await your invitation here. Excellent. Then I'll take my leave. Zhuanzhen nodded in satisfaction and immediately took his leave. He didn't even glance at Yin Yu's Henren's gloomy face before quickly disappearing from Zhou Chun's sight. After witnessing his disappearance, Zhou Chun's gaze shifted, and he suddenly looked at Yin Yu's Henren, saying, fellow Taoist Yin Yu, would you like to visit my cave dwelling? There shouldn't be any deep-seated hatred between us. Perhaps a little misunderstanding can be resolved with a chat. This act of proactive goodwill surprised Yin Yu's Henren slightly. But then he coldly smiled and said, no need. I may not have any deep-seated hatred for you, but your existence has threatened the position of our sect. It concerns our fundamental interests, and there's nothing to discuss. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Perhaps at this moment, he was regretting not taking the risk and joining forces with Master Jiang to forcefully kill Zhou Chun, who had just returned from his nascent soul stage. But this was merely a habitual regret after a setback in life. Given his personality and the situation of the Moon Wheel sect at the time, remaining on the sidelines was undoubtedly the best choice. Who could have imagined that Zhou Chun, after reaching nascent soul, would continue to accomplish one earth-shattering feat after another in the Jing Kingdom? Who could have imagined that Master Xianjing had already found a way to break free from control and had been planning this all along? Now, although Master Xianjing had perished, he had indirectly caused Master Jiang's physical death and the loss of his spiritual treasures, and even forced Master Yin Yu to use a life-saving item, suffering severe injuries. He had single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to two major forces in the Jing Kingdom. Indeed, even now, Master Yin Yu only regrets not acting decisively in eliminating Zhou Chun back then. It's not about trying to curry favor with Zhou Chun or investing in him. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. This is an age-old truth. Both the Zhou family and the Moon Wheel sect reside in Jing Kingdom, inherently creating an irreconcilable conflict. As a long-established and dominant power in Jing Kingdom, the Moon Wheel sect certainly cannot voluntarily relinquish its position and allow the Zhou family to become the rulers of Jing Kingdom. Therefore, even if Master Yin Yu now knows that Zhou Chun might become uncontrollable in the future, there's no possibility of him making peace with Zhou Chun now. Doing so would be tantamount to compromising and admitting defeat to Zhou Chun, voluntarily relinquishing his position as the ruler. That would not only lower the Moon Wheel sect's status but also severely impact the sect's interests. Conversely, the Zhou family, having gained the position of ruler of Jing Kingdom, acquires enormous resources and benefits. With a powerful figure like Zhou Chun in charge, they will only prosper further, and their position as rulers will become increasingly secure. If this continues for 1,000 years, the cultivators of Jing Kingdom will only know that Zhou family is the overlords of Jing Kingdom. Who will remember their Moon Wheel sect? Why would truly talented cultivators still be willing to join their Moonwheel sect? In conclusion, true person Silver Moon would rather the Moonwheel sect be forcibly dethroned by Zhou Chun due to insufficient strength in the future than surrender now and relinquish their leadership without firing a shot. In any case, the situation in Jing Kingdom and the Moonwheel sect's own foundation can basically ensure that they will not be breached and their lineage severed. This is the biggest reason why true person Silver Moon refused to reconcile with Zhou Chun today. Zhou Chun was actually well aware of this, so he was not surprised. He watched true person Silver Moon's departing figure, thought for a moment, and then gently shook his head, no longer thinking about the matter. In any case, from the current perspective, he has neutralized the first wave of counterattacks from the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect, and the two factions will have even fewer underhanded tactics to use later. On his side, whether it's Luo Qingni, who is already preparing to transform her core and form her nascent soul, or Yan Yu Hofeng, who is diligently cultivating the secret method of transcending tribulation, if either of them succeeds, it will make the underhanded tactics of both factions even more ineffective. Chapter 686 Guiding Luo Qingni. Kinglian Peak. Perhaps because Zhou Chun's single-handedly repelling of 3 Flood Dragon Kings was already too astonishing, his successful escape from the clutches of Zhuanzhen's Henren, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, didn't cause much of a stir within the family. Many Zhou family members even considered it a matter of course. Currently, most of the Zhou family members have more confidence in Zhou Chun than in Zhou Chun himself. In their eyes, their patriarch's abilities are unparalleled, unmatched within the Jing Kingdom. It can be said that they have reached the point of blind worship and trust in him. His personal prestige has reached an unprecedented height. Whether this is ultimately good or bad is still uncertain, but it certainly has a significant positive impact on enhancing family identity. At least many low to mid-level cultivators can proudly say, when communicating with outsiders, that they share the same bloodline as such a powerful family elder, and that one of their ancestors was even a close relative of this elder's ancestor. This might seem somewhat comical, but in certain situations, it can indeed be a source of pride. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't object to the family cultivators developing this kind of personality cult around him. He didn't need this personality cult to prove himself, but the Zhou family did. The Zhou family needed such a symbolic figure to enhance the clan members' sense of family identity, and they needed a strong personal strength and charisma to unite people's hearts. As a relatively emerging major power, the Zhou family desperately needed such a powerful leader to unite people's hearts and minds, so that clan members would wholeheartedly gather around this powerful leader and dedicate their strength to the family. However, Zhou Chun obviously had no time to pay attention to the family's opinions on his defeat of Zhuanzhen's Henren. He was in his cave taking pills to heal his injuries and treating his injured pet. Zhuanzhen's Henren was an extremely powerful enemy, possibly even slightly stronger than the Fire Dragon King. Zhou Chun had exchanged several blows with him, and although he didn't appear to be seriously injured on the surface, he had actually suffered considerable losses. Mainly, the Azure Divine Lightning Bolt had broken through his defenses, leaving significant internal and external injuries on his body. Fortunately, his physical body was inherently stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, and because he had cultivated the dragon transformation secret technique with the blood of the Thunder Flood Dragon, he had strong resistance to this type of injury, so he was not seriously harmed. After taking a few pills and refining them, and then meditating to remove the remaining foreign power from his body, his injuries were under control and wouldn't significantly affect his future cultivation. However, while his condition wasn't serious, the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai Bai and the Golden Armored Mountain-carrying Turtle Shi Tao were in a different situation. The Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai Bai, having gained the power of a true dragon through the True Dragon Shadow divine ability, was now experiencing the after effects of the ability, almost temporarily rendering it unable to fight. The power of a true dragon was simply too domineering and too advanced. Even with its true dragon bloodline and strong physical body, it was still injured from prematurely using this power, which was beyond its current control. Not only was its physical body torn in various places, but its demonic soul and primordial spirit were also weakened and greatly depleted. Without the aid of miraculous elixirs, it might take 10 or 8 years to fully recover. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had no shortage of healing pills and spiritual items. After giving it some relatively rare pills and spiritual items, its recovery speed should be more than doubled. Compared to the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai Bai, the Golden Armored Mountain-bearing Turtle Stone was even more severely injured. It had merged with Zhou Chun and withstood the full force of Zhuang's spiritual treasure attack, resulting in severe physical injuries. Even though it escaped the calamity through the spirit turtle tribulation transformation technique, it still suffered very serious internal and external injuries, with most of its shell destroyed by the annihilation power. Such serious injuries, even with its undying body, innate ability, would take decades to recover without external help. Zhou Chun certainly couldn't let his spirit pet suffer like that again. Especially since the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone's internal injuries from helping the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye overcome its tribulation hadn't fully healed yet. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chun fed his beloved pet a 5,000-year-old Earth Origin Golden Ganoderma to help it recover from its injuries. This Earth Origin Golden Ganoderma was a top-tier spiritual herb for restoring physical vitality, and its medicinal properties were mild and easily absorbed and refined. Even without using it for alchemy, it could still be quite effective for nascent soul cultivators and 5th-tier demon kings. Zhou Chun had originally planned to keep it for the golden winged tiger as a healing item during its future tribulation. However, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone clearly needed it more, so he could only distribute it according to need for now. Having distributed healing items to both of his pets who had contributed so much, and allowing them to recuperate peacefully on the mountain, Zhou Chun finally had the mind to consider the future. Although the master and servant had suffered considerable injuries, it was worthwhile, as they had successfully averted most of the external calamity. Next, as long as Master Zhuanghan does as he says, informs the Heavenly Spirit Alliance of his appointment as an elder and sends the elder's token, he will no longer need to worry about the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect sending people from the Heavenly Spirit realm to deal with him. Given the strength and resources of these two sects, it's highly unlikely they would send a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from another region to attack him. The number of powerful figures here that could sway them is extremely limited. Ordinary treasures simply wouldn't tempt them to risk their lives to deal with someone as strong and promising as Zhou Chun. Without intervention from experts of this caliber, Zhou Chun has nothing to worry about with the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect's own strength. Furthermore, both Master Jiang and Master Yanai are currently injured. Before their injuries heal, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they would likely be powerless. In that case, perhaps we can create another time difference for them, allowing Fire Phoenix to successfully complete its tribulation, so as not to be hindered by them later. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, sensing that this matter might have some potential. In fact, after obtaining the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, Spiritual Treasure and the Crimson Fang Sword, top-grade magic weapon, the Flaming Phoenix's success rate in transcending tribulations was extremely high, even without mastering the Fire Spirit Avatar secret technique. It all depended on whether he was willing to damage these magic weapons. Frankly speaking, top-grade magic weapons are indeed rare, and those perfectly suited to one's own attributes are even rarer. If unnecessary, Zhou Chun really didn't want to destroy a top-grade magic weapon for each of his beloved pets during their tribulations. Even if they successfully transcended their tribulations and used these magic weapons, they could still enhance their strength. Zhou Chun had 5 spirit pets. Even if each pet only needed 1 top-grade magic weapon, that would still be 5 top-grade magic weapons. So many top-grade magic weapons would require even a powerful force like the Flaming Sun Sect, renowned for its weapon refining techniques, to empty its coffers. The key point was that each of Zhou Chun's spirit pets had different attributes, making it even harder to find top-grade magic weapons that suited them. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, relying on the destruction of top-grade magic treasures to overcome the heavenly tribulation is actually a very wasteful act. However, as the saying goes, the son sells his grandfather's land without a care in the world. Zhou Chun's top-grade magic treasures weren't particularly difficult to obtain, so he didn't care about them as much as ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, in his view, if a top-grade magic treasure could be exchanged for a 5th-tier demon king, it would undoubtedly be a huge profit. Therefore, after forming this idea, Zhou Chun immediately summoned the Fiery Phoenix and explained his thoughts to it. This is just my idea, but whether or not you should take the risk is up to you. After all, you are the owner of the magic treasure, and you are the one undergoing the tribulation. Inside the cave, after telling his beloved pet his thoughts, Zhou Chun solemnly handed the choice over to the Fiery Phoenix. After listening to his words, the Fiery Phoenix lowered its head and fell into deep thought. Having reached its cultivation level, It could already understand the meaning of Zhou Chun's words and was aware of the consequences and costs it would bear once it made a choice. However, it only pondered and hesitated for a moment before quickly making up its mind and looking at Zhou Chun, saying, "Master, you are wise. Xiao Feng has decided to take the risk now, are you really sure? If you just want to help your master, then there's no need for this. Even without your help, I won't be in any danger." Zhou Chun was slightly surprised to see his beloved pet make such a quick decision, and then, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and reminded it. Hearing his words, the fiery phoenix shook its head slightly and said, "Of course, I want to help you, master. However, I made this decision because I believe that compared to magical treasures and external objects, one's own cultivation and supernatural abilities are more important. Being able to successfully transcend the tribulation sooner will only benefit my future cultivation." Zhou Chun's expression relaxed upon hearing this, and he nodded, saying, "All right, since that's the case, after I've arranged the family's affairs, I'll take you to find a suitable place to transcend the tribulation." "Thank you, master." The fiery phoenix's eyes lit up with joy, and it repeatedly chirped its thanks. Having confirmed the fiery phoenix's tribulation, Zhou Chun quickly went to visit Luo Qingni. "Fellow Taoist Luo, your cultivation has reached perfection. When do you plan to go into seclusion to transform your core and form your nascent soul?" Inside Luo Qingni's cave, after drinking a sip of tea personally brewed by the beauty, Zhou Chun directly explained his purpose to the beauty before him without much probing. Given their relationship, there was no need for any taboos, even regarding such an important matter. Luo Qingni, as expected, didn't find his words offensive. After a slight pause, she answered truthfully, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Zhou, I'm not very confident about the core formation in nascent soul stage, so I want to prepare more." Preparing more things is certainly not wrong, but fellow Taoist Luo, you already have the nascent soul pill in hand. What other spiritual items do you want to prepare? Zhou Chun nodded first, affirming her answer, but then asked a new question. After asking, he said in a deep voice, "Moreover, core formation and nascent soul formation are related to the cultivator's own willpower. If it's delayed too long, the willpower will weaken, and with so much anxiety, the success rate will likely be even lower." Fellow Taoist Zhou is right, I know this too, but since it concerns my own path and life, I really can't be as open-minded as you are. Luo Qingni sighed softly with a bitter smile, her words carrying a hint of confusion. Before she had the nascent soul pill, she might not have been so anxious, thinking that if all else failed, she could just risk her life for the sake of her cultivation path. But now, with the nascent soul pill, and seeing the real hope of forming a nascent soul, she became somewhat anxious, worried that she wasn't prepared enough, wasting the elixir and even risking her life. After all, every cultivator only has one chance to form a nascent soul. Once failed, there's no second chance. And her lifespan was less than 700 years, still in her prime for forming a nascent soul, so there was no rush. Compared to that, Zhou Chun's choice back then was something she deeply admired. Since coming to the Zhou family, she had witnessed everything the Zhou family had gone through. Therefore, she deeply understood just how powerful her longtime friend and confidant truly was. Not only was his strength formidable, but his inner strength was even greater. It's hard to imagine why he, who was not yet 500 years old at the time and already possessed several fourth-tier spirit pets, would so easily decide to go to another place to cultivate in seclusion and form his nascent soul. Luo Qingni, who didn't know much about Zhou Chun's cultivation process, felt immense admiration for him, even a touch of worship. After hearing her words, Zhou Chun quickly understood her mindset. He immediately straightened his expression and looked at her seriously, saying, "It's not that I'm magnanimous, but I've always known that the great Dao is about struggle. Only those with the courage and mindset to fight against fate can become the victors in the struggle." At this point, Zhou Chun also smiled passionately and said, "We cultivators, having embarked on the path of cultivating immortality and seeking longevity, should persevere to the end. We cannot stop moving forward simply because we have a long lifespan and lose the courage to fight against fate." His bold and generous smile, along with his confident and proud words, made Luo Qingni's beautiful eyes light up, sparkling with admiration. She stared at Zhou Chun in silence for a long while before gracefully standing up. With a grateful expression, she curtsied to Zhou Chun and said, "Qingni has learned so much. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhou, for your timely guidance." which has made me understand the true meaning of my cultivation and shown me how to walk my own path," she then added softly, her eyes shining. "Although I don't possess fellow Taoist Zhou's strength and talent, I am not content to remain at the golden core stage for life. I also wish to witness the splendor of the nascent soul stage." Hearing this, Zhou Chun knew she had truly overcome her confusion and was genuinely happy for her. He smiled and said leisurely, "The splendor of the nascent soul stage is naturally breathtaking. I eagerly anticipate the day when I can share this beauty with fellow Taoist Luo. Then I will accept your kind words." Luo Qingni smiled, her eyes revealing a strong longing. "I was discharged from the hospital this afternoon and got home at 5 p.m. I can finally get some rest tomorrow. This past week has been absolutely exhausting." Chapter 687, A Perfect Match, the only one of its kind. After receiving guidance from Zhou Chun, Luo Qingni was no longer confused or hesitant about the matter of refining her core and forming her nascent soul. She immediately considered going into seclusion to refine her core and form her nascent soul. However, Zhou Chun advised her not to be too hasty, suggesting she spend a few more years reflecting on her life's learning and experiences, and clarifying her true nature. He also subtly hinted that he could provide her with a spiritual object to help her overcome her inner demon tribulation. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni was overjoyed and immediately expressed her gratitude. In return, she told him that before refining her core and forming her nascent soul, she would summarize and organize all her alchemy skills and experiences, keeping them with her. In this way, if she failed and perished, this alchemy legacy, meticulously written by a master alchemist, would belong to the Zhou family, as a way of repaying Zhou Chun for his help over the years. Zhou Chun was quite gratified by this. What he cared about wasn't how generous Luo Qingni's reward was, but rather her attitude. From Luo Qingni's attitude, it was clear that she had truly accepted him, Zhou Chun, and the Zhou family. Therefore, even if she successfully formed her nascent soul, she would certainly not have any intention of leaving and would wholeheartedly remain with the Zhou family. This was naturally the best thing for the Zhou family. Even among alchemy masters, the vast difference in lifespan between golden core and nascent soul cultivators would drastically alter their value to power. A newly promoted nascent soul cultivator could conservatively be estimated to live for over 1,000 years. With their alchemy skills, they could refine countless high-grade pills over that time, benefiting countless future generations of cultivators. Even from this perspective, Zhou Chun sincerely hoped that Luo Qingni would succeed. After speaking with Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun took out some of the spiritual herbs he had collected and gave them to her, asking her to help refine them into some finished pills. According to Zhou Chun's plan, once the pills were refined, he would secretly take the fiery phoenix out to undergo its tribulation. That day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in his cave when he suddenly received a message from Zhou Daoyi. After reading the message, he raised an eyebrow and quickly replied. Soon after, an old friend, led by Zhou Daoyi, arrived at Zhou Chun's cave. Qin Yang greets true person Chunjun. Inside the cave, a middle-aged man with a resolute face bowed deeply to Zhou Chun upon seeing him, expressing his respect. So it's fellow Taoist Qin. Many years have passed. It's truly a cause for celebration that you've reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, showing no disrespect despite the man's affiliation with the Fiery Sun Sect. This old friend from the Fiery Sun Sect was none other than Qin Yang, the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the sect who had helped him subdue the Fiery Phoenix years ago. Back then, this person was poisoned by the Fiery Peacock poison, which not only delayed his core formation but also made him incredibly ugly. Later, thanks to Zhou Yuanlian's help, the poison was neutralized, allowing him to turn misfortune into blessing and successfully form his core. However, this person hadn't come to congratulate Zhou Chun on his nascent soul ceremony. So his sudden visit now was not hard to guess. Although he had a general idea of the other party's intentions, he wasn't in a hurry to reveal them. Hearing his words, Qin Yang, looking flattered, repeatedly said, "After so many years, it is truly an honor for me that Senior still remembers me. My memory has always been excellent. I know perfectly well who has been kind to me and who has a grudge against me," Zhou Chun said with a slight smile, his tone full of meaning. These words immediately caused Qin Yang's expression to change slightly, and he awkwardly replied, "That's right, that's right." He then fell silent again. Zhou Chun didn't urge him, but simply kept his gaze fixed on him, exerting a certain pressure. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed when Qin Yang, Unable to remain silent any longer under pressure, mustered his courage, raised his head, met Zhou Chun's gaze, and then immediately lowered his head again, saying respectfully, "Senior Zhou, your wisdom is as profound as the sea. I suppose you already anticipated the purpose of my visit, so I will not flaunt my cleverness before you. To be honest, Senior, I have come to pay my respects on the instructions of our sect's ancestor Beiyang, to discuss with you the matter of our sect's inherited spiritual treasure." He then looked up at Zhou Chun's expression. Zhou Chun's face remained unchanged, his expression indifferent as he looked at him. This relieved him, and he quickly spoke again. "Ancestor Beiyang knows that given the grudge between Senior Zhou and Ancestor Jiang of our sect, it's unrealistic to expect Senior to return our sect's heirloom treasure. However, it is, after all, our sect's heirloom treasure, a treasure personally crafted and passed down by our founding ancestor. Its significance to our sect is extremely special. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we, the younger generation of cultivators, should exert all our strength to retrieve it, so as not to fail our ancestor's spirit in heaven." After saying this, he lowered his head anxiously, awaiting his fate. To be honest, when he received this task, he was extremely unwilling. He knew very well that he and Zhou Chun didn't have a deep relationship. Relying on their past connection, it was already good enough if Zhou Chun didn't turn against him. And Beiyang Zhenren's plan, in his own opinion, was incredibly naive. If it were him, he would never return such a treasure to his enemy, thus strengthening his enemy's power. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Since true person Beiyang had approached him, as an elder and junior of the sect, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go through with it. However, to Qin Yang's surprise, Zhou Chun didn't show any anger or try to drive him away after hearing his words. Instead, he quickly looked at him and said, "Did fellow Taoist Beiyang send you with these words? Did he not even offer a price?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression froze, seemingly not expecting him to say that. After a long pause, Qin Yang's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly said, "Senior, you are wise. Ancestor Beiyang said that as long as you are willing to return our sect's inherited spiritual treasure, you can name any other conditions. As long as our sect can do it, we will try our best to satisfy you." He was extremely excited as he gave this answer. Before he came, true person Beiyang had said that as long as he could persuade Zhou Chun to offer a price, he would have completed the mission and would be richly rewarded. Originally, he had no hope of success, but now it seemed that he had a great chance of completing the mission. After hearing his reply, Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "Then tell fellow Taoist Beiyang that I have no personal grudge against the Yan Yang sect. It was only because the old thief Jiang was jealous of my talent and wanted to harm me that I was forced to retaliate, but my retaliation has only been directed at the old thief Jiang and his cronies, and has not harmed any Yan Yang sect disciples. Therefore, it is not that I want to seize your sect's inherited treasure, but that I do not want it to fall into the hands of the old thief Jiang and become a weapon against me and my family." At this point, Zhou Chun looked at Qin Yang meaningfully and said, "Does fellow Taoist Qin understand what I have said?" Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied respectfully, "This junior is foolish and does not quite understand Senior Zhou's meaning, but this junior will relay Senior Zhou's words to Ancestor Beiyang without missing a single detail." "That's fine then." Zhou Chun waved his hand and did not say anything more, directly dismissing the others. After Qin Yang left, he immediately put the matter out of his mind. It was impossible for him to return the Flaming Sun treasure mirror, unless Beiyang Zhenren offered another spiritual treasure in exchange. His words to Qin Yang were merely a signal to Beiyang Zhenren that he had no intention of fighting to the death with the Flaming Sun sect because of his feud with Ziyang Zhenren. However, if the Flaming Sun sect or Ziyang Zhenren continued their relentless pursuit, deepening the enmity, things would be unpredictable. In that case, unless he was absolutely certain of killing him, Beiyang Zhenren would likely keep an eye on Ziyang Zhenren, even for the sake of the sect's foundation, to prevent him from doing anything rash. Whether Beiyang Zhenren would act as he wished depended on the depth of his own loyalty to the sect. In any case, Zhou Chun had only spoken and hadn't lost anything. Beiyang Zhenren seemed to have understood his true intentions from his response and then fell silent. About half a year later, Luo Qingli refined the elixir Zhou Chun needed. He then left the Thunder Dragon King to guard Qinglian Peak and quietly left the family's mountain gate with a fiery phoenix. Meanwhile, after leaving the Qinglian Mountains, Zhou Chun secretly left Jing Kingdom and headed west. Half a month later, Zhou Chun appeared in the flowing Fire Sand Sea. Indeed, the place Zhou Chun chose for the fiery phoenix's tribulation was the cultivation world of the far west. More precisely, it was the mountain gate of the Heavenly Fire Sect, a major sect in the Fire Luo Kingdom. The Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate was located on a large fire vein, making it the most suitable cultivation place for the fiery phoenix. Tribulation here would maximize its home field advantage. Furthermore, if a fourth-tier demon beast within the Heavenly Fire Sect successfully tribulated and advanced to fifth-tier demon king, it would spark various speculations and enhance the sect's prestige. This was a win-win situation, and Zhou Chun believed the Heavenly Fire Sect wouldn't refuse. Only after Zhou Chun arrived at the Heavenly Fire Sect did he learn that the Venerable Yan Kang, who had once helped him greatly, had passed away 8 years ago. Now, the Heavenly Fire Sect only had one innocent soul cultivator left, Venerable Li Ho. Venerable Li Ho had only recently formed his nascent soul, less than 500 years ago, and had previously been residing within the sect, cultivating his supernatural powers while suppressing the fire veins beneath the sect. With Venerable Yan Kang's passing, the Heavenly Fire Sect had lost a renowned master craftsman and no longer had a nascent soul cultivator to roam freely. Their future was certainly going to be difficult. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Chun's purpose, Venerable Li Ho, who had learned the details of their transaction from Venerable Yan Kang, readily agreed, just as he had said, even offering a high-grade defensive magic treasure to help the fiery phoenix of the infernal realm overcome its tribulation. Zhou Chun, of course, gladly accepted this free benefit. After accepting the gift, he looked sincerely at Master Li Ho and said, "Senior Yan Kang has helped me a lot in the past, and I promised him that I would help the Heavenly Fire Sect once in the future, to the best of my ability. Since fellow Taoist Li Ho is currently unable to travel, why don't I take up the title of guest elder in your sect to deter any petty villains?" This suggestion was actually one that Master Yan Kang had mentioned to him before. However, Zhou Chun had some reservations at the time and didn't dare to agree easily, only saying that he would consider it after successfully forming his nascent soul. Now, after careful consideration, he felt that given the deteriorating relationship with the Yan-Yang sect, maintaining good relations with a Heavenly Fire Sect, which excelled in weapon crafting, would still be quite beneficial. At least Master Li Ho himself was a master weapon crafter, his skills no less than Master Ziyang's, and the probability of him crafting top-grade magic weapons in the future was not low. If he became a guest elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, it would obviously be easier for him to seek their help for weapon crafting in the future. Upon hearing this, Master Li Ho was naturally overjoyed. He clapped his hands with delight and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. If Uncle Yan Kang were alive, he would be very pleased to hear of this." He then immediately said to Zhou Chun, "I will have a celebration held to welcome fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "That's unnecessary. I don't like being too ostentatious. This matter only needs to be informed of some of the sect's higher-ups so that I can meet with them." His reputation had not yet reached the Fire Luo Kingdom, and he didn't want the people there to know about his achievements in the Jing Kingdom too quickly. Although Master Li Ho felt that doing so would be missing an opportunity to boost morale, he couldn't very well refute him. He could only nod and say, "Very well, since Elder Zhou is unwilling to make a fuss, we'll have all the golden core cultivators of the sect come and pay their respects to Elder Zhou." Following the arrangements of true person Li Ho, Zhou Chun met with more than 20 golden core cultivators from the Heavenly Fire Sect, letting them know that the Heavenly Fire Sect had gained a guest elder like himself. Among these golden core cultivators was naturally Bai's Hiking, who had previously interacted with Zhou Chun quite a bit. However, because of the 9 Annihilation Ice Needles incident, Zhou Chun already had some reservations about her, and this time he didn't show any unusual behavior towards her, treating her the same as the other cultivators. This result filled Bai's Hiking with regret, and she even wanted to come and apologize to Zhou Chun afterwards. But unfortunately, Zhou Chun didn't give her that chance, directly turning her away. The other elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect, having heard of Zhou Chun before, were all quite excited and happy to see him successfully achieve the nascent soul stage and become a guest elder. Firstly, Zhou Chun's success provided them with a successful example. Secondly, the sect gaining another nascent soul cultivator, even if only a guest elder, would be enough to slow the decline of the Heavenly Fire Sect. After Zhou Chun officially became a guest elder, true person Blazing Fire presented him with a gift, allowing him to freely choose 3 treasures from the Heavenly Fire Sect's treasury. It's worth noting that the Heavenly Fire Sect's treasury even contained high-grade magic weapons. This alone demonstrated the sect's extravagance. Furthermore, as a guest elder, while Zhou Chun didn't receive any special benefits from the sect, he could enjoy a 50% discount and commission any cultivator from the Heavenly Fire sect, including True Person Blazing Fire, to help him refine weapons. Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony with Master Li Hou, directly selecting 3 high-grade magic treasures from the Heavenly Fire sect's treasury and carrying them with him, intending to save them for his spirit pet to use during its future tribulation. After staying at the Heavenly Fire sect for about 3 months, Zhou Chun had the Fiery Phoenix trigger a heavenly tribulation in an uninhabited open area outside Heavenly Fire Peak. Although this place was outside the Heavenly Fire sect's protective array, there was a fire eye below, connected to a large fire vein beneath the Heavenly Fire sect, which could provide assistance for the Fiery Phoenix's tribulation. In fact, during these 3 months, the Fiery Phoenix even went down to capture more than a dozen fire spirits as reserve food to restore its mana during the tribulation. At this moment, as it triggered the heavenly tribulation, a thundercloud vortex visible across half of the fire basin oasis quickly condensed in the sky. However, the Golden Core cultivators and some Purple Mansion cultivators of the Heavenly Fire sect had already been instructed, and they all sprang into action, setting up a perimeter around the tribulation site to prevent outsiders from entering the vicinity. Zhou Chun, along with True Person Li Hou, observed the Fiery Phoenix undergoing its tribulation atop Heavenly Fire Peak. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, crashing into the 7-colored Fire Phoenix soaring high in the sky. Zhou Chun, observing from afar, compared the power of the first bolt of tribulation lightning during the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai's tribulation and found it to be roughly the same as he had guessed. The tribulations of the 2 spirit pets were not significantly different. Like the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai, the Fiery Phoenix initially relied entirely on its own supernatural abilities and physical body to withstand the tribulation lightning strikes, using the power of the lightning to temper its body and bloodline. After the first 9 bolts of tribulation lightning had all fallen, its feathers were mostly shattered, and it was covered in blood. It hurriedly swallowed a Fire Yang Vermilion fruit, capable of restoring its magical power, along with a dozen or so fire spirits, and consumed some healing pills. By the time the second round of tribulation lightning began, its own magical power had recovered to over 70%, and it was still continuously recovering by absorbing external spiritual energy and refining spiritual objects within its body. However, while its magical power could recover, its injuries did not heal as quickly. The undying body, divine power had very limited effect under the suppression of the tribulation lightning's destructive power, and it did not possess the strong physical defense and abnormal lightning resistance of the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai. By the time the 5th tribulation lightning passed, it had already suffered some damage to its essence, and it had to rely on the power of its magical treasures to resist the tribulation lightning. Fortunately, its reserves of magical treasures were far superior to those of the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai. It not only possessed the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, spiritual treasure, as well as 2 top-grade magical treasures, the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, and the Crimson Fang Sword, but it had also refined 3 other high-grade magical treasures, including 2 defensive magical treasures. At this time, with 4 tribulation lightning bolts remaining in the second round, it successfully withstood them by only losing 2 high-grade magical treasures. Without hesitation, it consumed the remaining drop of 10,000-year spirit milk, immediately restoring its mana to its full potential. When the third round of tribulation lightning began to fall, it shattered the superior grade defensive magic treasure it had summoned with a single strike. Such powerful tribulation lightning. Even if it were a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator like myself, with a spiritual treasure in hand, I doubt we could definitely survive such a tribulation. On Heavenly Fire Peak, True Person Blazing Fire's eyes twitched upon witnessing the scene, his face filled with astonishment. He himself had successfully formed his nascent soul, having naturally also survived the heavenly tribulation. However, the power of his heavenly tribulation lightning was far inferior to that of the Fiery Phoenix's heavenly tribulation lightning. Even the final lightning bolt of his heavenly tribulation lightning was only about as powerful as the previous one. If he had possessed a top-grade magic weapon at the time, surviving the tribulation wouldn't have been difficult. But seeing that the Fiery Phoenix had already destroyed 3 high-grade magic weapons, it was clear that a single top-grade magic weapon was far from enough to help it overcome the heavenly tribulation lightning. Therefore, True Person Li Hou couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun. He saw that Zhou Chun remained calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about the fiery phoenix's safety. This caused Li Hou's eyes to flicker slightly, and he looked expectantly at the phoenix in the sky. As the second lightning bolt of the third round struck, a flash of fire appeared in the fiery phoenix's mouth, and a crimson flying sword slashed upwards, carrying dazzling flames and shattering most of the lightning's power. A top-grade magic weapon flying sword. And a directly forged top-grade magic weapon at that. Master Li Hou's gaze sharpened. With his master craftsman's eye, he immediately recognized a crimson fang sword. He was slightly shocked. He knew Zhou Chun's background and that his family shouldn't possess such a magic weapon as a foundation. However, his shock was far from over. After using the crimson fang sword to cleave through 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, seeing the sword severely damaged and on the verge of complete destruction, the flame hellfire phoenix hurriedly put it away and instead summoned the flame sun treasure mirror, a spiritual treasure. Because it lacked the spirit communication treasure technique, the flame hellfire phoenix couldn't unleash the true power of this spiritual treasure. However, this spiritual treasure itself possessed extraordinary power, and it had previously thoughtfully taken it deep into the underground fire veins of Heavenly Fire Peak to recharge it. At this moment, relying on the hardness of the spirit treasure's material and its own inherent power, it successfully withstood 3 consecutive strikes of tribulation lightning. What a waste! What a waste! Seeing the fiery phoenix using the spirit treasure like a brick, only to withstand the tribulation lightning strikes, the fiery true man, unaware of the situation, couldn't help but sigh softly with a face full of regret. How precious are spirit treasures! Even the Heavenly Fire Sect only has 2. And that doesn't even include the Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl, a spirit treasure that cannot be used lightly. If he, the fiery true man, hadn't inherited the spirit treasure left by the fiery azure true man, he wouldn't even have a spirit treasure to use now. The fiery sun treasure mirror, a fire attribute spirit treasure, was clearly a perfect match for him, yet now it was being used like a brick by the fiery phoenix. How could this master craftsman not be devastated after seeing this? As his defenses crumbled, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun. He had known for a long time that Zhou Chun possessed a spiritual treasure, but he hadn't expected that besides the ice attribute spiritual treasure Yan Kangxin had mentioned, Zhou Chun also had a fire attribute spiritual treasure, which he had so generously bestowed upon his spirit pet for use during its tribulation. Elder Zhou, aren't you afraid that this spiritual treasure will be destroyed by the tribulation lightning if you give it to your spirit pet to withstand the heavenly tribulation? After hesitating for a moment, true person Li Hou still looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression and asked a question that had been on his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun replied calmly, "Fellow Taoist Li Hou, don't worry. Spiritual treasures aren't so easily damaged. I believe Little Phoenix will weigh the pros and cons," he added nonchalantly. "Besides, as long as Little Phoenix can successfully overcome its tribulation, even if this spiritual treasure is destroyed, so be it. It's just an external object after all, but your spirit pet is also an external object." True person Li Hou wanted to say this in his heart, but he certainly didn't dare to say it aloud. So he could only smile wryly and sigh softly. Elder Zhou's magnanimity is beyond my reach. In any case, if it were him, he certainly wouldn't so easily bestow a spiritual treasure, capable of being passed down for 10,000 years, upon a demonic beast spirit pet for its tribulation. Because even if the tribulation lightning couldn't completely destroy the spiritual treasure, it would still injure the spirit within, requiring a long time to recover, or perhaps never fully recovering. Furthermore, after the Flame Phoenix used the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror to block 3 tribulation lightning bolts, it also discovered that the treasure was somewhat damaged under the bombardment, so it didn't dare continue using it. When the 8th tribulation lightning struck, it directly summoned the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, already a top-grade magic weapon, and cleaved the tribulation lightning in 2 with a single strike. This scene caused Master Li Hou's pupils to shrink again, his eyes filled with astonishment. This flying sword, he looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, seemingly wanting to say something. But Zhou Chun had no time to respond, because the final tribulation lightning was about to arrive. Boom! As thunder roared and exploded, a clear phoenix cry echoed through the sky. The fiery phoenix, wielding the heavenly thunder-slaying sword, soared towards the tribulation lightning, its body ablaze with flames. Amidst a sky filled with silver lightning and 7-colored flames, even the 2 nascent soul cultivators struggled to discern the details. Only after the thunder clouds rapidly dissipated and Zhou Chun could still sense the fiery phoenix's presence through their mental connection did his tense expression finally relax. Congratulations, Elder Zhou. A Demon King spirit pet. This is something even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would envy. True Immortal Lihiro, observing Zhou Chun's change in expression, quickly understood the situation and immediately offered his congratulations with a face full of envy. Although Zhou Chun already possessed a Demon King spirit pet, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Lihiro, you flatter me, he was overjoyed. Just as Master Lihiro said, even ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators might not possess a single Demon King spirit pet. Yet Zhou Chun not only possesses 2 Demon King spirit pets, a 4-clawed, 4-toed thunder dragon and a 7-feathered fire phoenix, truly a perfect pair. Such a combination is probably unparalleled in the nascent soul realm. I have some things to attend to today, so I'll start with over 7,000 words and add more later. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 The Tree of Spiritual Eyes, Phoenix Lord. The Heavenly Fire Sect. As the full moon hung high in the sky and began to shower down silvery nectar, all the cultivators watching the tribulation knew that another 5th-tier Demon King had been added to the world. The heavily injured fiery phoenix dragged its wounded body through the air, greedily gulping down the falling Emperor's essence. Zhou Chun, remembering the precedent of the Thunder Flood Dragon King's successful advancement and subsequent further bloodline breakthrough, only collected about 1/20th of the total Emperor's essence this time. True Person Blazing Fire couldn't help but show envy as he watched Zhou Chun collect the silvery nectar falling from the sky. Emperor's essence was a rare and precious resource, highly sought after, with people willing to pay high prices for it everywhere. After all, many high-level cultivators in the cultivation world had the habit of raising spirit pets and mounts, and many of these spirit pets and mounts were affected by bloodline shackles, their cultivation stuck at the 3rd tier and unable to break through. In this situation, if they could obtain a rare treasure like the Emperor's elixir, it would be easy to help those demonic beasts defy fate and break through their bloodline shackles. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Zhou Chun, Elder Zhou, would you be interested in exchanging this Emperor's elixir? My Heavenly Fire Sect also raises a mutated fire line with quite good innate abilities, but unfortunately, its bloodline is slightly lacking. It has failed several times in its attempts to break through to the 4th rank. If it could obtain this rare treasure, it might be able to break through its shackles. A 3rd-rank demonic beast that even a nascent soul cultivator like True Person Fiery Fire considers to have good innate abilities is most likely a mutated species like the golden-winged tiger. Such mutated demonic beasts often have their bloodlines mutated during birth or growth, awakening powerful innate abilities, but because their bloodline rank is not high, it is difficult for them to break through their bloodline shackles. Zhou Chun, well aware of the situation, thought for a moment before looking at True Person Lihiro and saying, since fellow Taoist Lihiro has spoken, and Xiao Feng's successful tribulation was largely due to your and the Heavenly Fire Sect's assistance, this matter is not unnecessarily unacceptable. True Person Lihiro's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he quickly bowed respectfully, saying, Elder Zhou, your kindness is admirable. On behalf of my sect, I thank you, Elder. After some discussion, Zhou Chun gave half of the Emperor's essence to True Person Lihiro, in return for promising to forge 3 magic treasures for him free of charge in the future. Having reached this agreement, True Person Lihiro quickly bestowed the Emperor's essence upon a golden core elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect. It turned out that the exotic fire lion he mentioned was the spirit pet of this mid-stage golden core elder, who was also one of his more valued disciples. Soon after, the fiery phoenix absorbed all of the Emperor's essence, then cried out to Zhou Chun before diving deep into the large fire vein beneath Heavenly Fire Peak to digest what it had gained. Seeing this, Zhou Chun greeted True Person Blazing Fire and then returned to the Zhou family with the Emperor's essence. He anticipated that the fiery phoenix would spend some time cultivating deep within the fire vein beneath Heavenly Fire Peak, and there was no need for him to wait there indefinitely. He decided to return the remaining Emperor's essence to his family first. The journey was uneventful, and when Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family, even a golden core elder of Su Fu's level was unaware that he had secretly been away for some time. After all, In the minds of the Zhou family cultivators, he and Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai Bai were always inseparable. Naturally, he wouldn't deliberately publicize this. He simply returned to his cave and fed the remaining Emperor's essence to the 4 6-winged ice silkworms. These 4 6-winged ice silkworms have immense potential, and Zhou Chun plans to nurture them carefully, making them a hidden trump card. After becoming a guest elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, he has already issued a mission within the sect, offering a reward for the purchase of insect cores. If he acquires these cores later, he can use them to cultivate the 4 6-winged ice silkworms, accelerating their maturation. After feeding the spirit insects, Zhou Chun glanced at the pure spirit immortal osmanthus tree stump. Only a small part of it remains to be transformed. Perhaps it will successfully transform in a few years. This made him even happier. After Zhou Chun emerged from his cave, Zhou Daowei found him and informed him that true person Zhuanzhen had sent someone to deliver the token. Previously, Zheng Chun, you weren't with the clan. To avoid leaks, I told you that you were seriously injured in your fight with true person Zhuanzhen and needed to recuperate, so I accepted this on your behalf, Zhou Daowei said, handing Zhou Chun a golden token. This golden token was crafted from the magical materials Taie refined gold and gold essence, making it incredibly hard. It was essentially a low-grade magical artifact, possessing the ability to recognize its owner. After Zhou Chun refined it with his own magical power and divine sense, he instantly understood its wondrous uses. Its greatest advantage was its uncounterability. Only the first person to refine it could activate it. Even if Zhou Chun transferred it to someone else now, they wouldn't be able to use it. This eliminated the possibility of outsiders impersonating him. Furthermore, the token contained a wealth of basic information about the elders of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, convenient for its owner to access. It also possessed a mutual marking and communication function. If Zhou Chun and another Heavenly Spirit Alliance elder with an elder's token used this token to mark each other, they could exchange simple messages within a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Zhou Chun then examined the token in his hand, then patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out another identical token. He had obtained this token from Master Jiang's storage bag. At the time, he had wondered why he couldn't refine it, but now he understood the reason. I wonder if Master Zhuanzhen will issue another one to that old scoundrel Jiang. He smiled slightly and casually put both tokens away. Then he said to Zhou Daowei, now that I have become an elder of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, I don't need to worry about those two families attacking us openly. From now on, if any golden core cultivators of the family want to travel, we can just let them go. That's right. I will inform all the clansmen about this. Zhou Daowei nodded, agreeing with the matter. Not long after, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Zhiang, and Zhou Zhenyan left the Azure Lotus Mountain range separately, each heading to different regions to travel. That day, while Zhou Chun was meditating, he suddenly received a message talisman from Zhou Yuanlian, an elder of the Zhou family. After reading the contents, he quickly summoned her, who was already outside the cave. Zhao Lian, why have you come to the family gate today? Has something happened? Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at his junior who had suddenly come to see him and asked with curiosity about her purpose. Zhou Yuanlian was a very mysterious cultivator in the Zhou family. Many of the younger generation of Zhou family cultivators only knew that there was such an elder in the family, but had never seen her and did not know what she looked like. In recent years, she had been following Zhou Chun's arrangements and guard in the wilderness. Therefore, Zhou Chun was quite surprised by her sudden visit. Such an unannounced visit meant that the matter was definitely not small. As expected, upon hearing his inquiry, Zhou Yuanlian immediately replied in a low voice, "Clan leader, you are wise. In recent years, when I meditate and cultivate, the toxins in my body often become chaotic and unstable, almost causing me to suffer a key deviation several times. After careful research, I discovered that the reason for this is that I haven't been able to absorb and integrate more types of toxins in recent years, resulting in stagnation in my main cultivation technique, thus triggering a flaw that wasn't mentioned in the technique. If this flaw cannot be resolved, I almost dare not continue meditating and cultivating." Her expression turned extremely grim as she spoke. Zhou Chun, upon hearing her words, also became serious. He immediately looked at her solemnly and asked, "Are you sure this situation is caused by the 10,000 poisons true scripture, your main cultivation technique?" "I am certain," Zhou Yuanlian nodded emphatically, replying with absolute certainty. "This true scripture of 10,000 poisons was obtained by me from an enemy years ago. The cultivation method recorded on it can only be used to cultivate up to the golden core stage at most. Since you are experiencing this situation while cultivating, it is most likely because you are missing the later parts of the cultivation method, Zhou Chun said while explaining the situation related to the cultivation method, and then looked at Zhou Yuanlian and asked, "Do you have any way to temporarily suppress this hidden danger?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuanlian immediately replied, "I dare not meditate and cultivate at all now, but if I need to circulate the cultivation method to restore my mana and fight with others, I should be able to temporarily harmonize the toxins in my body by taking some poison pills that I have refined myself. In that case, the situation is not yet at its worst." Zhou Chun's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded slightly, expressing his opinion. After a moment's thought, he said to Zhou Yuanlian, "Since the problem lies with the cultivation technique, the only way to completely eliminate this hidden danger is to find the missing parts of the technique." "That's what I think too," Zhou Yuanlian nodded, then whispered her thoughts. "That's why I came to see the clan leader today. Hoping to request permission to leave the clan and travel to the Yuanmo realm to find the missing parts of the technique." Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing her words. Even for Zhou Chun today, the term Yuanmo realm was only known from hearsay and ancient texts. He knew nothing about the actual situation there. However, considering the ferocity and ruthlessness of those demonic cultivators, that realm was definitely not peaceful. Although Zhou Yuanlian's cultivation was now considerable, and her methods were unpredictable and difficult to defend against, it was hard to say how likely she would be to succeed if she went to the Yuanmo realm alone to find the missing parts of the 10,000 poisons. True scripture. However, since it concerned her personal safety and future path, Zhou Chun obviously had no reason to stop her. Therefore, after a long silence, he looked at Zhou Yuanlian and said, "I don't object to your going to the Yuanmo realm to find a follow-up cultivation method, but the success rate of doing this alone is undoubtedly extremely low. Therefore, I suggest you go to the family of that young friend Wu Yazhu, inform her of the hidden dangers in the cultivation method, and take her with you to the Yuanmo realm to find a follow-up cultivation method, so you can look after each other." Saying this, Zhou Chun also patted his storage bag at his waist, taking out 2 4th-grade high-quality thunder talismans he had previously collected and handing them to Zhou Yuanlian. "Take these 2 thunder talismans, consider them my assistance for your trip. I hope you will act carefully and return safely." Heavenly thunder counters demons. A well-used 4th-grade high-quality thunder talisman can severely injure or even kill some late-stage golden core demon cultivators. In a place like the Yuanmo realm, where demon cultivators are everywhere, these 2 thunder talismans will undoubtedly give Zhou Yuanlian a trump card to escape unscathed when facing any demon cultivator below the 5th grade, potentially saving her life. She was well aware of this, and immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Chun. "Clan leader, I have no way to repay your kindness, please accept my bow." She then knelt and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Chun. No need for such formalities. Zhou Chun waved his hand, and an invisible force helped Zhou Yuanlian up. He then told Zhou Yuanlian everything he knew about the Yuanmo realm, as well as all the information and books about the Yuanmo realm collected by the family. A month later, Zhou Yuanlian bid farewell to Zhou Chun and, following his instructions, went to find Wu Yazhu, who had also mastered poison techniques. The departure of 4 golden core elders from the family to travel caused quite a stir within the Zhou family. However, with Zhou Chun and Lei Jiaoweng Bai both stationed at the family's mountain gate, and with 3 golden core elders, Zhou Daoai, Lin Huangyu, and Su Fu, guarding key locations, the situation remained stable. Time flew by, and 3 years soon passed. That day, under Zhou Chun's watchful eye, the pure spirit immortal osmanthus tree stump finally completed its final transformation. Beside the spirit eye spring, a wisp of spiritual mist suddenly rose from the jade-like stump. Several 6-winged ice silkworms seemed to sense something and hurriedly pounced on the mist, devouring it greedily. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted. He quickly suppressed them, then absorbed a wisp of the mist and refined it within his body. He was astonished by what he found. That single wisp of mist, after being refined, was equivalent to a day's worth of meditation. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within the mist was extremely pure and very easy to refine. Is it because this thing has just completed its transformation and formed this misty spiritual energy by chance, or is this misty spiritual energy something that can be continuously generated in the future? Zhou Chun looked at the white jade tree stump with a mixture of surprise and delight. If it was the latter, then that would be truly remarkable. He examined the misty spiritual energy for a long time, seeing that it showed no signs of dissipating and simply floated above the white jade tree stump like water clouds, and nodded repeatedly, saying, "In any case, the appearance of this thing at this time is an unexpected opportunity for Queenie, and it might make her path to core formation and nascent soul formation smoother." As someone who had been through it all, Zhou Chun knew very well how much the nascent soul stage required from the external spiritual energy during core formation and nascent soul formation. Luo Qingni didn't have a spiritual object like the taking immortal mushroom to assist her, so she could only rely on the medicinal power of the nascent soul pill and the absorption of external spiritual energy to strengthen her nascent soul. At that time, this misty spiritual energy would come in very handy. Therefore, although Zhou Chun knew that the 6-winged ice silkworms would benefit greatly from consuming these items, he still decided to save them for Luo Qingni's nascent soul stage. He quickly and forcefully sealed the 4 6-winged ice silkworms into his spirit beast pouch before visiting Luo Qingni's cave. Soon after, Luo Qingni arrived at Zhou Chun's cave. Upon seeing the spirit eye spring and spirit eye tree within the cave, even though she had already learned of their existence from Zhou Chun, Luo Qingni couldn't help but slightly widen her mouth in surprise. "See that spirit cloud? This is what the spirit eye tree condensed after its transformation. It contains incredibly pure spiritual power, which is quite beneficial even to nascent soul cultivators like us, Qingni. If you can absorb and refine this when you form your nascent soul, it should increase your chances of success." Zhou Chun was satisfied with the reaction of the beauty beside him and immediately smiled, pointing to the misty spirit cloud and explaining its origin. After hearing his words, Luo Qingni was deeply moved. The item condensed when the spirit eye tree first transformed was obviously incredibly precious and rare. Moreover, according to Zhou Chun, it could even be used to directly enhance the cultivation of the nascent soul cultivator. Now, Zhou Chun had voluntarily given up this opportunity to her. How could she not be deeply touched? She couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun and say, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, your kindness is too much for me to bear. As long as Qingni can successfully form her nascent soul, that will be the greatest reward for me." Zhou Chun smiled slightly, speaking frankly from the bottom of his heart. He had already invested too much in Luo Qingni. If she failed to form her nascent soul, much of his previous investment would be wasted. Therefore, even from a purely financial perspective, he sincerely hoped that Luo Qingni could succeed. However, Luo Qingni didn't seem to think about all this, taking it as mere politeness, and she was even more moved. She gazed at Zhou Chun with a face full of emotion, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, yet seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand, saying, "Qingni, there's no need to say more. Just focus on preparing for your nascent soul formation cultivation. We can discuss everything else after you successfully form your nascent soul." Hearing this, Luo Qingni took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and nodded earnestly, replying, "Qingni understands. Even if it's to avoid disappointing fellow Taoist Zhou, Qingni will definitely do her best. Yes, I also believe that you will succeed, Qingni." Zhou Chun nodded, his tone very firm. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a dark blue stone jar appeared in his hand. Inside the jar was a pool of azure spiritual water shimmering with tiny silver specks. Zhou Chun, holding the stone jar, said calmly, "This jar of mind-cleansing water is the spiritual item I prepared for you, Qingni, to deal with the heart demon tribulation. I obtained it from a certain alien race. It was a tribulation-crossing item they prepared for themselves. It is said that only by storing it in this special stone jar can its effects be preserved." He then handed the jar to Luo Qingni. "Qingni, after you successfully form your nascent soul, you can immediately drink the entire jar of spiritual water to see if it truly works. Qingni understands. If I can achieve Dao this time, it will all be thanks to your kindness, fellow Taoist." Luo Qingni gratefully accepted the jar, then bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude solemnly. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Qingni, as you form your nascent soul. I wish you a speedy attainment of Dao." Zhou Chun stopped there, gracefully taking his leave. He then moved out of his cave dwelling and temporarily moved to another empty cave to cultivate, activating all the protective arrays and restrictions of his own cave. Considering that Luo Qingni's transformation into core formation and nascent soul would inevitably cause a great stir, Zhou Chun quickly went to the Heavenly Fire Sect again after she began her seclusion to transform into core formation and nascent soul. and brought back the flame prison fire phoenix that had been there for several years. In the sky above the fiery sands, the golden-winged tiger, now a fourth-tier superior-grade demonic beast, still served as its mount. Zhou Chun and a woman in feathered robes sat atop the tiger's back, conversing quietly. This woman was none other than the transformed fiery phoenix. Perhaps due to her race, or perhaps because females are naturally more vain, the fiery phoenix's transformed appearance was far more beautiful than that of the Thunder Flood Dragon King. Apart from her pale golden vertical eyes, hooked nose, and fiery red feathers on her head, her face looked exactly like that of a normal human beauty, even possessing a unique exotic beauty. Her fiery red feathered robe was actually made entirely of feathers draped over her body, but it appeared as if she were wearing a feather-woven garment, making it impossible to associate her with a demon king. When Zhou Chun first saw her transformed appearance, he was quite amazed and showered her with praise, making her beam with joy. At this moment, the master and servants returned to the family atop the golden-winged tiger. Zhou Chun, just as before, first gave her a new name. From now on, Fenger, you will be called Josiah Feng, and your title will be Fen Yuanjin. Zhou Chun looked at the Demon King's beloved pet and directly stated the name and title he had already decided on. Since he had named the golden-winged tiger Zhou Fihu, there was no need to adhere to the Zhou family's Zheng generational naming conventions. As long as the Zhou family cultivators knew how to address these demon kings and elders according to their seniority, it would be fine. However, the title Fen Yuanjin took Zhou Chun considerable effort to come up with before finally settling on it. Upon hearing his words, the feathered woman transformed from the fiery phoenix immediately nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, Zia Fang, thanks master for bestowing this name. Since you have no objections to the name, then tell me about your gains after advancing to Demon King." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and then inquired about the matter he was concerned about. After Lei Jiaowen became a Demon King for nothing, his cultivation level skyrocketed. Yan Yuho Feng, the Phoenix Lord, should be too bad either. Chapter 689 Fiery Eyes and Golden Penetrations, Silver Moon's Conspiracy. After the fiery phoenix ascended to the Demon King realm, its strength naturally increased significantly. Firstly, thanks to the tempering effect of the Emperor's essence on its bloodline and bones, it grew another fire phoenix true feather, now possessing 8. Secondly, like the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai, it awakened a large number of bloodline inheritance memories, including cultivation methods for powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. To Zhou Chun's surprise, the fiery phoenix also obtained several methods for crafting bloodline inheritance magic treasures from these memories. Crafting these bloodline inheritance magic treasures doesn't require many external materials, only the fiery phoenix's own shed feathers are needed. Its crafting method is somewhat similar to cultivator's natal magic treasure, not demanding high-level crafting skills. However, only the fiery phoenix itself can unleash the true power of such a magic treasure. In the hands of other cultivators, it becomes a useless decoration. Even so, if the fiery phoenix can truly refine several inherited magic treasures in the future, her strength will definitely be significantly enhanced. Of course, whether it's the cultivation method of divine abilities and secret techniques or the method of refining bloodline inherited magic treasures, both will require Fen Yuanjin to spend a long time cultivating and refining them before they can be used. What can truly directly and significantly improve her strength is the innate divine ability she awakens and masters after breaking through to the 5th rank. After breaking through to the 5th rank, the various divine abilities that Fen Yuanjin previously mastered have greatly increased in power, especially the glazed purifier divine ability, which can now even scorch the divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator. Even the fire spirit avatar secret technique, which she was previously somewhat lacking in mastery of, was successfully mastered in one fell swoop thanks to her great progress in cultivation. At the same time, she also awakened 3 other powerful innate divine abilities: Fire Spirit Dharma Body, Fiery Golden Eyes, and Burning Heart Flame. The Fire Spirit Dharma Body and Fire Spirit Avatar techniques are actually quite similar, which explains why Fen Yuanjin was able to quickly master this technique after breaking through to the 5th rank. However, compared to the Fire Spirit Avatar technique, which requires consuming a Fire Phoenix True Feather to cast, the Fire Spirit Dharma Body technique only places a significant burden on her physical body, with far fewer side effects. With her current physical strength and the enhanced, undying body ability that promotes recovery, casting the Fire Spirit Dharma Body technique 3 to 5 times during a battle is not a major problem. As for fiery eyes and golden gaze, it is a rare pupil technique. Eagles and falcons naturally possess amazing eyesight, and the fire phoenix, as the king of birds, is naturally no less capable in this regard. Once cast, the fiery eyes and golden gaze technique allows Feng Yuanjun to see clearly from thousands of miles away in the highest heavens, and it also has the ability to dispel illusions and find treasures. With this supernatural power, as long as she wasn't too careless, it was virtually impossible for cultivators to lure her into an ambush by setting up elaborate formations beforehand. Less sophisticated formations would be riddled with flaws and easily broken through. Most supernatural techniques that concealed cultivation auras or even facial features would also fail to escape her keen eyes. Furthermore, when activating this pupil technique, Feng Yuanjun could even see the distribution and flow of spiritual energy beneath mountains and rivers, directly discerning where spiritual energy density was high and where treasures were found. This meant that if Feng Yuanjun happened to be passing by and used her supernatural power to observe, she had a good chance of discovering hidden realms like the Zhuangfeng's Henren cave. With the aid of this supernatural power, she had previously consumed dozens of fire spirits in the fire veins below Xianhou Peak and even found several rare spiritual ores in the magma. Zhou Chun was also very pleased to learn this. Pupil techniques are among the most difficult to cultivate in the cultivation world, especially those at the level of fiery eyes and golden eyes, which are extremely difficult to master. Now that Feng Yuanjun has mastered this powerful pupil technique, it's as if he has also mastered it. This pupil technique will undoubtedly be a great help when he travels. However, neither the protective fire spirit body nor the supportive fiery eyes and golden eyes significantly enhances Feng Yuanjun's offensive capabilities. What truly boosts her offensive power is the burning heart flame technique. This technique originates from the glazed pure fire technique and can only be used after mastering the glazed pure fire, making it a bloodline exclusive technique. Its effect is very unique. It directly burns the enemy's mind and will. Once tainted by this burning heart flame, even a nascent soul cultivator with an incredibly strong will rarely remain unaffected by it. In battles between nascent soul stage cultivators, a wavering or unstable mind can severely impact their performance, potentially leading to defeat. With this divine ability, Feng Yuanjun is undoubtedly a top performer among her peers, whether assisting Zhou Chun in combat or fighting alone alongside other magical treasures and abilities. Speaking of magical treasures, there's something I need to tell Master. Due to overuse during my tribulation, the Crimson Fang sword is severely damaged and may need repair before it can be used again. Furthermore, the Blazing Sun Mirror was also significantly damaged by the tribulation lightning, and its spirit is now dormant, and the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying sword is also considerably damaged. It will likely require my second brother to nurture it for a while before it fully recovers. During the conversation, Feng Yuanjun spoke apologetically about the condition of her magical treasures. Her successful tribulation was entirely due to these treasures. However, in doing so, they had suffered severe damage, which made her feel quite guilty. However, Zhou Chun was very magnanimous. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. If the magic weapons are broken, just repair or replace them. Since you were able to successfully transcend the tribulation, their damage was worthwhile." This answer filled Feng Yuanjun with even more gratitude. She immediately said, "Master's kindness is beyond my ability to repay. If there is anything I can do to help you in the future, I will do my utmost." After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately added, "By the way, Master, isn't your family planning to cultivate a population of phoenix blood beasts? Among the secret techniques I received, there is a method for cultivating a race of companions by bestowing their essence blood. Once I am familiar with that method, I can mass-produce some companion beasts with a bloodline of the fire phoenix." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun looked at her with considerable emotion and nodded, saying, "It's kind of you to think of this. Let's talk about it later. In the end, whether it's phoenix blood beasts or dragon blood beasts, they are merely to enrich the Zhou family's foundation." Feng Yuanjun, a fifth-tier demon king, was the greatest asset. Therefore, cultivating some phoenix-blooded demon beasts was acceptable as long as it didn't affect her own cultivation, just like how the Thunder Flood Dragon King freely used its aura to mutate other demon beasts. However, if it affected her own cultivation, Zhou Chun clearly understood the importance of prioritizing and wouldn't let it hinder her progress. After their heart-to-heart talk along the way, The bond between master and servant deepened further. Upon arriving at Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun secretly put Feng Yuanjun and the golden-winged tiger into his spirit beast pouch and quietly returned to the Azure Lotus Mountains. For Zhou Chun, it was best to keep Feng Yuanjun's successful tribulation a secret for now. That way, if any conspiracies were to be carried out against him, this sudden increase in combat power could become the key to breaking the deadlock. Therefore, apart from a few of his most trusted confidants, Zhou Chun wouldn't let anyone else know about this. In the days that followed, Zhou Chun focused on his cultivation in his new cave while also observing Luo Qingni's progress in core formation and nascent soul formation. Once Luo Qingni embarks on the path of nascent soul, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy from the outside world, it will be impossible to conceal this matter any longer. At that time, he will have to focus entirely on guarding the mountain gate, not daring to leave even for a moment. Therefore, before that, Zhou Chun made a special trip to the Su family in Jiangzhou. Yu Zhen, your cultivation has been stuck at the mid-golden core stage for quite some time now. Why haven't you used the 4 spirits breakthrough pill that I gave you to break through inside the Su family's mountain gate? After a period of dual cultivation with his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen, Zhou Chun looked at his partner with some curiosity and asked a question that had been bothering him. Back then, Luo Qingni refined 4 spirits breakthrough pills, and both he and Luo Qingni successfully broke through to the late golden core stage after taking them, demonstrating the pill's powerful effects. A few years ago, seeing that Su Yuzhen's cultivation had also reached the late golden core stage barrier, Zhou Chun gave her a 4 spirits breakthrough pill to help her break through. But many years have passed, and he seems to have never heard of Su Yuzhen going into seclusion. Hearing his question now, Su Yuzhen showed a hesitant expression. After hesitating for a long time, she lowered her head slightly and replied in a low voice, "With my talent and aptitude, even if I could break through to the late golden core stage with the power of pills, the possibility of actually forming a nascent soul is basically slim. And with your protection, my husband, whether my cultivation is in the mid-golden core stage or the late golden core stage, it makes little difference to outsiders. Therefore, I want to keep the spiritual pill as a family heirloom, hoping that in the future, when a cultivator in the Su family has the potential to form a nascent soul, this pill can lend him a helping hand on his path to forming a nascent soul." From her words, it was not difficult to hear that she herself had very little confidence in herself and had never even considered forming a nascent soul. Perhaps this was related to her upbringing and her Taoist partner, Zhou Chun. For a cultivator from a golden core family like her, whose own talent was not particularly outstanding, the education she received from childhood was mostly focused on successfully forming a golden core and maintaining the family's prestige. Therefore, after successfully forming her core, she lacked some upward motivation and focused more on mentoring younger generations and enhancing the family's strength. Furthermore, being a Taoist partner with a dazzling nascent soul cultivator like Zhou Chun undoubtedly placed immense pressure on her. Rumors and gossip were inevitable. Under such pressure, it's understandable that she became insecure and self-conscious. However, while understanding is understandable, acceptance is certainly not. Zhou Chun looked at his Taoist partner, who was bowing her head as if she had done something wrong, and gently reached out to pull her into his embrace. Then he whispered in her ear, "My lady, you're wrong to think that way. As my Taoist partner, the higher your cultivation, the better. Otherwise, if outsiders see this, wouldn't they say that I, Zhou Chun, mistreat my wife and don't even support my own Taoist partner? Moreover, my lady, your lifespan isn't particularly long. If you break through to the late golden core stage now, you still have over 100 years to prepare for the nascent soul stage. There's a possibility that you might succeed. As for your wish to leave a legacy for the Su family, you don't need to worry about that. If the Su family really produces a genius in the future, as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely help them out of respect for you and our deceased ancestor." At this point, he said with great pride, "It's just a mere 4 spirits breakthrough pill. If I wanted to get such a pill, it wouldn't take much effort at all. My lady, don't underestimate my current power." He wasn't showing off, he was stating the facts. The 4 spirits breakthrough pill might be extremely precious to golden core cultivator, but for a nascent soul cultivator, obtaining one isn't particularly difficult if they're willing to pay the price. If it's so difficult for ordinary nascent soul cultivators, it's even more so for Zhou Chun. Upon hearing his words, Su Yuzhen was deeply moved, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Their union wasn't initially beautiful. It could be said that there was no emotional foundation. However, over the years, as they grew closer, feelings gradually blossomed. Like those who are married through arranged marriages, although they initially lacked affection and even argued and fought, as they spent more time together and had children, they eventually accepted and adapted to each other, growing old together. Zhou Chun might not have shown much concern for his Taoist partner, Su Yazan, but even after achieving success, he never forgot her and never considered changing partners, demonstrating great responsibility. Su Yazan was aware of this, and therefore even more grateful to him, easily moved by his occasional expressions of care. For example, at this moment, moved by her emotions, she couldn't help but choke back tears, saying, "My husband, you are so good to me, but unfortunately, I am useless. I have not been able to bear you any children, to give birth to an heir." As a female cultivator born into a family of immortal cultivators, and already a Taoist partner, even though she was a golden core cultivator, she still longed to leave offspring with her partner. However, in the past, due to the complex circumstances and Zhou Chun's focus on cultivation, she had never truly voiced these thoughts. Now, overwhelmed by emotion, she didn't think much and let her feelings speak out about this thought that had been buried deep in her heart for many years. However, her words left Zhou Chun speechless. In fact, the two of them had cultivated together thousands of times over the past few hundred years. Under normal circumstances, even though the chances of immortal cultivators becoming pregnant are lower than those of ordinary mortals, they should have had offspring long ago. The reason they hadn't yet was naturally due to other reasons. The reason was simple: Zhou Chun herself didn't want to have offspring too early. For cultivators, not wanting to leave offspring is relatively easy. Even foundation establishment cultivators can do it effortlessly. Zhou Chun's reasons for not wanting offspring are more complex. When his cultivation was lower, he worried that if his descendants lacked spiritual root aptitude or had low aptitude, many tragedies would occur. He didn't care about others, but for himself, watching his descendants die before him would be unbearable. Later, the Jing kingdom was frequently in turmoil, and the Zhou family faced multiple crises, making it even more difficult for Zhou Chun to have offspring under such circumstances. Now, with his nascent soul stage cultivation, if the child's mother is also a cultivator, the chance of the child possessing spiritual root aptitude is over 90%, so he doesn't need to worry about that. However, the same logic applies. Even if the child has spiritual root aptitude, Zhou Chun cannot guarantee that he can successfully support the child's core formation and nascent soul formation. In that case, given his current long lifespan, he will most likely still have to watch his descendants die before him. After a long silence, Zhou Chun said apologetically to his Taoist partner, "It is I who should apologize to you, my wife. Over the years, I have neglected your feelings, depriving you of the opportunity to become a mother, but now that I have achieved nascent soul cultivation, and you have reached the golden core stage, it will be difficult to have offspring. Perhaps we shouldn't be too demanding." He ultimately had no intention of having offspring for the time being. In his view, having offspring now would be leaving himself a weakness. If someone sees his weakness, what good would his strength do? When a knife was held to his children's throats, could he, as a parent, still stand firm? Therefore, call him selfish or irresponsible, he felt that given his current situation, there was no need to have offspring. Looking at the entire cultivation world, examples of cultivators leaving offspring after achieving nascent soul cultivation are actually quite rare. Generally, such cases occur either because their lifespan is not long enough or they cannot progress further on their path, thus choosing this method to continue their bloodline. Either they had already left behind many descendants before reaching the nascent soul stage, thus eliminating the concerns Zhou Chun had. Zhou Chun's current situation didn't fit either scenario, so choosing not to leave descendants was actually quite normal in the cultivation world. Therefore, although Su Yazhan felt somewhat disappointed and sad after hearing his words, she could still understand. She silently nodded and said, "I understand what my husband means. Let's pretend I never said this." Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only harden his heart and pretend not to hear the resentment in her words, immediately changing the subject, saying, "Elder Luo is currently in seclusion within the family, undergoing core formation in nascent soul stage. For the next period of time, I will not leave the family. My wife, you should also take this time to cultivate in seclusion. I will wait for your good news within the family." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Yazhan's attention was immediately diverted. Looking at him with some surprise, she said, "Oh, fellow Taoist Luo has already begun the process of forming her nascent soul." Yes, fellow Taoist Luo was initially somewhat confused and hesitant, but after I comforted her, she made up her mind to go into seclusion to form her nascent soul. "My wife, you should also put aside your worries and bravely move forward," Zhou Chun nodded gently and said with a smile. Hearing his words, Su Yuzhen's eyes flashed slightly, as if he had inspired her fighting spirit. Her eyes gradually hardened as she looked at him and said, "My husband is absolutely right. Since fellow Taoist Luo can bravely take that step, how can I be content to lag behind and embarrass my husband?" Her change of attitude was quite rapid. After a slight surprise, Zhou Chun smiled and gave her more encouragement. After staying at the Su family's mountain gate for about a month, Zhou Chun returned to the Azure Lotus mountain range and never went out again. Luo Qingni's nascent soul formation process went more smoothly than Zhou Chun had imagined. In the third year of her secluded nascent soul formation, a small-scale phenomenon of spiritual energy gathering began to occur. Fortunately, this small-scale phenomenon wasn't particularly noticeable, and given the depth of Zhou Chun's cave dwelling, he could easily conceal it with an array, and no one would notice. However, by the 6th year, the phenomenon of spiritual energy gathering had spread throughout the entire Qinglian Peak area. Under these circumstances, it was no longer possible to completely conceal the situation. Soon, the fact that someone within the Zhou family's mountain gate was undergoing nascent soul formation was discovered by the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect through internal intelligence. This discovery undoubtedly cast a shadow over the minds of the two sect's leaders. The Zhou family already had Zhou Chun and a Silver Dragon Lord on the surface, each stronger than other cultivators of the same level. If the Zhou family were to gain another nascent soul cultivator, whether the Moonwheel Sect could retain its title as the #1 power in the Jing Kingdom was truly uncertain. Even if they could barely retain their title by then, facing the increasingly powerful Zhou family, losing it was almost inevitable. This person who has formed a nascent soul should be the guest elder of the Zhou family. She was previously a rogue alchemist from Xian'an Immortal City, said to have excellent skills, reaching the master level even at the Purple Mansion stage. Inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, True Person Silver Moon and True Person Azure Moon sat facing each other, discussing the Zhou family's nascent soul cultivator. For the Moonwheel Sect, gathering intelligence on the Zhou family wasn't difficult. Their understanding of Zhou Chun was probably superior to even some of the Zhou family's Golden Core elders. Forming a nascent soul is no easy feat. The fact that she can trigger such a phenomenon of spiritual energy in heaven and earth only means she has reached the nascent soul stage. However, whether she can successfully form a nascent soul is still unknown, let alone the heart demon tribulation that follows. True Person Azure Moon finished reading the information in his hand and spoke his opinion in a low voice. Only they, as nascent soul cultivators, knew how difficult the nascent soul stage was. Often, success depends on chance and luck. Many successful people are simply the lucky ones. In reality, the unfortunate make up the majority. Therefore, Master Kangayu's words showed little panic, remaining quite calm. However, Master Yinayu shook his head slightly after hearing his words, saying, "In the past, I shared the same opinion as my junior brother, not believing this woman had much of a chance of success, but now, with an anomaly like Zhou Hengchen, I dare not use the same perspective to judge the younger generation. Even if this woman only has a 10% chance of success, if she truly succeeds in forming her nascent soul, it will bring immense pressure to our sect." Hearing this, Master Kangayu fell silent. After a long silence, he finally looked at Master Yinayu and asked, "What do you think, Senior Brother Yinayu? Are you going to sabotage it?" Simply sabotaging it is definitely not an option. Unless we use that treasure, we have no way to deal with Zhou Hengchen in the Azure Lotus Mountains. Master Yinayu shook his head slightly, then said with a fierce glint in his eyes, "However, the nascent soul stage is most vulnerable to interference. We only need to arrange for someone to detonate the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl in the sect's treasury on Azure Lotus Peak at the crucial moment, temporarily disrupting the spiritual veins there. That will cause the female cultivator attempting to form her nascent soul to fail at the last moment and die in the womb." Chapter 690 Advancement of Natal Magic Treasure, Feng Yuanzhen makes a difference. Coincidentally, just as the two nascent soul stage cultivators from the Moonwheel Sect discussed and decided to sabotage Luo Qingni's nascent soul formation, Two nascent soul stage cultivators from the Flame Sun sect were also arguing about the same matter. I disagree with this. Senior Brother Jiang, your idea is extremely dangerous. Once discovered, it will only make it harder for our two sects to reconcile. Moreover, you and I both know how important the nascent soul formation is for cultivators. Since Zhou Chun dared to have someone form a nascent soul in the Azure Lotus Mountains, he must have made preparations in all aspects. Senior Brother, your method has very little chance of succeeding. Furthermore, the one most anxious about this matter is no longer our Flame Sun sect, but the Moonwheel sect. Why should we be their pawns, doing something with such unequal risks and rewards? Inside the cave, True Person Beiyang looked at True Person Jiang with a serious expression and stated his position, disagreeing with his suggestion to sabotage Luo Qing's nascent soul formation. To be fair, True Person Beiyang's words were reasonable and well-founded. Apart from his somewhat weak tone, there was nothing wrong with him. However, after hearing his words, Master Jiang's expression instantly turned ugly. It should be noted that Master Beiyang was Master Jiang's junior, and due to some problems in his cultivation, he usually had to cultivate in seclusion within the sect to suppress his hidden dangers. This meant that he rarely used a forceful tone when speaking with Master Jiang. Sometimes, even if he disagreed with some of Master Jiang's methods, he would remain silent and not directly refute them. But now, he had so clearly and firmly refuted Master Jiang's suggestion, displaying a very assertive attitude. This made Master Jiang very uncomfortable and displeased. Master Jiang knew that the reason Master Beiyang dared to speak to him like this was because he had lost the sect's inherited spiritual treasure, and also because his current strength offered no advantage over Master Beiyang. For a large sect like the Yan Yang sect, inherited spiritual treasures were passed down from the sect's founder, and ownership always belonged to the sect. Nascent soul stage cultivators only had the right to use them. Normally, once Master Jiang passes away, or Master Beiyang breaks through to the mid-nascent soul stage, the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror, this inherited spiritual treasure, would be under his management and refinement. However, after Master Jiang lost this inherited spiritual treasure, not only is it unlikely that Master Beiyang will be able to manage and refine it in the future, but future generations of cultivators in the Flaming Sun sect will also likely not have this opportunity. From this perspective, it is not an exaggeration to say that Master Jiang is the eternal sinner of the Flaming Sun sect. If it weren't for Master Jiang's profound cultivation, deep prestige, and highest seniority, he might even be cast into the sect's fiery prison to suffer the punishment of being burned alive. Under such circumstances, Master Beiyang would naturally no longer treat him with the same respect and obedience as before. However, while he understood this in his heart, Master Jiang was not so easily able to put aside his pride. After a moment of silence, his face grim, he looked at Master Beiyang with a dark gaze and said, "Junior Brother Beiyang, you don't really think there's any room for reconciliation between our sect and the Zhou family, do you? Even if there's no room for reconciliation now, it doesn't mean there won't be in the future. And even if there's no room for reconciliation in the future, there's no need to deepen the hatred between us, at least not before the Zhou family declines." Master Beiyang met Master Jiang's gaze without flinching, his tone and eyes resolute. Upon seeing this, Master Jiang's forward veins bulged, and anger surged within him. This was the first time in all these years that he had been so directly refuted by Master Beiyang. His face twitched slightly as he suppressed his anger and nodded repeatedly to Master Beiyang, saying, "Good, very good. Junior Brother Beiyang, you've finally shown some of the demeanor of a sect leader. It seems it's time for me, your senior brother, to step down and yield the position. Senior Brother Jiang, you misunderstand. I have no intention of vying for sect power with you. I just don't want to see you sink deeper and deeper, dragging the sect into the abyss." Master Beiyang replied in a low, somber voice, his eyelids drooping. Hearing this, Master Jiang laughed in fury. "Junior Brother Beiyang, when did you learn to be so hypocritical? If you're dissatisfied with my actions, you can point it out directly. I've never said you couldn't voice your objections." With that, he flicked his sleeve and said, "Since Junior Brother Beiyang has a different opinion, then let's drop this matter. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I won't keep you any longer." This flick of his sleeve seemed to sever all ties, breaking the brotherly harmony that the two brothers had maintained for so long. Upon seeing this, Master Beiyang's eyes dimmed, and he gently cupped his hands, saying, "Regardless of how Senior Brother Jiang views me, everything I have said and done is for the sake of the sect, to preserve its heritage, He then left Master Jiang's cave without lingering. Watching his desolate departing figure, Master Jiang's expression also darkened, his mood extremely sour. Fortunately, neither Master Jiang nor Master Beiang disclosed their disagreement and the ensuing conflict to a third party. Otherwise, if the Golden Core elders and low to mid-level cultivators within the Yang sect learned of this, it would likely cause widespread panic and disrupt the sect's operations. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware of what the highest levels of the other two major powers in Jing Kingdom had discussed, but Master Beiang was right about one thing. Zhou Chun had made various preparations regarding Luo Qingni's core formation and nascent soul formation in the Qinglian Mountains. After confirming that the news could not be kept secret, according to his instructions, almost all the relatives of the powerful cultivators and the partners were temporarily arranged to leave the sect and go to other family territories for cultivation. The cultivators who remained were all Zhou family members without partners or children. Even Sufu, the Golden Core elder, was assigned to oversee Tuyun Ridge, also taking over some of Zhou Daoi's duties. Only Zhou Daoi and Lin Honggao, both Golden Core cultivators, remained within the mountain gate, wholeheartedly protecting Luo Qingni. Meanwhile, the four spirit pets, Silver Dragon Lord, Phoenix Lord, Wood Sprite Wood Mulberry, and Golden Winged Tiger, were also overtly or covertly guarding the area around Qinglian Peak, monitoring any cultivators attempting to approach it. During this special period, the cultivators remaining within the Zhou family's mountain gate dared not wander around recklessly while on duty. Under these circumstances, most of the spies planted by the Moon Wheel sect became ineffective. However, forming a nascent soul was not a matter of a day or two, and true person Silver Moon remained calm, not rushing to act. As the years passed, news of someone in the Zhou family forming a nascent soul gradually spread, causing widespread discussion in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Zhou Chun paid no attention to what was happening outside, focusing solely on his cultivation in his cave. 10 years after Luo Qingni's seclusion to form her nascent soul, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, had finally advanced to top-grade magic weapon after years of nurturing. This advancement would undoubtedly greatly enhance Zhou Chun's strength, giving him several more offensive and defensive techniques in future battles. Unfortunately, Su Yazhen failed to break through to the late Golden Core stage after consuming the Four Spirits Breakthrough Pill, otherwise, it would have been a double celebration for Zhou Chun. This Four Spirits Breakthrough Pill was also Zhou Chun's last one. He could no longer help his Taoist partner in this matter and could only wait for another opportunity. Su Yazhen understood that Zhou Chun needed to wholeheartedly protect Luo Qingni during her nascent soul formation, and only sent news of her failure without disturbing him. Zhou Beisheng was a core member of the Zhou family with foundation establishment cultivation, having successfully established his foundation over 30 years ago. His father was a cultivator of the Yuan generation in the Zhou family, and his mother was a rogue cultivator, making them a legitimate member of the Zhou clan. Therefore, when Zhou Daoi arranged for people to maintain the Mountain Gate's protective array, he was fortunate enough to stay behind. Over the past few years, like many other cultivators who remained, after completing the patrol missions assigned by the family, he would return directly to his residence to cultivate, trying his best not to do anything that might cause misunderstandings among the family's higher-ups during this sensitive period. Now, everyone within the family knows that the alchemy master currently undergoing the nascent soul stage is a close friend of the clan leader, Zhou Zhengchen, and only agreed to join the Zhou family because of Zhou Zhengchen's influence. If his nascent soul stage fails, clan leader Zhou Zhengchen will undoubtedly be very saddened and regretful. If a thorough investigation reveals anyone who has acted inappropriately during this special period, there's no guarantee that he won't hold a grudge. So, Zhou Beisheng and the other cultivators who were left behind felt genuinely proud of their family's trust in them, and they all tried their best to complete the tasks assigned by the family, hoping to catch the eye of the family's higher-ups and gain the favor of those higher-ranking cultivators. However, on this day, when Zhou Beisheng returned to his residence after completing his family's patrol mission, his steps were hurried, and his face was tense, as if he had encountered something terrible. After returning to his cave and activating the protective barrier, his legs suddenly went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Don't be so afraid. You have no other choice now. Do as I instruct. Although you may not survive, your parents and children will rise to prominence in our sect because of you, and don't think that doing this is betraying the family. With the Zhou family's current power, Even if that alchemist Luo fails to form his nascent soul, it won't affect anything. A deep, aged voice suddenly rang in Zhou Beisheng's mind, causing his trembling body to stiffen, and then tremble even more violently. No one in the entire Zhou family knew that Zhou Beisheng's successful foundation establishment wasn't due to luck or the mere 10% success rate of obtaining the foundation building fruit. It was because he used foundation establishment pills secretly provided by the Moonwheel Sect, 2 of them. His mother was actually a disciple secretly trained by the Moonwheel Sect. He was unaware of this until he achieved foundation establishment. He always believed his parents had truly died decades ago during an adventure mission. When he reunited with his mother, faced with the temptation of several foundation establishment pills, he ultimately couldn't resist and accepted the benefit. The Moonwheel Sect's benefits didn't stop there. After his success, they arranged several female cultivators from their sect as concubines to bear him children, one of whom even gave birth to twins with mid-grade spiritual roots. Thanks to the benefits he received from the Moonwheel Sect, he lived a comfortable life within the Zhou family, unlike many other foundation establishment cultivators without connections who had to undertake missions and adventures to earn merit. He initially thought the Moonwheel Sect only wanted to use him as a spy to gather information about the Zhou family. He even fantasized about opening his purple mansion and even forming a golden core with the sect's support. After all, if they wanted him to collect the Zhou family's truly secret intelligence, they would have to promote him to a high position in the family. However, he never expected that he would be used as a pawn less than 50 years after successfully establishing his foundation, and only recently turned 100, to pay for the benefits he had taken over the years with his own life. Today, while inspecting the protective array, he met with a rat demon arranged by the Moonwheel Sect in the outer area of the array, intending only to pass on some information he had gathered over the past few months. Little did he know that as soon as he met the rat demon, he was possessed by a nascent soul cultivator's divided soul, and his life was no longer in his own hands. Now, with a nascent soul cultivator's divided soul possessing him, his every move was completely under their surveillance, and he couldn't even betray them. Previously, the other party had tried to directly control his body as a warning, and he was powerless to resist. If it weren't for the fact that directly taking over his body would seem somewhat awkward and easily detected by high-level cultivators, he might have even had his own consciousness erased by now. Senior, you must keep your word. If I do as you say, you must ensure my parents and children live a life of wealth and peace. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Beisheng seemed to have finally come to terms with everything. He slowly sat up from the ground and numbly uttered his request in a low voice. Hearing this, the Silver Moon True Person's divided soul possessing his body immediately said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about that. Our sect has never had a tradition of mistreating its own people. If you have rendered such great service to our sect and still haven't treated your family well, how can our sect expect other disciples to serve the sect wholeheartedly in the future?" At this point, Zhou Beisheng obviously had no choice but to believe him, even if he didn't. For the next 2 weeks, Zhou Beisheng adjusted his mindset and cooperated with Yin Yu's Henren's split soul to control his body. Although he was now an elite member of the Zhou family, he couldn't easily go to Qinglian Peak during this special period, as it was guarded by late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators and Purple Mansion cultivators. Therefore, he needed to force his way into Qinglian Peak and detonate the Earthly Fiend's Fire Thunder Pearl on it before being subdued. After some time to adjust, fearing complications, Yin Yu's Henren immediately instructed Zhou Beisheng to approach Qinglian Peak on his return journey after completing a mission. However, he seemed to have underestimated Zhou Chun's emphasis on Qinglian Peak. Zhou Beisheng was still several miles away from Qinglian Peak when Lin Hongyu, who was stationed on the mountain, immediately locked onto him with her divine sense and commanded him, "Junior, stop immediately. This is not a place you should be near." Upon hearing this, Zhou Beisheng's heart pounded wildly, and he didn't even know how to respond. Upon seeing this, the Silver Moon True Person's fragmented soul, possessing him, immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, it forcibly took over his body, its entire body igniting with crimson spiritual light, transforming into a streak of crimson light and rapidly flying towards the summit of Azure Lotus Peak. In that instant, Zhou Beisheng, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, unleashed a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Lin Hongyu had already noticed something amiss when Zhou Beisheng's heartbeat became abnormal. Upon discovering another aura suddenly appearing within Zhou Beisheng's body, she immediately and without hesitation activated her magic weapon to strike him. However, she hadn't anticipated that Zhou Beixin, a Foundation establishment cultivator, would suddenly unleash such speed. Her magic weapon missed its target immediately. Zhou Beixin, who was originally less than 10 miles from Azure Lotus Peak, instantly arrived at the mountainside after his burst of speed. This was only because the summit area of Azure Lotus Peak was currently shrouded by an array of restrictions, preventing him from entering. Upon discovering this, he quickly changed his plans, directly hurling the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl towards the mountain below. This Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl was left behind by the nascent soul stage cultivator who had passed away during the Moonwheel Sect's previous meditation session. It was a treasure he had exchanged with another nascent soul stage cultivator years ago. This item was a one-time use Thunder Pearl treasure, crafted by a nascent soul stage cultivator using poisonous fire and evil energy collected from the earth and refined with special techniques. The large amount of poisonous fire and evil energy generated after its explosion would corrode even the physical body of a nascent soul stage cultivator, and could even damage their nascent soul. If it were detonated on a blessed mountain like Azure Lotus Peak, even if it couldn't directly destroy the mountain and its spiritual veins, it would still disrupt the spiritual veins and earth veins below, creating a massive earthquake. Even more viciously, the spilled poisonous fire and evil energy would merge into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and be absorbed by Luo Qingni, who was in seclusion forming her nascent soul within. It's important to understand that Luo Qingni, currently in the nascent soul stage, is almost unconscious, only instinctively using her cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish her nascent soul. Therefore, she has difficulty discerning the poisonous fire and malevolent energy contained within the spiritual energy. If she were to absorb this poisonous fire and malevolent energy into her body, her nascent soul formation would undoubtedly fail. Therefore, as long as the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl detonates on Azure Lotus Peak, True Person Silver Moon's mission would be complete. However, just as he possessed Zhou Beixin's body and revealed a smug smile, a streak of crimson fire suddenly flashed past, snatching away the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl. Not good. Realizing the danger, True Person Silver Moon's split soul hurriedly detonated the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl. Detonating it in midair would certainly not be as effective as detonating it close to the ground. But now was clearly not the time to worry about that. However, when he detonated the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl, the explosion resounded thousands of feet above Azure Lotus Peak. Before he could even see what had happened, a bolt of silver lightning struck down from the sky, cleaving his split soul and Zhou Beixin's body into wisps of smoke. In the sky, a 7-colored fire phoenix with a wingspan of tens of feet appeared, its mouth gulping in the poisonous fire energy spilled from the explosion. As a 5th-tier fire phoenix capable of freely roaming the underground fire veins, this poisonous fire energy, which could harm even ordinary nascent soul cultivators, was a delicious treat in Fen Yuanjin's eyes, even nourishing her after consumption. It turned out that she had sensed the immense poisonous fire energy contained within the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl, promptly revealing her true form to swallow it whole, and then swiftly flew away from Qinglian Peak. When Yin Yu's Henren's split soul detonated the pearl, she used her fire spirit Dharma body, divine power to transform herself into fire spirit, neutralizing the impact damage from the explosion within her body. If it weren't for this life-saving ability, she probably wouldn't have dared to risk eating such a dangerous item as the Earthly Fiend Fire Thunder Pearl, raw. Because the explosion occurred in the sky outside the protective mountain formation, although the noise was enormous, the actual impact was far less than Silver Moon True Person had anticipated. Most of the scattered poisonous fire and evil energy were devoured by Phoenix Yuanjin, and any that did spill out did not enter the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation. Although the sound of the explosion was very loud. With the energy of the explosion absorbed by Phoenix Yuanjin and the protective mountain formation, the sound alone was clearly insufficient to affect Luo Qingni, who was isolated and protected by layers of restrictive formations. Therefore, the greatest impact of this incident was on the Zhou family cultivators. I never thought that with the current prestige and status of my Zhou family, there would still be clansmen who betray the family and collude with outsiders to destroy the family's spiritual veins. If it weren't for a Phoenix Yuanjin today, not only might Elder Luo have failed to form a nascent soul, but even the foundation of the mountain's spiritual veins might have been damaged and polluted, bringing irreparable losses to the family. On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun stood with a livid face at the spot where Zhou Beixin had fallen, and his words caused Zhou Daoyi and Lin Honggai beside him to lower their heads. Zhou Beisheng had already been struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning from the Silver Dragon Lord and reduced to ashes, but the problem he exposed was extremely serious. A Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, a pure-blooded member of the Zhou family, had actually cooperated with outsiders to damage the family's spiritual veins. This was a disgrace that would kill anyone who heard about it. No wonder Zhou Chun, who was always humble and easygoing in front of his elders, was now furious. This is my dereliction of duty. I will deeply reflect on myself, thoroughly investigate everything, and will definitely give the family and you, Zheng Chun, a satisfactory explanation. Although Zhou Daoyi was filled with shock and anger, he still calmly took responsibility and made a statement. Seeing this, Lin Honggai also spoke in a low voice, I also bear responsibility. If I had acted faster to take down that junior, perhaps none of this would have happened. Granduncle and grandmother, there's no need for you to blame yourselves. My anger isn't directed at you two, but rather at those short-sighted juniors who are pathetic and laughable. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, soothing the two elders in a low voice, and then said in a deep voice, it seems that after Elder Luo successfully forms his nascent soul, the family will need to conduct a thorough investigation and education. We must make those juniors realize just how ridiculous and pathetic it is to betray the family for petty gains. Zheng Chun, you're right. I hate traitors who betray the family more than anything else. If I find out who else is colluding with external forces and selling out the family's interests, I will make sure they suffer a fate worse than death, Zhou Daoyi said with a grim expression, clearly genuinely angry. Zhou Beisheng's foundation establishment coincided with Zhou Daoyi's return to taking charge of the family's affairs, which was a huge slap in the face for him. How could he not be furious? Chapter 691 Second Faction's Reaction, Kingni forms nascent soul. PFFT, inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, true person Silver Moon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning deathly pale and his spirit withering. His divided soul had been destroyed, and his main body naturally suffered a backlash. However, he had been mentally prepared for this price and didn't feel much at this moment. What truly tormented him was that his operation had failed at the last moment. Although his divided soul had been destroyed, he hadn't been able to clearly see what the flame that had taken the earthly fiend Fire Thunder Pearl was. But he could sense that the explosion had been quite far away from Azure Lotus Peak. Still failed, he muttered to himself, his face grim, his mood extremely bad. This failure not only meant the loss of a divided soul in an earthly fiend Fire Thunder Pearl, but also alerting the enemy, making it difficult to have another opportunity to disrupt Luo Qingni's nascent soul formation. And once Luo Qingni successfully formed her nascent soul, the Zhou family, with two nascent soul cultivators, would truly be uncontrollable. How hateful. What exactly was that flame? If it hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have succeeded already. A flash of anger crossed Silver Moon True Person's eyes, and he immediately ordered someone to quickly relay the news from the Zhou family's mountain gate. In less than half a day, the Golden Core elders of the Moonwheel Sect, who were stationed around the Azure Lotus Mountains, relayed the situation after the explosion back to the Sect. When Silver Moon True Person finished reading the information sent back by the elders, he froze. A 5th-tier Fire Phoenix. Zhou Zhengjin's Fire Phoenix has also successfully transformed. Silver Moon True Person's heart turned ice cold, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. He was still thinking about how to disrupt Luo Qingni's nascent soul formation, but he hadn't expected that, without any further development, Zhou Chun had cultivated another spirit pet to the 5th tier. With two 5th-tier Demon King spirit pets, the Zhou family had completely suppressed their Moonwheel Sect. From now on, if Silver Moon True Person encountered Zhou Chun outside, he would probably have to avoid him. A lion cub like him is no match for us. Silver Moon Immortal suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, letting out a sigh filled with resentment and helplessness. In an instant, he seemed to have aged decades, his entire spirit collapsing. He knew in his heart that from this moment on, Jing Kingdom was likely to officially enter the Zhou family era. From now on, the fate of Jing Kingdom would no longer be decided by their Moonwheel Sect alone. Given Zhou Chun's current strength, unless Zhou Chun recklessly came to the vicinity of the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, they had no means to threaten his life. What made Silver Moon Immortal even more desperate was that, judging from the performance of Zhou Chun's spirit pets, there might be one or two more 5th-tier Demon Kings in the future. At that time, if they didn't compromise and submit to the Zhou family, They might not even dare to leave the mountain gate. To put it bluntly, Zhou Chun now possessed almost the combat power of a great cultivator, holding the status and strength of a great cultivator within Jing Kingdom. Thinking of this, Silver Moon Immortal felt utterly dejected and unwilling. And it wasn't just true person Silver Moon who was dejected and panicked. After news of someone in the Zhou family achieving nascent soul stage spread, the Flame Sun Sect naturally dispatched a Golden Core Elder to Lion's How to observe the situation. When Phoenix Yuanjin revealed her true form above Azure Lotus Peak, the news quickly reached the Flame Sun Sect, reaching the ears of the two nascent soul cultivators, True Person Purple Sun and True Person White Sun. Upon learning this news, True Person White Sun was shocked but also extremely grateful that he had stopped True Person Purple Sun's sabotage plan. True Person Purple Sun, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, remaining alone in his cave for a long time before finally coming to his senses. What kind of monster is this? Why did I offend such a monster? He couldn't help but lament, his face pale, feeling utterly hopeless. Besides the word monster, True Person Purple Sun couldn't think of any other words to describe Zhou Chun. Such an example of consecutively cultivating 5th-tier Demon King spirit pets was rare even within the entire human cultivation world, perhaps only a handful within 10,000 years. Not to mention that Zhou Chun himself was only a nascent soul cultivator, less than 100 years old. And just as Silver Moon True Person worried, Purple Sun True Person also knew that Zhou Chun's remaining 3 spirit pets would most likely produce 1 or 2 more Demon Kings. The mere thought of this filled him with trembling fear. One thing he had to face was that the Flame Sun Sect didn't have the powerful foundation of the Moonwheel Sect. If faced with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator leading an attack on the mountain, they might not be able to hold out. And if the Zhou family possessed 2 nascent soul cultivators and 3 or 4 5th-tier Demon Kings, then even if he, Purple Sun True Person, hid inside the mountain gate, the Zhou family would have the strength to directly breach the mountain and break through the gate. At that point, he would truly have a hard time surviving. At this moment, regret surged wildly within Purple Sun True Person's heart. His heart was filled with remorse. If he had another chance, he would never have offended Zhou Chun, never let their relationship deteriorate to this point. Unfortunately, there's no going back. A mistake is a mistake, and one must bear the consequences. Several days later, Master Jiang took the initiative to visit Master Beiyang's cave. Junior brother Beiyang, you were right. This time, you saved our sect from annihilation. I apologize for my previous inappropriate words and actions. I hope you can forgive me this time. Inside the cave, upon seeing Master Beiyang, Master Jiang quickly bowed deeply to express his apology. This action surprised Master Beiyang, who immediately reached out to help him up, saying, Senior brother, you flatter me. I know everything you've done is for the sake of the sect, but bad luck led to this mistake. A mistake is a mistake. This time, I won't make excuses for myself. Master Jiang gently shook his head, then looked directly at Master Beiyang and said, From now on, the sect is in your hands, Junior brother Beiyang. I hope you will act prudently and not be as impulsive as I was, making an irreparable mistake. Why do you say that, senior brother? Didn't I say before that I had no intention of vying for power with you? Master Beiyang's expression changed slightly as he quickly explained. Unexpectedly, Master Jiang waved his hand at him and said, This has nothing to do with you, junior brother. It's my own decision to step down and give way. Moreover, I have a deep grudge against Zhou Chun, and continuing to lead the sect would only provoke his hostility. Hearing this reason, Master Beiyang fell silent. After a moment of silence, Master Beiyang finally looked at Master Jiang and asked, Then, senior brother, do you plan to go into seclusion for cultivation? Seclusion is unnecessary. I have no chance of making another breakthrough now, and my remaining lifespan is not much. I only want to make up for the mistakes I made before and retrieve the lost inherited spiritual treasures. That way, even if I go to the underworld, I will not be ashamed to face the ancestors. Master Jiang shook his head slightly and said his plans in a low voice. But the Flaming Sun Treasure Mirror has already fallen into Zhou Chun's hands. Why would he be willing to return it to our sect? Master Beiyang looked at Master Jiang with a puzzled expression, not understanding his meaning. But then Master Jiang explained in a low voice, without a corresponding spirit communication technique, Zhou Chun would be of little use with his treasure. As long as our sect can offer an equivalent treasure, he will definitely be willing to make the exchange. This explanation made Master Beiyang even more puzzled. And he couldn't help but ask again, "But how can you offer an equivalent treasure, senior brother? Besides this spirit treasure passed down from our ancestor, our sect shouldn't have any other spirit treasures, right?" "Of course our sect doesn't have any other spirit treasures, but I happen to know a clue about another spirit treasure." Master Jiang waved his hand and said, "All right, junior brother Baiang, you don't need to ask any more questions about this. If I can accomplish this, you will naturally understand everything." Seeing this, Master Baiang could only nod and say, "In that case, senior brother, please be careful and take care of yourself." Having settled everything in private, the two immediately summoned all the Golden Core elders in the sect and announced that Master Baiang would be in charge of the sect from now on. Subsequently, Master Jiang quietly left the Yang sect's mountain gate under the pretext of recuperating and reflecting on his mistakes. Meanwhile, although Zhou Chun had issued an order to thoroughly investigate spies within the family, this couldn't be done immediately. After all, the most important thing now was to ensure Luo Qingni's nascent soul formation was undisturbed, and the cultivators remaining within the mountain gate were already the most trustworthy people on the surface. Therefore, besides raising the alert level further, he couldn't launch a large-scale purge within the family for the time being, lest it cause panic and delay important matters. Fortunately, 6 months after this sabotage incident, Zhou Xiang, who had been traveling, returned to the family, adding another high-level cultivator capable of guarding the area. Perhaps due to the significantly increased alert level within the Zhou family, similar sabotage attacks did not occur again for several years. Thus, 16 years after Luo Qingni's seclusion to form her nascent soul, a powerful aura suddenly rose from her place of seclusion. Then, in harmony with heaven and earth, overwhelming thunderclouds appeared above Qinglian Peak. The gathering of thunderclouds indicated that Luo Qingni had successfully passed a nascent soul stage and condensed her nascent soul. Next, she only needed to overcome the inner demon tribulation to emerge from seclusion and face the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Zhou Chun's heart tightened. He was still apprehensive about the power of the inner demon tribulation. Even with all the preparations he had made years ago, overcoming it wouldn't have been easy. Now, with only a jar of purifying holy water to aid her, no one could guarantee whether Luo Qingni could overcome this tribulation. Through his connection with the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, Zhou Chun quickly sensed that the purifying holy water inside was being consumed. Upon discovering this, he couldn't help but silently pray for his friend. She must succeed. After waiting anxiously for an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a powerful aura flying out of his cave, Zhou Chun's heart finally settled, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. He looked at the figure in blue robes in the sky with a joyful expression, and immediately opened a gap in the protective array to allow Luo Qingni to undergo her tribulation. Previously, he hadn't opened the array for a fear of disturbing Luo Qingni. Now that Luo Qingni's nascent soul was complete, any external tricks were useless, so there was no need to let her undergo her tribulation inside the mountain gate. Although the heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul cultivator wasn't very powerful, it would still cause considerable damage if it struck Qinglian Peak. After Luo Qingni flew out of the protective array, Zhou Chun immediately activated it with all his might, condensing a protective light shield to protect the mountain gate and prevent the scattered tribulation lightning from damaging it. He, along with Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, hid at the edge of the array to avoid any interference with the energy flow and any abnormalities in the heavenly tribulation. Looking at Luo Qingni in the sky, she had already activated her divine powers, condensing 36 leaf-shaped emerald light shields around her. When the first bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down, the emerald light shields only lost a third of their power before blocking it. Seeing this, Feng Yuanjun, standing beside Zhou Chun, couldn't help but express envy, saying, "Humans are indeed a blessed race. This kind of heavenly tribulation lightning is like a tickle to them." Zhou Chun, hearing this, immediately lectured her, "You can't say that. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation lightning is, preparing more magical treasures still gives you a good chance of surviving. But the heart demon tribulation is invisible and intangible, impossible to defend against. Countless exceptionally talented human geniuses have ultimately fallen to this calamity. Is that so? Is the heart demon tribulation really as powerful as you say, Master?" Feng Yuanjun looked at Zhou Chun with a skeptical expression, seemingly not quite believing him. "You don't understand now, but you will later." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, not intending to argue with her. Ignorance is bliss. These demon kings didn't experience the heart demon tribulation before reaching the 6th rank, but they had all experienced heavenly tribulations that nearly killed them. Therefore, it's normal to feel that the heavenly tribulation is more difficult to overcome. As for a demon king like Fen Yuanjun, who knows how many years it will take to break through to the 6th rank, or even if it's possible at all. There's no need to say much to her now. Anyway, she'll understand everything as she gains more knowledge and reads more. While the master and servant were talking, Luo Qingyi in the sky had already overcome several tribulation lightning bolts using her own supernatural abilities, showing a similar prowess to Zhou Chun back then. Only when the last bolt of the first round of tribulation lightning struck did Luo Qingyi summon the science spear magic weapon that Zhou Chun had exchanged with her, easily shattering it. During the second round of tribulation lightning, Luo Qingyi also easily withstood it with her own supernatural abilities and magic weapons. However, when the third round of tribulation lightning began to fall, she faced some difficulties. Relying only on her own natal magic weapon and the few magic weapons she already used, she was still struggling against this round of tribulation lightning bombardment. After withstanding 4 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning, her magic weapon suffered considerable damage. If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't be completely destroyed. This is when it became clear why she had joined the Zhou family. Since Zhou Chun had given her even the purifying holy water as his first offering, how could he not consider the heavenly tribulation? First, 5-colored spiritual light surged from her body, forming a 5-colored light shield that blocked a descending bolt of lightning. Then, with a wave of her jade hand, she summoned 2 rings, 1 gold and 1 silver, which transformed into a golden dragon and a silver tiger to block the 6th bolt of lightning. It turned out that Zhou Chun had lent her his original 5-colored dragon scale armor and dragon tiger golden ring to help her overcome the tribulation. With the help of these 2 brand new high-grade magic treasures, she quickly passed 4 more bolts of lightning. When the last bolt of lightning struck, Luo Qingyi also raised her hand with an extremely solemn expression. A beam of azure light immediately rose from the Zhou family's mountain gate below, transforming into a large azure seal to meet the bolt of lightning. It turned out that Zhou Chun, to ensure her successful tribulation, had to refine the top-grade magic weapon, the Azure Profound Seal, which suppressed the core of the Azure Dragon formation, before she even went into seclusion to form her nascent soul. With the help of this top-grade magic weapon, the final tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the Azure Seal. Then the thunder clouds dissipated, 5-colored dew descended from the sky, and various auspicious beast phantoms appeared in the world. At this point, Luo Qingyi's nascent soul formation was considered a complete success. Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly returned to Azure Lotus Peak, and after Luo Qingyi absorbed the 5-colored dew, he immediately offered his congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Luo, on the great success of your nascent soul, attaining the Dao. He smiled broadly and cupped his hands in congratulations to Luo Qingyi, his joy no less than when he himself had successfully formed his nascent soul. Inside the mountain gate, the Zhou family cultivators who had witnessed Luo Qingyi's tribulation were now as if waking from a dream, and they all followed their patriarch, Zhou Chun, in bowing and congratulating Luo Qingyi. Congratulations Elder Luo on achieving the great perfection of nascent soul and attaining immortality. Zhou Daoyi, Lin Huangyu, Zhou Zhidang, and others all congratulated Luo Qingyi with faces full of joy and envy. A festive atmosphere filled the entire Zhou family mountain gate. Under any circumstances, the addition of a nascent soul cultivator to any force is a great joyous event, worthy of celebration by the entire sect and clan. Although Luo Qingyi does not bear the surname Zhou, having successfully formed her nascent soul in the Zhou family, she rightfully becomes a member of the Zhou family and is considered a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, she will receive all the treatment due to her. At this moment, she is undoubtedly in a state of extreme joy. Facing everyone's congratulations, she immediately smiled broadly and said, "Thank you all for your congratulations, fellow Daoists. I also wish you all long and prosperous immortality." Whether it was the added weight of being a nascent soul cultivator or the fact that she had just bathed in the 5-colored dew, she was indeed in excellent condition. In any case, her joyful smile became a beautiful scene that many Zhou family cultivators would never forget. No matter how many stunning beauties they saw in the future, they would always feel that they were far inferior to Elder Luo. Even Zhou Chun was slightly lost in thought. However, he was only momentarily distracted, and quickly smiled as he said to Luo Qingyi, "Fellow Taoist Luo has just successfully transcended her tribulation. Why don't you return to your cave to consolidate your cultivation first? We can discuss other matters after you emerge from seclusion. In that case, King Ni will take her leave. Thank you for your protection, fellow Taoist Zhou and all the fellow Taoists of the Zhou family. Luo Qingni nodded slightly, thanked him again, and then returned to her cave to digest and comprehend the benefits of forming her nascent soul. After Luo Qingni, the main character, left, Zhou Chun's smile quickly vanished, and he turned to Zhou Daoyi, saying, "Granduncle, now that Elder Luo has successfully formed her nascent soul, the cultivators sent out by the family can be recalled. The internal investigation and education that we discussed before should also be carried out as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately replied with a solemn expression, "Zhengjin, rest assured, I will issue the order to recall them to the family immediately and personally handle the investigation and education." "Very good. If there's anything I can help with, Granduncle, you can contact me at any time." Zhou Chun nodded, immediately reiterating his determination to investigate thoroughly. He then disappeared from the side of the Zhou family cultivators along with Fen Yuanjin, returning to his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the Zhou family members who were celebrating at this time were unaware that an unprecedented rectification campaign was about to befall them. Months later, just as the Zhou family's mountain gate had returned to its bustling state before Luo Qingni's seclusion to form her nascent soul, the news that Zhou Beisheng was a spy for an external force was suddenly revealed, causing a huge uproar within the Zhou family like a bomb. This matter had been deliberately suppressed beforehand, and apart from a few guards within the mountain gate who had a good relationship with Zhou Beisheng and vaguely knew some of the inside story, virtually no one else knew. Its sudden announcement naturally caused a huge reaction among all the Zhou family cultivators. As arranged by Zhou Daoyi, the patriarch Zhou Chun also appeared at this time, expressing his disappointment and heartache over this incident in front of thousands of Zhou family cultivators. "I am deeply disappointed by this matter. The Zhou family has developed to this point where any clansman who diligently cultivates and meets the family's requirements can obtain spiritual items from the family to break through to a higher realm. This is the kind of treatment that countless ancestors who sacrificed their lives for the Zhou family dreamed of. They were willing to give their lives for the family so that you, the descendants of the family, could enjoy such treatment as disciples of a powerful force. Yet, even so, a disgrace like Zhou Beisheng has appeared in the family. For his own selfish reasons, he even dared to do such a heinous thing as destroying the family's spiritual veins. You should ask yourselves, if you were those ancestors who sacrificed their lives for the Zhou family's cause, how would you feel if you saw such a disgrace among your descendants?" In the Zhou family ancestral hall, Zhou Chun faced the thousands of Zhou family cultivators gathered there, and in front of the many memorial tablets of deceased Zhou family cultivators in the ancestral hall, he painfully posed this soul-searching question. Under his penetrating questioning, the reactions of the many Zhou family cultivators present varied greatly. The vast majority were filled with rage at Zhou Beisheng's scoundrel nature, yet also felt a pang of shame at Zhou Chun's words, their expressions noticeably changing. However, a very few, seemingly guilty of some wrongdoing, lowered their heads in panic under the nascent soul cultivator's direct questioning, their heartbeats and breathing abnormal. All of this was observed by Zhou Chun's powerful divine sense. His divine sense was incredibly perceptive, quickly marking those who acted strangely. He then swept his gaze across them, saying, "Why are your eyes darting around, and your heartbeats abnormal? Have you, like Zhou Beisheng, betrayed your family?" These words shocked everyone present. Then, angry gazes fell upon those marked by Zhou Chun, their bodies radiating golden spiritual light. "It's going to snow heavily in a couple of days, it's freezing." Chapter 692 King Mai's Henrun. As a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun's methods of interrogating mid to low-level key refining and foundation establishment cultivators were indeed overkill. However, this approach was undeniably the most efficient and effective. At that moment, those cultivators pointed out by Zhou Chun, facing the angry gazes of thousands of Zhou family cultivators within the ancestral hall, could barely maintain their composure. Without Zhou Chun needing to employ any further coercion, most immediately knelt, weeping and pleading for mercy as they confessed their crimes. Naturally, most of those who truthfully confessed their crimes hadn't truly betrayed the family, or committed anything deeply offensive. They had merely violated clan rules to a lesser degree, or had been tempted or bribed to pass on information. While such crimes would still incur punishment under clan rules, they weren't capital offenses and offered a chance for redemption. Even so, after hearing their stories, Zhou Chun decided to conduct a further investigation to ensure they weren't deliberately using minor offenses to cover up major ones and escape judgment. In contrast to these individuals, a small minority offered vehement denials. They too knelt on the ground, wailing and lamenting, claiming their earlier shock at Zhou Beisheng's alleged betrayal of the family caused their abnormal heartbeat and breathing. But they knew their own excuses were utterly unconvincing to a nascent soul cultivator. And those Zhou family cultivators truly loyal to the family were even less likely to believe such words. How could a nascent soul cultivator wrongly accuse a few key refining and foundation establishment cultivators? Why were they the only ones marked, while we weren't? On one side was the family patriarch Zhou Chun, a high-ranking nascent soul cultivator representing the family's authority. On the other were merely a few key refining and foundation establishment cultivators, whom the bystanders should believe was self-evident. At this point, Zhou Chun no longer needed to use force to force them to confess and submit to the law. Zhou Chun would simply intervene, detaining and interrogating them on suspicion of betraying the family's interests. After swiftly purging a group of internal scourges, Zhou Chun naturally wanted to use this as a lesson to educate the other Zhou family cultivators present. You all saw it just now. Even though the family has provided these people with various conveniences for cultivation, they are still insatiable, sacrificing the family's greater interests for personal gain. But as you just saw, even if you think your mistakes are undetectable and flawless, the net of justice is vast and its meshes are wide, and nothing escapes it. There will always be a day when the truth comes out. For the sake of temporary gains, seemingly gaining an advantage in cultivation, you are actually ruining your long-term path and destroying your future and even your life. Zhou Chun At this point, Zhou Chun couldn't help but raise his arms and shout. You all need to understand that the Zhou family today is actually the most powerful force in Jing Kingdom. We can provide all Zhou family cultivators with high-end cultivation resources that any major power could offer. You should cherish this hard-won opportunity and seize it to rise together with the family. He then waved his hand emphatically, saying, greed for short-term gains can ruin one's entire cultivation path. A wise person would not do such a thing. These words were truly thought-provoking, striking a chord with the cultivators present. Even those who were prone to daydreaming during meetings were moved by these resounding words. Of course, this effect was limited to the present. Whether these people could truly resist the temptations Zhou Chun spoke of when they left this ancestral hall and encountered those same short-term gains again was anyone's guess. Zhou Chun's intention was simply to help them broaden their horizons, recognize the difference between long-term benefits and petty gains. Like Zhou Beisheng, who betrayed his family for a few foundation establishment pills, it was undoubtedly a foolish act. If he had been willing to work hard, he would have had a good chance of exchanging them within the Zhou family. There was no need to take such a risk. In fact, he died just over 100 years old, less than a key refining cultivator. Family cultivators aren't like those barefoot rogue cultivators who miss their chance and never have another. A Zhou family cultivator should know that their life cannot be exchanged for a mere 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills. They should understand that the long-term benefits of their bloodline and surname far outweigh any seemingly attractive but ultimately undesirable illicit gains. Besides internal education and supervision, Zhou Chun must also take strong measures against external threats. After the Zhou family cultivators in the ancestral hall had digested his resounding words, he looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, from now on, if any of you encounter anyone trying to recruit or tempt you, feel free to report it to the family. The family will reward you according to the circumstances and announce the commendation to the entire clan. His words were not only directed at the Zhou family members present, but also a warning to external forces. If any external forces tried to lure Zhou family cultivators into betraying the family in the future, the Zhou family would definitely retaliate fiercely and show no leniency. After this internal review and education, Zhou Chun no longer participated in the remaining matters and left them to Zhou Chun. Half a year later, Luo Qingni finally digested the gains after reaching the nascent soul stage and sent a message to invite Zhou Chun back to his cave. How is it? Are you satisfied with the glory of the nascent soul stage, Qingni? In the cave, after seeing Luo Qingni again, Zhou Chun looked at the beauty in front of him with a smile and teased her. It seems that after forming the nascent soul, Luo Qingni has truly shed her former allure. While her appearance hasn't changed much, her aura has become even more captivating, even more breathtakingly beautiful. Sitting opposite such a stunning beauty is a truly delightful experience. Responding to Zhou Chun's teasing, Luo Qingni sighed with emotion, The nascent soul and the golden core are indeed worlds apart. Without reaching this realm, one truly cannot understand its flavor and mysteries. Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded in agreement. That's natural. Otherwise, why are there so few nascent soul cultivators in the cultivation world? Why is it that only by forming the nascent soul can one truly be considered to have attained enlightenment? Indeed, the path to forming the nascent soul is incredibly difficult. Luo Qingni nodded slightly, looking at Zhou Chun with gratitude, saying, "My ability to form the nascent soul and attain enlightenment this time is entirely thanks to fellow Taoist Zhou. Your tremendous help and selfless support are truly beyond repayment." Zhou Chun waved his hands repeatedly, meeting her gaze sincerely. "Qingni, you're too kind. You're just a carefree cultivator, yet you've traveled thousands of miles to this remote place like Jing Kingdom to serve and cultivate within the Zhou family, a rising power. This is already a great honor for me," he continued. "As for your successful nascent soul formation, while I have contributed a little, it's mainly due to your own profound good fortune and exceptional character. I dare not accept such a great deed." Zhou Chun's consistent approach was to not claim credit for his contributions. In most cases, he would help someone not out of greed for future rewards, but simply because he believed the person deserved his help. Like lending money, when you lend money, you're often prepared not to get it back. If the person you helped later showed gratitude and offered repayment, Zhou Chun would naturally be genuinely happy and willing to accept it. However, if he misjudged someone and helped the wrong person, Zhou Chun would only take it as a lesson learned. In fact, when encountering truly grateful people, Zhou Chun's humble behavior often brings extraordinary rewards. Such people are usually very clear about the extent of the help they received and will repay it many times over after their success. Luo Qingni had already seen this in their previous interactions. Therefore, after hearing his words, Luo Qingni's goodwill towards him increased even more. She couldn't help but exclaim, "To have a close friend like fellow Taoist Zhou is truly the greatest honor of my life." She then stopped talking about repayment and simply waved her hand, taking out the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, and the other magical treasures Zhou Chun had given her and returning them to their rightful owners. Of course, this did not include the Azure Profound Seal, a top-grade magical treasure. After Luo Qingni completed her tribulation, this treasure was returned to the core of the heavenly Azure Dragon formation, to suppress the Great Formation. Zhou Chun, after discreetly storing all the treasures in his storage bag, looked at her with curiosity and asked, "In your opinion, fellow Taoist Luo, does the mind-cleansing water truly have an effect on the heart demon tribulation?" "Of course it does," Luo Qingni nodded solemnly, affirming this point with unwavering certainty. It was with the help of this spiritual water that Qingni cleansed her mind and purified her spirit, thus weakening the power of the heart demon tribulation and ultimately successfully overcoming this greatest tribulation for achieving Dao. This answer completely reassured Zhou Chun, and a genuine, radiant smile appeared on his face. Luo Qingni might not have known what this meant, but for Zhou Chun, the significance was immense. It meant that the Zhou family would directly possess a nearly unlimited supply of auxiliary nascent soul spiritual objects, and one that many cultivators dreamed of, a spiritual object for weakening the heart demon tribulation. In this way, as long as the Zhou family can obtain one or even two nascent soul pills every few hundred or thousand years, like the Moonwheel Sect, and barring extremely bad luck, the lineage of nascent soul cultivators will almost never be interrupted. This is a foundation that only the truly top-tier forces in the cultivation world can possess. Top-tier forces like those in the Great Zhou Kingdom, or powerful forces like the Moonwheel Sect that dominate an entire nation, have a nascent soul cultivator lineage that is almost unbroken generation after generation, ensuring that at least one nascent soul cultivator is always present at their sect. Furthermore, their sect possess trump cards sufficient to resist late-stage nascent soul cultivators, guaranteeing that even in their most destitute times, their sects will not be easily wiped out by outsiders. The Zhou family only joined the ranks of major forces after Zhou Chun successfully formed his nascent soul. But now, they are already close to possessing the foundation of a top-tier force. If this were to spread, it would truly shock the entire cultivation world. Zhou Chun's heart was also filled with surging emotions, and it took him a long time to calm his joy. Then, with bright eyes, he looked at Luo Qingni again and asked, "Qingni, now that you have successfully formed your nascent soul, what are your plans for the future? When do you plan to hold your nascent soul ceremony? Have you decided on your Taoist title?" King Ni's successful formation of her nascent soul is entirely due to fellow Taoist Zhou's guidance and assistance. Naturally, I will continue to cultivate in the Zhou family to repay your kindness." Luo King Ni understood Zhou Chun's meaning and immediately gave the clearest answer. Sure enough, upon hearing her answer, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile brightly. She quickly continued, "As for the nascent soul ceremony, King Ni doesn't intend to hold a grand ceremony. After all, King Ni doesn't know many people in Jing Kingdom and has always disliked crowds." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately agreed. Since King Ni dislikes crowds, then the nascent soul ceremony can simply be held within my Zhou family. In any case, the whole country now knows about your successful formation of your nascent soul. Luo King Ni nodded slightly, agreeing with this arrangement. Then he continued, "As for the choice of Taoist title, King Ni hasn't thought about it yet and needs to consider it carefully before deciding. The Taoist title is of great importance and indeed requires careful consideration. Let's wait until King Ni has made up her mind before informing me." Zhou Chun nodded, not in a hurry. Next, he discussed with Luo King Ni the matters that newly promoted nascent soul cultivators should pay attention to, sharing some of his own experiences and insights. Luo King Ni was extremely grateful for his selfless sharing and thanked him repeatedly. Afterwards, she repeatedly declined Zhou Chun's attempts to stay, voluntarily returning the cave to him and returning to her original cave to cultivate. After returning to his cave and cultivating for a while, Zhou Chun discovered that with the help of the spirit eye tree, his cultivation efficiency had increased by more than 10%. Such obvious benefits finally made him understand why nascent soul cultivators were so eager for spirit eyes, never having enough. Unfortunately, these spirit eyes were not only scarce but also only stored in the caves of nascent soul cultivators. Even if he possessed the strength to kill a nascent soul cultivator, unless he could raid the other party's cave, obtaining such a spiritual item would be extremely difficult. Just a month after Zhou Chun moved back to his cave, Su Yazan, having learned the news, also rushed from the Su family to Qinglian Peak. "Sister Luo is truly amazing. She's only 100 years older than me, yet she has already successfully formed her nascent soul and become the first female cultivator in the Jing Kingdom's 1,000-year history. She's truly the envy of countless people. Compared to her, I am truly dull and useless, having wasted the spiritual pills you gave me, husband." Unable even to break through the barrier of the late golden core stage, inside Zhou Chun's cave, after proactively going to Luo King Ni's residence to congratulate her return, Su Yazan, filled with disappointment and inferiority, couldn't help but confide her inner turmoil to her Taoist partner. Her own failure was certainly painful, but the success of others made her feel even more inferior. Especially since she knew that Luo King Ni had successfully broken through to the late golden core stage with just one 4 spirits barrier breaking pill. The contrast between the two filled her with indescribable bitterness. This bitterness and inferiority were not something she could easily confide in outsiders, so she confided in her husband. Zhou Chun listened to her story without saying much, but simply embraced his Taoist partner and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "My lady, there's no need to feel inferior. You have your strengths. This breakthrough wasn't successful, it's just that your time hasn't come yet. Next time, I'll find you some spiritual objects, and you can try again." This thoughtful comfort deeply moved Su Yazan, easing her inner turmoil considerably. She immediately hugged her Taoist partner tightly, saying, "My husband, you're so good to me. I only regret that I'm useless and have failed your trust." Seeing that she was still somewhat troubled by her failed breakthrough, Zhou Chun looked at her with a playful smile and said, "Hey, whether you're useful or not, don't I know perfectly well." With that, he casually helped her remove her clothes. This obvious signal made her forget her sentimentality, and she immediately blushed as she helped her Taoist partner remove his robes. In the following days, under Zhou Chun's deep guidance, Su Yazhan gradually emerged from her emotional slump and stopped dwelling on her failed breakthrough. Just as she herself had said, whether she was a mid-stage or late-stage golden core cultivator wasn't particularly important. As long as she remained Shenzhen Henren's Taoist partner, her status wouldn't change. Even late-stage golden core cultivators would have to respectfully show her the respect due to a junior. Another year passed, and Luo King Ni's nascent soul ceremony was held discreetly on Qinglian Peak, with only Zhou family members in attendance. It was at this ceremony that her Taoist title spread through the mouths of those Zhou family cultivators. Soon after, all the cultivators in the Jing Kingdom knew that the newly promoted nascent soul cultivator of the Zhou family was a rare female true person, Known as King Ma, a true person, plum blossoms are elegant, proud, and pure, blooming not in spring and summer like ordinary flowers, but only in the cold winter. Luo Qingni's choice of this Taoist name clearly carries some meaning. Zhou Chun didn't ask why, but after praising it, he spread the word. After the nascent soul ceremony, the two nascent soul cultivators of the Zhou family returned to a secluded life, like most nascent soul cultivators, usually cultivating in their caves and rarely receiving outsiders. This surprised some external forces who had expected the Zhou family to make some big moves. After all, Zhou Chun's previous actions didn't give the impression of someone willing to be content with his lot. Before, even without setting up a mountain protecting formation, he dared to directly fight a veteran nascent soul cultivator like true person Jiang, who possessed spiritual treasures. Now, possessing two demon king spirit pets, a 5th-tier dragon and a 5th-tier fire phoenix, and with the assistance of a newly acquired nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun is fully capable of making a big splash. Why then is he being so low-key? Various speculations circulated among the various forces, with many wondering what Zhou Chun's true intentions were. However, very few people had access to Zhou Chun, and due to his strained relationship with the other two factions in Jing Kingdom, even the Silver Moon true person, though curious about Zhou Chun's thoughts, couldn't bring himself to probe. The only thing they could do seemed to be to observe quietly. Under these circumstances, the Zhou family's first special elder meeting regarding the application and allocation of core formation spirit objects was quietly held on Azure Lotus Peak. Given the importance of this meeting, Elder Zhou Daowei personally presided over it. Elders Lin Hongao, Zhou Zhiang, Su Fu, and Zhou Zinayan, who had returned from his travels, were all present. More than a dozen other Purple Mansion Stage Clan members also attended as observers. This review concerns applications for the qualification to exchange for core formation spiritual items. Currently, there are two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators in the clan who meet the application requirements, Zhou Ziqian and Zhou Zixian. Only one of them will be eligible for the exchange. Their information is now in the hands of the elders. Please review it carefully and vote prudently. On the main seat, Zhou Daowei solemnly surveyed the elders and core clan members before solemnly announcing today's topic. After he finished speaking, several Golden Core elders calmly took the information and began to review it. At this moment, the two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators below tense up, looking at the elders with trepidation. To be honest, these two were extremely outstanding among the core clan members of the Zhou family. Zhou Ziqian, needless to say, dared to travel far from Jingguo during his mid-foundation establishment period and successfully established his Purple Mansion after decades of travel, an experience unique among all the current core clan members. Moreover, he specializes in swordsmanship, and his actual combat strength is arguably the best in the Zhou family at the Purple Mansion stage, having received high praise from the patriarch, Zhou Zixian. Zhou Zixian also rose to fame at a young age, possessing extremely high talent in talisman making. Not long after entering the Purple Mansion stage, he successfully created a 3rd-tier magic talisman, joining the ranks of talisman-making masters. Now, at the late Purple Mansion stage, he can already achieve a success rate of nearly 30% in creating high-grade 3rd-tier magic talismans. If he can successfully form a Golden Core, creating 4th-tier magic talismans in the future is almost a certainty. Therefore, whichever of these two can form a Golden Core will be of great benefit to the Zhou family. The elders present today are already well aware of the situation of these two outstanding core members of the clan. The information provided is merely a formality. Zhou Zixian is diligent and pragmatic, with an exceptionally high talent for talisman making. Over the years, the talismans he has created have saved countless lives of his clansmen. His contributions are immeasurable. Su, vote for him. Not long after, Su Fu, an elder from another clan, cast his vote first. Hearing this, Zhou Zixian below immediately gave him a grateful look. Zhou Zixian glanced at her father, thought for a moment, and then said, "Then I'll also vote for my cousin Zixian." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Zixian's expression changed drastically, and his sword heart seemed unsettled. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Hongao spoke up in support of him. "I'm more optimistic about Zhou Zixian. He originally had the aptitude of a superior grade spiritual root, yet he was willing to give up the cultivation path most beneficial to him for the sake of sword cultivation. This shows the strength of his heart towards the Dao. If he were given a core formation artifact, the probability of him successfully forming his core would certainly be high. As soon as these words fell, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. Oh my god, I never thought I'd be stuck updating on time. Chapter 693 Minged in Danger, Emergency Rescue. Lin Hongao, as the Zhou family's first nominal golden core cultivator, though usually indifferent to family affairs, held a significant position within the Zhou family's cultivation circle due to centuries of accumulated influence. Even Sufu, who was voting now, was a junior she had slowly honed under her tutelage. Moreover, she was the Taoist partner of Zhou Daoyi, the family's supreme elder. Therefore, her vote for Zhou Zhiqian created a delicate situation. Just as Zhou Zhiqian had been influenced by her father Sufu to vote for Zhou Zhiqian, who could guarantee that Zhou Daoyi wouldn't be influenced by Lin Hongao and make the same choice as his partner? At this moment, the core clan members attending the meeting below, but without voting rights, all turned their gazes towards Zhou Daoyi, even Zhou Zhiqian, who hadn't yet voted. According to the rules, each supreme elder had 5 votes. Therefore, whoever Zhou Daoyi chose would gain the qualification to exchange for core formation spiritual items. Zhiqian, what about you? Which one do you favor more? Zhou Daoyi seemed unaware that he held the final decision-making power, calmly looking at Zhou Zhiqian and asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Zhou Zhiqian hesitated. He had actually already made a decision, but the current situation forced him to reconsider. Firstly, he couldn't fathom Zhou Daoyi's thoughts, and secondly, he was more concerned about Zhou Zhiqian's other background. However, facing the gazes of so many clansmen, he couldn't delay any longer. After carefully weighing his options, he looked at Zhou Daoyi and said, I also vote for Zhiqian. I have a higher chance of him succeeding in forming his core. What a slippery character. Hearing Zhou Zhiqian's words, many core clansmen below inwardly cursed him for being too cunning. But now it was 2 votes to 2, and the final choice still rested with Zhou Daoyi. All eyes could only turn back to him. Zhou Daoyi seemed to have been prepared, and quickly nodded slightly, saying, since it's a 2-2 vote, then I will make the decision. He then turned to Zhou Zhiqian and said, I also have higher hopes for Zhiqian's talisman-making talent. I hope he can successfully form his core and create more and better talismans for the family in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiqian was overjoyed and immediately stood up, bowing deeply and saying, thank you for your higher regard, elder. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Zhou Zhiqian, on the other hand, after a moment of fluctuating expression, quickly calmed down, seemingly accepting the result. Seeing this, Zhou Daoyi nodded secretly and said to him, Zhiqian, although you failed this time, don't be too discouraged. After all, with your lifespan, you can still apply again next time. Yes, I understand, Zhou Zhiqian replied respectfully, bowing slightly. But in reality, he didn't take Zhou Daoyi's word seriously. In 30 years, he would be over 400 years old. Even if he obtained a core formation artifact by then, the success rate of core formation would be affected. Given his personality, he clearly wasn't willing to wait idly. With the results announced, the first core formation artifact distribution conference after the Zhou family's reforms came to a close. Zhou Zhiqian, who had qualified to exchange for core formation artifacts, immediately sought out people to borrow merit points to exchange for them. Thanks to his excellent talisman-making skills, he had accumulated a great deal of family merit points over the centuries. However, previously, whether it was foundation establishment pills, artifacts to assist in opening the Purple Mansion, or other cultivation-aiding pills, he had spent a considerable amount of merit points. His goal was to exchange for a complete set of core formation artifacts. Therefore, relying solely on his own accumulated merit points was definitely insufficient. Furthermore, because of his excellent talisman-making skills, he had a good relationship with core family members who held a large amount of merit points, including family elders like Sufu, who were naturally willing to lend him some. In fact, Zhou Zhiqian's defeat in this competition might not be entirely unrelated to this aspect. Although Zhou Zhiqian appeared to have better aptitude, the problem was that he hadn't been within the family for decades, his relationships with other clansmen weren't particularly good, and he lacked the opportunity to fight alongside them against a beast tide. Therefore, when he competed with Zhou Zhiqian, a genius talisman maker, he had more supporters. In fact, when he went to see Zhou Zhiqian before the meeting, although Zhou Zhiqian didn't explicitly state her support, she generally favored him. Zhou Zhiqian himself probably understood this situation, and thus quickly accepted his fate after the results were announced. Zhou Chun, After learning the voting results, didn't comment, but simply had his disciple Zhou Chun deliver a low-grade 4th-tier defensive talisman and 300,000 spirit coins to Zhou Chun, explaining that it was a personal reward for his pioneering work in sword cultivation for the Zhou family. Zhou Chun was a smart man. After receiving the gifts and words from Zhou Chun, he understood Zhou Chun's meaning. After thanking Zhou Chun, he exchanged his family's merits for various spiritual items to enhance his strength, then bid farewell to Zhou Daoyi and left the family. Since he wasn't as popular or as meritorious as Zhou Chun within the family, he could only seek opportunities for core formation outside in his own way. This kind of thing, where everything could be obtained with just his sword, was more in line with the cultivation path of a sword cultivator. That day, Zhou Chun was cultivating a falling treasure golden light divine power in his cave when he suddenly received a message from Zhou Daoyi. After reading the message, he calmly continued practicing the divine power for a while until he successfully defeated his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen's 3rd-tier high-grade magic weapon with it, before inviting Zhou Daoyi to his cave for a chat via divine sense. Seeing that her magical artifact had been knocked down and she had lost contact with it, Su Yuzhen couldn't help but praise her Taoist partner, saying, "Husband, your progress in this divine ability is incredibly rapid. It seems you'll be able to knock down magical treasures soon, truly living up to its name of treasure killing." However, Zhou Chun shook his head inside. It's still far from enough. The opponents I'll face in the future will possess at least top-grade magical treasures. To knock down treasures of that level with this divine ability, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. Nascent soul cultivators, with their superior abilities, naturally cultivate divine abilities much faster than ordinary cultivators. For example, with his treasure-killing golden light divine ability, he hadn't even practiced it daily, yet in a decade or two he had already reached the point where he could knock down a 3rd-tier high-grade magical artifact. However, any divine ability becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progresses. While the treasure-killing golden light divine ability has immense potential, theoretically capable of knocking down even heavenly treasures. However, the difficulty of cultivating it later is actually greater than that of the golden escape technique. To achieve the ability to knock down a top-grade magic weapon, one needs hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, and even then, it requires a nascent soul stage cultivation level. Even so, Zhou Chun must persist in cultivating it. This divine ability is indeed extremely useful later on, especially since he can amplify its power through his innate divine ability. Kaioki enters the dream. The same goes for the formless Zhengjin divine light divine ability, which has now become almost Zhou Chun's most valued ability. He was very satisfied with the power displayed by this divine ability in his last encounter with Zhuanzhen's Hanren, and he eagerly anticipates its full potential after mastery. More importantly, the formless Zhengjin divine light can accelerate its cultivation progress through external means. For example, using divine light to decompose, absorb, and refine top-grade spiritual materials like Zhengjin can accelerate the cultivation process. Zhou Chun plans to focus on collecting top-grade spiritual materials like Zhengjin when participating in future exchange events. Soon after, Zhou Daoyi, who had received his invitation via telepathy, arrived at the cave dwelling. Su Yuzhen served tea to the two of them and then withdrew, showing no intention of interfering in the Zhou family's affairs. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. The disappearance and death of Zhou Beisheng's parents was a deliberate fabrication. In reality, both of them were taken to a separate courtyard under the jurisdiction of the Moonwheel Sect for cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Beisheng also has his own concubines and children there, all of whom have become disciples of the Moonwheel Sect. From this, we can deduce that Zhou Beisheng's successful foundation establishment was likely due to the support and resources of the Moonwheel Sect. He himself has long been corrupted and won over by the Moonwheel Sect, becoming a traitor to the family. After taking a sip of tea, Zhou Daoyi spoke in a low voice about the results of his investigation over the past 2 years. With the Zhou family's current power and resources, it would have been better if they hadn't discovered anything amiss before. After learning that Zhou Beisheng was a traitor, reviewing the family records, investigating his past travels and contacts, and mobilizing intelligence personnel from all sides to gather information, it wouldn't have been difficult to find out the reasons for his betrayal. However, doing so would be extremely costly in terms of manpower and resources, making it impossible to conduct such an investigation on every member of the clan. Furthermore, investigating every member in this way would easily create unrest within the clan. After all, cultivators highly value their privacy. And while many Zhou family cultivators are well behaved within the family, no one knows if they have committed any crimes outside. Whether to punish them or not would be another complex issue. After listening to Zhou Daoyi's words, Zhou Chun simply nodded slightly and said, "The aura emanating from Zhou Beisheng that day gave me a sense of familiarity, leading me to suspect it was a fragment of Yin Yu's Henren's soul possessing him. Now it seems that the Moonwheel Sect is indeed behind this, including the few people we interrogated earlier. The Moonwheel Sect has planted as many as 5 spies in my Zhou family. And this is only what we've discovered. There are likely many more that haven't been found." As Zhou Daoyi said this, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Although it's quite normal for various factions to plant spies in other factions within the country. However, as a cultivation family, it was undoubtedly infuriating that a member of the Zhou family had been bribed and betrayed. Zhou Chun naturally noticed the anger in his elder's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? Send an official letter in my name to the Moonwheel Sect, questioning why they would sabotage the relationship between the two forces. Let's see how they respond. Also, didn't they discover a few people from the Flamesun Sect? Send them an official letter like that too," he added with a hint of helplessness. "Although this is indeed somewhat ineffective, under the current circumstances, it's not suitable for the family to expand blindly. We should wait 100 or 200 years, until the number and quality of our family members meet the needs for expansion, before causing them trouble and making them suffer losses. You can't get fat in one bite. The Zhou family's current territory doesn't even have enough manpower to digest it all. Blindly occupying more territory is not advisable. Therefore, we can only proceed step by step, waiting until the number and quality of our cultivator family members have increased before continuing to occupy more territory and resources, snowballing our power." Zhou Daoyi understood this principle as well. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, he could only suppress his anger and nodded, saying, "I understand, let's do it this way for now." He then sent official letters to both factions in Zhou Chun's name. Although both factions received the letters, they did not reply, as if the matter had never occurred. They both knew that with relations already deteriorating, explanations were irrelevant. If the Zhou family truly wanted to take action against them, this excuse wouldn't be a problem. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye since Luo Qingmi successfully formed her nascent soul. On this day, Zhou Chun, having made another breakthrough in the golden escape technique, happily invited Luo Qingmi to his door for tea and to discuss cultivation. However, halfway through their conversation, Zhou Daoyi suddenly arrived anxiously outside his cave, knocking on the door and requesting an audience. This made him frown slightly, and he quickly let the man in. "Something terrible has happened. Uncle Ming's soul tablet suddenly developed a crack half an hour ago, and his life seems to be in danger." Zhou Daoyi knew the matter was of great importance, and immediately told Zhou Chun the reason for his hasty arrival. Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. "Let's go to the ancestral hall first." He waved his hand grimly, and immediately took Zhou Daoyi with him, flying down to the ancestral hall and arriving at the quiet room where the soul tablet was stored. This place was guarded year-round by Zhou family elders with cultivation levels above foundation establishment. The requirement for these guards was that once they came to guard this place, they could never leave the mountain gate again in their lifetime. At this moment, a white-haired old woman with late foundation establishment cultivation was on duty here. She was already in the place where Zhou Ming's soul tablet was stored, looking at the soul tablet with anxious eyes. Only after noticing someone approaching from behind did she turn around and hurriedly bow to the two newcomers, saying, "Junior Zhou Yuan greets the clan chief and the supreme elder. Zio, you can go out first. We'll call you if we need you." Zhou Daoyi waved his hand, dismissing the old woman. Then, he and Zhou Chun waited, watching Zhou Ming's cracked soul tablet. At this point, all they could do was wait. The place Zhou Ming was traveling to was not close to the clan, and even if Zhou Chun rushed there at all his might, it wouldn't be a day or two before he arrived. And if he really was in danger of perishing, the result should be revealed soon. After waiting for about half an hour, seeing that the soul tablet hadn't truly broken, the two breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhou Chun quickly said in a deep voice, "The soul tablet isn't broken, which means he hasn't perished yet. He just suffered a severe injury to his soul, and there's still a chance to save him." He then looked at Zhou Daoyi and asked, "Granduncle, do you know where he's currently traveling?" 2 years ago, he sent a message saying he'd traveled to Wuyan Kingdom, near the cultivation world in the far west, and was planning to travel there later, Zhou quickly relayed what he knew. According to the Zhou family's rules, members of the core clan or higher who traveled abroad had to send a message back to the family every 5 years, roughly informing them of their current location and intended destination. This way, whether the family summoned them for something or sent people to investigate, they wouldn't be running around aimlessly. Zhou Ming had been traveling for many years and had always followed this rule, frequently entrusting multinational merchant guilds to send messages to the easily accessible Great Zhou Kingdom, which were then relayed back to the family through Zhou family cultivators. Upon hearing his reply, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "In that case, I will take his soul tablet and head to the vicinity of Wu'Yang Kingdom to search for him. I'll leave the family matters to you, uncle." Zhou responded immediately, "Don't worry about the family. If possible, you must protect Uncle Ming's life." "I will," Zhou Chun replied succinctly, then quickly put away the cracked soul tablet. He then exchanged a few words with Luo Qingni, who was still in his cave, before taking Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord and swiftly leaving the family's mountain gate. Saving lives is urgent, and after leaving the mountain gate, Zhou Chun immediately had Silver Dragon Lord manifest his true form. He and Phoenix Lord then rode a dragon towards the cultivation world in the far west. The 5th-tier Thunder Dragon King's flying speed was naturally faster than Zhou Chun's own. And in less than 3 days, he arrived in the territory of Wu'Yang Kingdom, which was close to the cultivation world in the far west. To avoid alerting the nation's top figures and hindering his rescue efforts, Zhou Chun could only ask Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord to endure some hardship and return to their spirit beast pouches. He then retrieved Zhou Ming's soul tablet. 2 days had passed, and the cracks on the tablet had widened, but it remained intact. This indicated that Zhou Ming's injuries had only worsened, not that he had perished. Zhou Chun felt somewhat relieved and immediately used the wisp of Zhou Ming's divine soul within the tablet as a medium to employ a tracking technique to locate his true form. However, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly. He tried several different tracking techniques, but none achieved the desired effect. It seemed as if some powerful resistance was blocking the tracking effect. In this situation, either the Supreme Elder has been captured and imprisoned in a special isolation formation, or he has fallen into some special secret realm or a secret cave with an isolation tracking effect. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with brilliance as he instantly deduced several of the most likely outcomes. Then, the first possibility was ruled out. Because if that were possible, the best course of action would be to kill the person, making the tracking technique much less effective. If it were the latter two scenarios, then it would be necessary to inquire with the local cultivators. Thinking this, Zhou Chun immediately concealed his cultivation, transforming into a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and flew to several large markets within the Wu'Yang Kingdom. His original plan was to capture a few local golden core cultivators and interrogate them for the information he wanted. However, after investigating briefly in the markets, he learned what had happened to Zhou Ming. It turned out that a few days ago, a void realm suddenly appeared above an ancient battlefield within the Wu'Yang Kingdom, attracting many cultivators who rushed to explore and search for treasure. However, the entrance to that void realm was now jointly controlled by the Earth Mother Sect, the largest power in the Wu'Yang Kingdom, and 2 other major powers, prohibiting cultivators from outside these 3 forces from entering. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun immediately knew that Zhou Ming had most likely entered that void realm. The so-called void realm, as the name suggests, is a secret space formed in the void. Some of these void realms are naturally formed, but many more are man-made. It is said that these void realms were very popular in ancient times, with powerful forces creating them to hide treasures or conduct business that outsiders couldn't easily discover. However, to create such a void realm, one must first possess at least a late-stage nascent soul cultivation level, then find a suitable spatial rift, master the method of creating a void realm, and then expend vast amounts of rare resources to set up spatial arrays to maintain its operation. Therefore, after the ancient era, many man-made void realms collapsed and disappeared due to lack of proper maintenance. The void realms that still exist in the cultivation world today are either naturally formed or maintained by a powerful force that has been expending resources to maintain them. To be precise, Zhou Chun had also visited one such void realm, the Heavenly Spirit Trial, which he participated in when he was only at the key refining stage. That trial ground was a natural secret realm space that the Heavenly Spirit Sect had discovered and mastered, which had been transformed into this unique trial ground. This also shows that not all void realms are full of opportunities and treasures. Some void realms have thin spiritual energy and, apart from being used as a large warehouse, are not very useful. But since this void realm that appeared in Wu Yang Kingdom has attracted so much attention from several major forces, such as the Earth Mother Sect, it is probably not one of those useless void realms. After roughly understanding the situation, Zhou Chun frowned and muttered, "This is a bit troublesome. Many void realms will refuse entry to nascent soul stage cultivators. If I want to go in to rescue the Supreme Elder, I can only send an avatar to rescue him, and I don't know if the realm will sever the connection between the avatar and my main body." In recent years, Zhou Chun has naturally not neglected the cultivation of the Tai two-part spirit technique, and this technique is not far from the second level of mastery. However, before cultivating the legendary second nascent soul, the main body still needs to maintain a strong connection with the avatar to keep the avatar running. Otherwise, without the support of the main body, the avatar's divided soul will directly fall into hibernation to maintain its own immortality. Despite his concerns, Zhou Chun quickly headed towards the vicinity of the Void Realm. Upon arriving, he found that the three major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom had already placed the area within hundreds of miles of the entrance under martial law. Many persistent cultivators were gathered outside, observing and discussing the situation. Zhou Chun easily learned from some of the cultivators who had witnessed the event that before the three major powers appeared and sealed off the entrance, a golden core cultivator had indeed entered the Void Realm with a 4th-tier fire attribute Immortal Beast. Chapter 694 The Life-Saving Herb. Having confirmed that Zhou Ming was trapped within the Void Realm, Zhou Chun's current task was to enter and rescue him. However, the entrance to the Void Realm was currently guarded by the three major powers of the Wu Yang Kingdom, with as many as 4 nascent soul stage cultivators gathered there, including a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Although Zhou Chun wasn't necessarily afraid of them, sending his avatar and spirit pet into the Void Realm under their guard was clearly no easy task. Forcing it would easily make things more complicated. On the other hand, if he directly stated his intentions, he worried that Zhou Ming might have been injured by the cultivators of the three major powers, and they would likely be even more unwilling to let him send his avatar and spirit pet into the Void Realm, denying him the opportunity to find evidence. Therefore, how to achieve his goal without first making enemies of these local cultivators became a difficult problem for Zhou Chun to consider. Perhaps I can do this. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a brilliant idea. He first concealed his avatar within the golden-winged tiger's special pouch, then summoned the Silver Dragon Lord, and together they rode the golden-winged tiger towards the entrance to the Void Realm. Before he even reached within 300 miles of the entrance, he was discovered by cultivators from the three major powers of the Wu Yang Kingdom, attracting their nascent soul stage cultivators. 2 streaks of light, one yellow and one red, swiftly flew from the entrance to the Void Realm, intercepting Zhou Chun about 200 miles away. The owner of the fiery red streak, a bald, burly man in a red robe, addressed Zhou Chun in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, halt. The Void Realm ahead has been jointly taken over by the 3 families of the Wu Yang Kingdom. Please do not make things difficult for us." As he spoke, the bald man looked at the Silver Dragon Lord beside Zhou Chun with surprise, his eyes revealing apprehension. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "The Void Secret Realm has always been unclaimed territory. Any cultivator who encounters it can explore it according to their own abilities. It's a bit excessive for you fellow cultivators to forcibly occupy the entrance and prevent others from entering." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald, burly man's eyes changed, and his tone suddenly hardened. Although the Void Secret Realm is unclaimed territory, its appearance within the territory of Wu Yang Kingdom makes it an opportunity for our Wu Yang Kingdom cultivators. Fellow cultivators are not from Wu Yang Kingdom, so I'm afraid you have no right to interfere in our internal affairs. What if I insist on trying? Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming much stronger. The Silver Dragon Lord behind him glared, his eyes flashing with silver lightning. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tense. At this moment, another yellow-robed elder who had arrived at the same time as the bald, burly man finally broke the silence and spoke up. "You must be fellow Taoist Shunjun from Jing Kingdom. I heard a few years ago that a fellow cultivator in Jing Kingdom raised a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon spirit pet and even managed to escape from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. I suppose that person is you." He revealed Zhou Chun's background in one breath. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun glanced at the yellow-robed elder with slight surprise, then nodded calmly and said, "That's right, it is I, Zhou, Seeing his admission, the bald man's pupils shrank, and his gaze towards him became even more wary. All three were at the early stage of nascent soul cultivation, but the bald man knew that if he faced a late-stage nascent soul cultivator's full-force attack, he would likely be severely injured in one move and definitely wouldn't last more than 3. Zhou Chun had actually managed to escape from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so his strength was certainly no less than that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Looking at the yellow-robed elder, his expression changed slightly after Zhou Chun admitted his origin, and he knew that things were getting difficult. If what he'd heard wasn't exaggerated, even if he and the bald giant were tied together now, they'd likely be no match for Zhou Chun and his servant. If a conflict broke out, they'd probably both suffer significant losses. Immediately, he began communicating telepathically with the bald giant, mainly informing him of the information he knew about Zhou Chun's strength to prevent him from acting impulsively and causing irreparable consequences. The bald giant, listening to his words, grew increasingly alarmed, feeling as if he were hearing a legend. However, such seemingly legendary tales would obviously have different effects coming from a low-level cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator. The bald giant didn't believe the yellow-robed elder would lie to him under such circumstances, nor did he have any reason to lie. Therefore, after their conversation, they quickly reached a consensus. If they could avoid fighting Zhou Chun, they would try to avoid it for now. After reaching a consensus, the old man in the yellow robe looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you probably know that most void realms exclude nascent soul stage cultivators like us. This void realm is no exception, otherwise, we would have already entered." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "That's simple. My mount, which happens to be at the 4th rank, will take my place and enter the void realm to investigate." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-winged tiger beneath him immediately spoke in human language, replying, "Master, rest assured, Flying Tiger will do its utmost to accomplish the task entrusted to it." The fact that this 4th-rank high-grade demon beast could speak in advance made the two nascent soul stage cultivators take a second look at it. Then, both of them frowned and began to discuss the matter telepathically. A moment later, the old man in the yellow robe spoke, "This matter cannot be fully decided by the two of us alone. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Zhou, while we communicate with the other Taoists and discuss it before giving you an answer. I'll only wait half an hour. If it takes longer, don't blame me for not giving you two-face." Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, his tone firm and stating his position. "Half an hour is enough. Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Zhou to wait patiently." The old man in the yellow robe frowned at first, but then suppressed his displeasure and agreed. He then communicated with the other two nascent soul cultivators who were still guarding the entrance to the void secret realm. In fact, simple communication would naturally not take half an hour. The old man in the yellow robe deliberately delayed until Zhou Chun's allotted time had passed before nodding at him and saying, "We agree to fellow Taoist Zhou's request, but only your spirit pet can enter, and you must not approach within 100 miles of the entrance to the void realm." "That's fine. I trust you wouldn't dare harm my beloved pet," Zhou Chun said, then left the golden-winged tigers back with the silver dragon lord. The old man in the yellow robe seemed oblivious to the warning in his words, and immediately took the golden-winged tiger to the entrance to the void realm. A moment later, the golden-winged tiger arrived below the entrance to the void realm, led by the old man in the yellow robe. The entrance was a silver-white crack several hundred feet above the ground, about 4 or 5 feet long and 7 feet wide, radiating a silver-white glow. As a demon beast with special attributes, the golden-winged tiger could sense the dense spatial energy fluctuations there, and vaguely perceive a vast space contained within. It glanced at the old man in yellow robes who had brought it there, and seeing that the man offered no further instructions, it leaped directly towards the silvery white rift. Strangely enough, once the golden-winged tiger reached within a few dozen feet of the rift, its massive body rapidly shrank in the eyes of onlookers, eventually becoming only the size of an ordinary tiger before plunging into the rift. A short while after the golden-winged tiger entered the void realm, Zhou Chun, observing from afar, had a glint of joy in his eyes. He could still maintain contact with the avatar hidden within the golden-winged tiger, although this connection was very weak, it had not been severed. In this way, he might not be able to immediately understand the avatar's experiences, but he could still generally maintain the avatar's operation, allowing it to exert its due strength within. In a pitch-black cave, Zhou Ming lay pale on the cold ground, his eyes closed and unresponsive. If it weren't for the faint beating of his heart, One might have thought he was dead. Not far from him, the fire god jackal, now with only 3 legs after losing its left forelimb, lay on the ground, barely breathing. It would occasionally lick its healed wounds and glance at Zhou Ming's face, its eyes filled with worry. Previously, master and servant had encountered a powerful enemy, and even with all the trump cards Zhou Chun had given them, Zhou Ming had nearly lost his life. After finally breaking through the encirclement and escaping, Zhou Ming only had time to give it some instructions before falling into coma due to severe injuries to its soul. A heavily injured 4th-tier mid-grade demon beast was nothing in this dangerous secret realm, and it could only follow Zhou Ming's instructions before falling unconscious, taking him to this underground cave to recuperate. However, Zhou Ming had been unconscious for several days now, showing no signs of waking up, which filled the fire god jackal with worry. It and Zhou Ming were like father and son, having spent 700 or 800 years together, their bond incredibly deep. Otherwise, given Zhou Ming's current state, it could easily devour its master and gain complete freedom with a mere flick of its wrist. But in the past few days, it hadn't entertained any such thoughts, only wanting to wait for its master to awaken. Suddenly, the fire god jackal seemed to hear a noise, its eyes widening in surprise, its fur bristling as it listened intently. After listening for a moment, its expression changed abruptly, and after glancing at the still unconscious Zhou Ming, it silently left the underground cave. Meanwhile, the golden-winged tiger, after entering this void secret realm, appeared directly above a mountain forest. It shook its head, flapped its wings to quickly stabilize its falling body, and then its tiger eyes widened as it scanned the forest below. Below, a grayish-green miasma swirled in the mountains and forests, many of the vegetation bearing vibrant flowers, clearly indicating their potent poison. The ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, teeming with venomous insects and snakes. Seeing this, it dared not easily enter the forest, and quickly released Zhou Chun's avatar and the wood sprite Mu Sang from its special pouch. Indeed, since Zhou Chun was searching for someone, and since he had his avatar smuggle into the void realm, he naturally intended to bring the wood sprite and Mu Sang along as well. Upon being released by the golden-winged tiger, his avatar initially appeared briefly confused. However, after establishing a weak but stable connection with its original body, the avatar's eyes quickly regained their spiritual light. Is this the void realm? The concentration of spiritual energy seems quite high. No wonder the 3 major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom value it so much. Zhou Chun's avatar also glanced at this world, his eyes revealing interest. If the spiritual energy within a void realm is sparse, it's naturally not very useful, usually only serving as a warehouse or prison. However, if the spiritual energy is relatively abundant, allowing golden core cultivators to cultivate within it, then its value is immense. This is because it means that many rare and precious spiritual herbs, even some extinct species, will grow there. If a large number of spiritual herbs over 5,000 years old can be discovered, even nascent soul cultivators can greatly benefit. No wonder the 3 major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom are trying to monopolize this void realm. However, even though he was somewhat interested in this place, he didn't forget his purpose for coming here. With a wave of his hand, he quickly retrieved Zhou Ming's soul tablet and then used a tracking technique. Sure enough, after using the technique, he quickly received clear guidance. "Let's go, follow this soul-guiding light," he called out, and together with Mu Mei and Mu Sang, they rode golden-winged tigers and flew in a certain direction following a grayish-white spiritual light. With a golden-winged tiger providing transportation, Zhou Chun was able to better observe the situation in this void realm. At first glance, the place appeared as a wild and primitive wilderness, seemingly untouched by human habitation. However, after flying over 100 miles, leaving the miasma-filled forest, they saw a series of high mountains ahead, with clearly visible clusters of buildings in the style of cultivators. Moreover, magical light was emanating from some areas, suggesting that cultivators were engaged in combat or attacking certain formations and restrictions. This indicated that this void realm had originally had an owner. However, Zhou Chun was now eager to find Zhou Ming, so he had to suppress his desire to explore and ignore the clusters of buildings. After flying 500 or 600 miles within the void realm, Zhou Chun arrived above a seemingly barren plateau. This area was probably on the edge of the void realm, with far less spiritual energy than the places Zhou Chun had flown before, and vegetation was extremely sparse. The guiding light that had brought Zhou Chun and the others arrived suddenly disappeared into the ravine below as it flew over it. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's avatar immediately released his divine sense to search the area where the guiding light had vanished. A moment later, finding something, he quickly dismounted from the golden-winged tiger and flew down into the ravine. With a casual wave of his hand, a white ice spike materialized out of thin air and shot down to a spot on the ground. With a deafening boom, the ground shattered instantly, revealing a dark cave entrance. Zhou Chun's avatar probed downwards along the cave entrance and quickly found Zhou Ming, still unconscious inside. Relieved to find that Zhou Ming was only unconscious due to a broken soul, he personally went down and carried him out. After carrying Zhou Ming to the ground, Zhou Chun immediately took out a purifying heaven and earth divine jar, and fed him a jar of purifying essence water to help cleanse and purify the poisonous energy tainted within his body. He then took out a 6 harmonies soul replenishing pill, and gave it to Zhou Ming, helping him to neutralize the pill's medicinal power. Mu Mei and Mu Sang also intervened, using healing magic to help Zhou Ming recover his vitality. As the 6 harmonies soul replenishing pill slowly took effect, Zhou Ming's damaged soul gradually recovered under the nourishment of the pill's power, and he regained consciousness after more than an hour. Elder, how are you feeling? I've given you the pill, please circulate your energy to refine and absorb its power first. Zhou Chun, looking at Zhou Ming who had just opened his eyes, immediately inquired about his condition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming replied weakly in a low voice, I'm alright for now. Zheng Chun, you've come at the right time. My spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, seems to be in bad shape. Please take me there to save it. A hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's abode quickly nodded and replied, in that case, please guide me, elder. He then used his magic to lift Zhou Ming onto the golden-winged tiger's back, letting it guide him. Although Zhou Ming was completely incapable of fighting, the connection between master and servant made pointing the way easy. After flying over 100 miles in the direction indicated, Zhou Chun's abode found the fire god Jackal lying in a pool of blood in a valley. The fire god Jackal was covered in dozens of wounds, large and small, and its demon core seemed severely damaged. Its breath was extremely weak. Not far from it lay the charred corpse of a demonic beast, seemingly a wolf demon. Firebird, on the back of the golden-winged tiger, Zhou Ming looked at his weakened pet and cried out in heartache. Mu Sang, it's up to you now. Zhou Chun's avatar turned to Mu Sang. Mu Sang immediately flew to the fire god Jackal's side, a bluish-green light emanating from its antlers, quickly transforming into a shower of sweet dew that fell upon the Jackal. Nourished by the bluish-green dew, the fire god Jackal's wounds rapidly grew new, bright red flesh, healing completely. Even its severed forelimb began to sprout new bone and pinkish white flesh. This continued for a full quarter of an hour, until the fire god Jackal's limbs had completely regenerated, before Mu Sang withdrew its powers. Thank you so much, Mu Sang. Zhou Ming looked at Mu Sang with gratitude in his eyes and sincerely thanked him. Zhou Chun then spoke up, Mu Sang can only heal its flesh wounds. Its lost vital energy and the damage to its demon core can only be recovered slowly with pills and time, I understand. As long as we can save Hozuer's life, all of this is negotiable. Zhou Ming nodded understandingly, not asking for much. So Zhou Chun helped him put the still unconscious fire god Jackal into the spirit beast bag. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, now, elder, you can tell me who injured you like this. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Ming's eyes immediately flashed with resentment, and he said in a hateful voice, I was injured by Pang Zhenyu, a late-stage golden core cultivator from the Earth Mother Sect at that time. I had just discovered a patch of longevity grass in this void secret realm, which was almost extinct in the outside world, and was about to defeat a fourth-order demonic snake guard in the spiritual herb when this person suddenly attacked me. This Pang Zhenyu is a renowned expert in the Earth Mother Sect, and he possesses a top-grade magic treasure. Even with the assistance of Hozuer and 2 mid-grade 4th-tier puppets, and the life-saving trump cards you gave me, Zheng Chun, I was no match for him. If it weren't for my diligent cultivation of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method over the years, I fear I would have been trapped by his divine sense attack during our breakout. Saying this, he looked expectantly at Zhou Chun and said, Zheng Chun, since you've also come in, you absolutely cannot let that Pang Zhenyu leave. There are over a dozen of those longevity grasses, most of which are over 3,000 years old. They would be of great use even to you nascent soul cultivators. Don't worry, even without such a spiritual herb as the longevity grass, just the fact that he injured you like this, I will absolutely not allow him to leave this place alive. Zhou Chun immediately agreed without hesitation, his words filled with killing intent. Of course, if he could obtain a large quantity of longevity grass, he would certainly accept it with delight. It's important to know that longevity grass is a key ingredient in refining longevity pills. Generally, longevity grass, with an age of less than 3,000 years, is used to refine pills that have little effect on nascent soul cultivators, only extending the lifespan of golden core cultivators. However, pills refined from longevity grass, with an age of over 3,000 years, have some effect even on nascent soul cultivators. If the longevity grass is over 5,000 years old, then combined with other rare spiritual herbs, it can be used to refine the Jiazi longevity pill, which extends lifespan by 60 years, a sacred longevity pill that many nascent soul cultivators would fight tooth and nail to obtain. In today's cultivation world, suitable environments for the growth of longevity grass are extremely difficult to find, and almost no one is willing to sell the seeds of this spiritual herb. As a result, longevity pills refined from it have become something only recorded in ancient texts. Something that ordinary cultivators simply cannot see. The appearance of the longevity grass in this void realm is astounding. If word gets out to the nascent soul cultivators, the three major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom will definitely be unable to defend this void realm. I recommend a friend's new book, Why Talk About Love When You've Been Reborn. It's an urban harem novel. Those interested in this genre should check it out. It's snowing heavily outside, so cold. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Sudden Change. The Void Realm. After learning about the culprit who severely injured Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun transformed himself and took Zhou Ming back to a mountain forest they had previously passed through. He left the wood sprite, Mu Sang, in the forest to care for Zhou Ming while he, along with a golden-winged tiger, set off to find the culprit. The wood sprite, Mu Sang, was relatively weak in direct combat, but its ability to disguise and conceal itself was unparalleled. In the forest, with its magic providing cover, it was virtually impossible for anyone other than a nascent soul cultivator or someone with special spiritual vision abilities to detect its disguise. Therefore, Zhou Chun felt reassured that Zhou Ming was being cared for by it. As for how to find the culprit, Zhou Chun had some ideas. Generally speaking, even naturally formed large void realms wouldn't exceed 10,000 miles in area. Perhaps in the eyes of mortals, or even low-level cultivators, such an area was already vast, and they might not be able to traverse it in a lifetime. However, for a golden core cultivator, flying across such an area would only take a few days. So the most rudimentary method would be for Zhou Chun to explore the entire void realm. Of course, he wouldn't choose such a rudimentary method. Now, he only needed to perform a simple deduction, having obtained a large quantity of longevity grass, which was also effective for nascent soul cultivators. If he were Pang Xianyu, he would definitely want to leave this place as quickly as possible to avoid being ambushed after the news leaked. Entering the void realm was easy. He just needed to enter through the entrance, and after entering, he would randomly appear in various locations within the realm. However, to leave, he could only find the designated external exit within the realm. Zhou Chun knew without a doubt that since this void realm had once been owned, the external exit would be a heavily guarded area. Therefore, now he only needed to find that external exit before Pang Xianyu left, and he wouldn't have to worry about failing to capture him. The golden-winged tiger was extremely fast, and in a short time, Zhou Chun returned to the vicinity of the mountain range with numerous man-made structures. From afar, he could see a considerable number of golden core cultivators fighting deep within the mountains. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately ordered his golden-winged tiger to fly towards the battlefield. Once he reached within 100 miles of the battlefield, the entire scene unfolded before his eyes. There were more than 10 golden core cultivators on the battlefield, seemingly cultivators from 3 major forces, including the Earth Mother Sect, besieging other golden core cultivators. Upon seeing Zhou Chun and the golden-winged tiger arrive nearby, a beautiful woman with mid-stage golden core cultivation, who was being besieged by 2 cultivators of the same level, immediately brightened up, as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly cried out to him for help. "Fellow Taoist, you've come at the right time. These cultivators from the 3 major sects are preparing to seal off the exit of this void realm and slaughter us all. We must not let their conspiracy succeed. Before Zhou Chun could react to her words, one of the cultivators besieging her immediately cursed angrily, "Bullshit. It's clearly you thieves who want to destroy the exit of the secret realm and prevent us from leaving." The other, his companions hurriedly said to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist, please don't be fooled by this vile woman's words. We have absolutely no intention of sealing off the exit of the secret realm. If a powerful person like you wants to leave, we will not stop you in the slightest." Hearing these words from both sides, a glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he said calmly, "I can't tell for the moment whose words are true. However, I am good friends with fellow Taoist Pang Zhenai of the Earth Mother sect. If you were to speak, I would believe his words." As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful woman in green changed her pretty face, and a look of despair appeared in her eyes. The cultivator who had been cursing her suddenly beamed with delight and exclaimed, "So you have a connection with Senior Brother Pang. Senior Brother Pang is currently working with other cultivators to break through the final protective array at the exit of the secret realm. You only need to help us capture these thieves, and then you can join us in helping Senior Brother Pang. Is that so?" "Then I'll go help fellow Taoist Pang first." Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he uttered words that left the Earth Mother sect cultivator somewhat stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately spurred his golden-winged tiger to bypass the battlefield and head towards a place in the mountains behind them where a strong surge of magical energy was emanating. Seeing this, his companion's expression changed slightly, as if he had realized something, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. This person's actions are suspicious. There might be a trap." The voice quickly snapped the somewhat stunned Earth Mother sect cultivator out of his daze, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'll immediately send a message to Senior Brother Pang explaining this." He then immediately cast a long-distance communication talisman. However, their location wasn't far from the exit of the Void Realm. Just as the 1,000-mile communication talisman flew into Pang Zhenaiu's hand, Zhou Chun had already arrived nearby on his golden-winged tiger. Above a 1,000-foot-tall mountain, several golden core cultivators from the Wu Yang Kingdom were attacking a silver-white array shield. Inside that array shield stood an octagonal altar, and above the altar floated a half-foot-tall silver-white vortex of light. Clearly, that silver-white vortex of light was the exit of the Void Realm, leading to the outside world. Zhou Chun's arrival quickly attracted the attention of an imposing man in yellow robes outside the mountain. He frowned, staring at Zhou Chun on the back of the golden-winged tiger, and said in a deep voice, "What is your background, and why are you impersonating my friend to deceive my junior brother?" "Oh, so you are Pang Zhenai of the Earth Mother sect." Zhou Chun withdrew his gaze from the octagonal altar and his eyes fell on Pang Zhenai. Hearing his clearly unfriendly words, Pang Zhenaiu's face immediately darkened, and he stared intently at him, saying, "I seem to have never seen you before, sir. May I ask what I have done to offend you?" As he spoke, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly thought of the mid-stage golden core cultivator from before who, despite his mediocre skills, possessed numerous methods. Given that person's abilities, he shouldn't have possessed so many methods that even he found astonishing. The only plausible explanation was that the other party had an extraordinary background and a distinguished origin. "It seems you already have the answer in mind, which saves me from wasting my breath." Zhou Chun noticed the slight change in Pang Zhenaiu's eyes and immediately knew that the other party was thinking of Zhou Ming, so he said this. Without waiting for Pang Zhenaiu's reply, he flicked his sleeve, and a white icy light shot towards him. At the same time, the golden-winged tiger roared, and a blue light bullet pierced through the air, hurtling towards Pang Zhenaiu. "How dare you!" Pang Zhenaiu roared, a ball of earth-yellow spiritual light spreading from his body, instantly transforming into an earth-yellow light shield protecting him. White ice light struck the shield, causing it to shake violently, but failing to truly break it. It was only after the subsequent bombardment of cyan light bullets exploded on the shield that it shattered. However, a set of rock armor then appeared on Pang Zhenaiu's body, easily withstanding the impact of the explosion. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand and swung an earth-yellow magic weapon, a large staff, fiercely smashing it towards the golden-winged tiger. Then, a yellow clay pot magic weapon appeared in his hand, and with a hand seal, a beam of yellow light surged from the pot, rapidly sweeping towards Zhou Chun. From receiving the attack to launching a powerful counterattack, his reaction was undeniably swift. However, He clearly did not realize just how strong his enemy was. The golden winged tiger swiftly dodged the attack of the giant staff magic weapon, then unleashed a golden gust of wind towards Pang's Hanayu. Zhou Chun, meanwhile, formed hand seals, and a ball of white ice light condensed before him, surging like a torrent towards the yellow glow, instantly freezing it solid. It was then revealed that the yellow glow was actually composed of tiny grains of yellow sand, smaller than sesame seeds. Having neutralized Pang's Henayu's attack, Zhou Chun waved his sleeve, causing the temperature to plummet and white snowflakes to fall. A barrage of white ice spikes shot towards the target like a sudden storm. Simultaneously, several invisible ice lights flew from his sleeve, mingling with the white ice spikes and striking the target. With Pang's Henayu's cultivation level, he was naturally unable to detect the invisible ice lights. However, being cautious, he activated the earthenware pot magic weapon in his hand, releasing a yellow glow to conceal himself as a supplementary defense. The golden gale spewed by the golden winged tiger swept across the yellow glow, scattering most of it. But new yellow glow immediately surged forth from the earthenware jar, filling the gaps. It wasn't until several invisible ice lights easily pierced through the yellow glow's defenses that Pang's Henayu inside suddenly realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, the invisible ice lights were already too close, and he couldn't react in any other way. His rock armor was quickly pierced through with several holes by the invisible ice lights. Even the low-grade magic treasure inner armor he wore under his robes was pierced by the invisible ice lights. But what Zhou Chun hadn't expected was that Pang's Henayu's physical body, like his true form, was far stronger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, almost comparable to a low-grade 4th-tier demon beast. As a result, although the 9 invisible ice needles successfully pierced his body, they only managed to penetrate a few inches of flesh before being unable to go any further. Since the needles failed to pierce his vital organs, the icy poison attached to the 9 ice needles couldn't quickly invade his heart and consciousness, causing far more damage than expected. Pang's Henayu roared, his body suddenly radiating an earthy yellow spiritual light, forcibly expelling the 9 ice needles from his body. Immediately, while suppressing the surging icy poison, he unleashed his ultimate magic weapon, a grayish-white stone mill magic weapon. After Pang's Henayu unleashed it, the weapon spun rapidly in the air before hurtling towards Zhou Chun like a shooting star. Zhou Chun already knew the power of this stone mill magic weapon from Zhou Mingde, knowing it was not only incredibly hard but also as heavy as a mountain, and capable of petrification. Therefore, when Pang's Henayu unleashed it, he hurriedly spat out a white pearl, his signature spiritual treasure, the Moon-Toad Pearl. Zhou Chun's avatar hadn't cultivated the secret technique 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad chapter, so naturally he couldn't unleash the true power of the Moon-Toad Pearl. However, with his current cultivation level, he could still unleash nearly half of the spiritual treasure's power, enough to deal with a top-grade magic weapon. The white pearl shimmered with icy light, and a beam of white ice light instantly struck the stone mill magic weapon that was hurtling towards him like a meteor. The top-grade magic weapon was immediately frozen in a block of solid ice, and no matter how much Pang's Henayu tried to break free, it was impossible. Just then, the golden winged tiger's head also blazed with silver light, and a pale silver blade of light cleaved through the void, appearing before Pang's Henayu. After advancing to a 4th-tier high-grade demon beast, the golden winged tiger's charging time for the spatial blade divine ability had decreased significantly, making this special divine ability even more unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Pang's Henayu, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continued to activate his earthenware pot, unleashing a yellow cloud that swept towards the pale silver blade. The result was obvious. The pale gold blade easily sliced through the yellow cloud, leaving a gaping hole in his abdomen. Pang's Henayu's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared down at the gaping hole. His overconfidence in his defenses had become the biggest reason for his demise. "Who are you?" Knowing he was doomed, he looked at Zhou Chun with resentment and demanded. At the same time, his hand slapped towards his storage pouch, intending to destroy it before dying and prevent Zhou Chun from obtaining the longevity grass inside. Unfortunately for him, Zhou Chun had anticipated this move. Having learned his lesson before, Zhou Chun was determined not to repeat the mistake this time. With a thud, the invisible ice needles that Pang's Henayu had forced out of his body shot into Pang's Henayu's hands, freezing his arms as he reached for his storage pouch. Then, Zhou Chun, in disguise, used the falling snowflakes to unleash an ice escape technique, appearing before Pang Zhenyu and exhaling a breath of white frost, turning him into an ice sculpture. All of this sounds long, but in reality, from Zhou Chun's attack to Pang Zhenyu's demise, the two exchanged less than 10 moves, lasting no more than 100 breaths. Those cultivators who had been attacking the protective array at the exit of the Void Realm alongside Pang Zhenyu were still debating whether to intervene in Pang Zhenyu's personal feud with others when the battle was already over. Seeing Pang Zhenyu, whose cultivation was among the strongest below the nascent soul stage, so easily killed by Zhou Chun and his servant, those cultivators with lower cultivation levels were terrified and hastily transformed into various colored streaks of light, fleeing rapidly away from their master and servant. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately reassured them, saying, "There's no need to panic. Pang Zhenyu harmed one of my elders, which is his own doing. As long as you don't become my enemies, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. We can even cooperate to open a passage out of this place." He had clearly seen the power of the protective array, which they, master and servant, couldn't easily break, and wanted their help to dismantle it. As for the other treasures in this void realm, Zhou Chun had some interest, but he knew now wasn't the time to be greedy. If he lingered here too long and killed too many, even if he managed to escape, the three major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom would definitely not let him off easily. If they chased him to Jing Kingdom, he would have created another major enemy. In any case, with a longevity grass in Pang Zhenyu's storage bag as a reward, this trip to the Void Realm was not in vain. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, some of those people quickly mustered their courage and replied, "We have no intention of interfering in your feud with fellow Taoist Pang. However, our three sects are currently exploring this Void Realm together. Your sudden intrusion and killing of the leader of the Earth Mother Sect is something we may find difficult to explain to the two true immortals of the Earth Mother Sect. Therefore, before the true immortals speak, please forgive us for not daring to cooperate with you." What these people had heard was only Zhou Chun's side of the story, and naturally they dared not easily believe Zhou Chun's words, nor dared to easily cooperate with a tiger. If Zhou Chun were to suddenly attack them, they had no confidence in surviving. This is what is meant by a wise man not to stand under a dangerous wall. Zhou Chun frowned slightly upon hearing their replies. After pondering for a moment, he gave up on trying to persuade them, and simply smiled faintly, saying, "Since you don't believe my words, I won't bother explaining further. Do as you please." He then collected Pang Zhenyu's belongings and put them, along with the corpse, into his storage bag. Zhou Chun was a man of principle. Pang Zhenyu had almost killed Zhou Ming, so naturally he wouldn't let him live. However, to avoid serious consequences after killing him, he needed to give the Earth Mother Sect a way out. Therefore, he would return the corpse and the top-grade magic weapon. In this way, as long as the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Earth Mother Sect weren't insane, they shouldn't be willing to travel thousands of miles to Jingguo to cause him trouble over a dead golden core elder. At most, the two forces would become enemies, and their cultivators would find it difficult to be friends in the future. After collecting the spoils, Zhou Chun used telepathy to send a signal to Mu Mei and Mu Seng to come and meet him. He then calmly took out a spirit crystal to restore his mana. While Zhou Chun was recovering, the impact of Pang Zhenyu's death was so great that the cultivators who had been fighting quickly stopped. Both sides tacitly approached the exit of the Void Realm, watching Zhou Chun recover his mana from afar. They were worried that Zhou Chun might use his strength to occupy the exit and prevent others from leaving. Since nascent soul cultivators couldn't enter this place, Zhou Chun's strength was practically invincible. If he forcibly occupied the exit, it would be very difficult for others to muster the courage to attack him. Zhou Chun didn't take these people seriously and ignored their onlookers. Once his mana was fully restored, and sensing that Mu Mei and Mu Sang would need some time to arrive, he looked around and asked loudly, "Do you all know which faction this Void Realm originally belonged to? Who is its original owner?" He received no reply for a long time. This immediately darkened his expression. He turned his gaze directly to the beautiful woman in green who had tried to drag him down, pointing at her and saying, "It's you. Answer my question." "Why should I?" The woman in green's face flushed with anger, seemingly wanting to ask why she should answer. But when she saw the cold glint in Zhou Chun's eyes, she swallowed her words, realizing that he was someone she couldn't afford to offend. She swallowed hard, glancing at the other cultivators, only to find that none of them paid her any attention. So she could only grit her teeth and force a smile at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist, you are wise. I don't know who the original owner of this place was. I only know that when we entered this void realm, there was no one left inside, only some demonic beasts dwelling in various places." Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun looked at her as if she were a fool and said, "Do you think I would believe that?" Upon hearing this, the green-clad beauty was both angry and furious, but she had to put on a wrong expression and replied, "But every word I said is true, without the slightest falsehood. If you only want to know which force this void realm originally belonged to, I do know some clues." Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice broke in, rescuing the green-clad beauty from her predicament. The speaker was none other than an old man in black who had previously cooperated with her to deal with the three major forces. The old man, also a mid-stage golden core cultivator, spoke up to help her out of the predicament. He quickly met Zhou Chun's gaze and said, "I discovered a cultivator's notebook in an abandoned cave here. It tells me that this place originally belonged to a force called the Jin Yu Sect. Later, this force suffered a major upheaval and could no longer secure its control over this void realm. They withdrew all their disciples and sealed the entrance, intending to reopen it once they regained their strength. Is that so?" Zhou Chun's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He felt this explanation made sense. Sometimes, sealing off naturally formed void realms and letting them operate on their own isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, since the Jin Yu Sect sealed this place and never returned, and no other force occupied it, something unknown must have happened. He didn't dwell on what that accident might have been, but instead asked another question: "Does anyone know why the entrance to this void realm appeared this time?" His words were met with another silence. Perhaps it was because these people didn't know either. Just when Zhou Chun thought he was destined to get no positive answer to this question, a confident voice suddenly rang out, "Of course, I opened it with a secret token of our sect." As the voice fell, a figure suddenly flew out from the Bagua altar below the exit of the void secret realm, revealing a blonde youth wearing golden armor. Chapter 696. A familiar feeling. The void realm. As the blonde youth claiming to be a successor of the Jin Yu Sect appeared above the 8 trigrams altar, Zhou Chun and the golden core cultivators from the Wu Yang kingdom all paled, revealing surprise. Before this, probably none of them had imagined that someone had already gotten there first. Moreover, the blonde youth's sudden appearance and open admission of opening the entrance to the void realm clearly wasn't out of kindness to help him. It seemed more like a triumphant venting of a successful scheme. From this perspective, he seemed to think he had Zhou Chun and the other cultivators who had entered the void realm completely under his control. Therefore, everyone, including Zhou Chun, felt a sense of unease. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed as he scrutinized the blonde youth before suddenly speaking, "Are you perhaps a successor of the Jin Yu Sect? I wonder what your plans are for us now." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Wu Yang kingdom cultivators also tense up, their eyes fixed on the blonde youth. However, the blonde youth didn't answer Zhou Chun's question. He simply nodded and said, "Your strength is quite good. That pearl from before should be a spiritual treasure, right?" To possess a spiritual treasure with the cultivation of a golden core cultivator, you either have some extraordinary background or an incredible stroke of luck, receiving the legacy of a senior cultivator. However, neither Wu Yang kingdom nor the surrounding kingdoms should be so generous as to bestow a spiritual treasure upon a golden core cultivator for refinement. We've also never heard of any of them possessing a nice attribute spiritual treasure. It seems you're most likely a cultivator traveling from elsewhere." He had already seen through Zhou Chun's trump card and even deduced his background. This insight and cunning were indeed extraordinary. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened slightly, then he looked coldly at the blonde youth and said, "Since you know I possess a spiritual treasure, where do you get the confidence to speak to me like this?" Seeing him admit that he truly possessed a spiritual treasure, the most surprised were actually the Wu Yang kingdom cultivators. Especially the golden core cultivators of the Earth Mother sect. They finally realized that Pang Zhenayu's death was truly deserved. After all, who would have thought that a golden core cultivator would possess a spiritual treasure, something even ordinary nascent soul cultivators didn't have? However, while surprised by Zhou Chun's powerful trump card, these people also felt slightly relieved. Whatever the blonde youth's scheme, to successfully carry it out, he would definitely have to eliminate Zhou Chun, this powerful enemy, first. That way, they should be safe for the time being. At this moment, the blonde youth smiled strangely at Zhou Chun and said, "Don't worry, you'll soon know where my confidence comes from." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sat cross-legged on the spot, took out an earth yellow crystal from his storage bag, raised it and levitated it in front of him, then continuously formed hand seals and incantations towards the earth yellow crystal, seemingly performing some kind of secret technique. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't let him safely perform his secret technique. He immediately shouted to the Wu Yang Kingdom cultivators, "If you want to live, join me in breaking this formation," without waiting for their response. He and the golden-winged tiger launched a full-scale attack on the formation's protective shield. The moon-toed pearl spun in mid-air, a beam of white ice light shooting towards the shield. However, even with the power of a spiritual treasure, it failed to break the shield, only causing its luster to dim rapidly. The golden-winged tiger's spatial blade technique, while creating a hole in the shield, was quickly repaired by the continuous flow of formation power. At this point, the Wu Yang Kingdom cultivator seemed to realize the danger and responded to Zhou Chun's call, joining the attack on the formation's shield. Under the combined assault of over a dozen golden core cultivators, the formation's shield finally showed signs of strain, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Just as everyone saw hope of breaking the formation and launched a new round of attacks, the blonde youth's secret technique was completed. A sudden rumbling sound came from within the mountain where the Bagua altar was located, and the entire mountain began to shake and tremble. Then, halfway up the mountainside suddenly collapsed, sending debris flying, and a rock giant flew out. This rock giant was tens of feet tall, its entire body composed of dark brown rock, its surface imprinted with countless mysterious and intricate silver patterns, as if naturally formed. The aura emanating from it was a staggering 5th-tier power. "What the hell is this thing? Why does it feel like I'm facing an ancestral cultivator?" A golden core cultivator from the Wu Yang Kingdom exclaimed in shock, his expression changing drastically, voicing the doubts in everyone's hearts. Even Zhou Chun stared at the rock giant with suspicion, inwardly realizing the danger. Others might have limited vision and not be able to discern the rock giant's true nature, but he was different. Although he was merely an avatar, he still possessed the insight and knowledge of an ancestral cultivator. Moreover, this rock giant gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. This familiarity stemmed from the previous Changsun Demon King. The rock giant he had transformed into was quite similar to the one emerging from the mountain now. However, Zhou Chun dared not believe that this rock giant was truly another demon king. After all, such demon kings were almost impossible to leave their birthplace. If it were truly a mountain demon king, then it could only be a demon king born from the very mountain beneath their feet. But this was merely a void secret realm, its heavenly Dao laws inherently incomplete, theoretically incapable of supporting the birth of such a fifth-order being. Therefore, even Zhou Chun was filled with doubt. Unfortunately, the golden-haired youth showed no intention of providing answers. After summoning the rock giant, he immediately commanded it to launch an attack on Zhou Chun and the others. The rock giant raised its hand, and a yellowish-brown spiritual light condensed into a stone spear in its hand. It then hurled its stone spear with tremendous force, tearing through the air and instantly appearing before a golden core cultivator in the early stages. The golden core cultivator reacted quickly, activating a metal shield magic weapon to protect himself before the spear struck. However, he clearly overestimated the power of his weapon. With a deafening explosion, the metal shield was shattered on the spot. And the cultivator himself was reduced to a shower of minced meat by the immense force of the spear. After instantly killing a golden core cultivator with a single blow, the rock giant stomped its foot on the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled, and house-sized rocks shot out from the shattered mountainside, hurtling towards Zhou Chun and the others in the sky, a truly spectacular sight. This is definitely fifth-tier power. This demon is invincible, Zhou Chun exclaimed inwardly as he dodged and parried the rock giant's attacks. If he had any doubts before, he was now absolutely certain. Faced with a fifth-tier rock giant of unknown origin, Zhou Chun, in his avatar alone, clearly had no chance of winning. After all, the difference in rank couldn't be bridged by a few treasures. Moreover, the blonde youth hadn't even made a move yet, and he himself possessed the cultivation of a perfected golden core cultivator. Thus, without prior agreement, Zhou Chun and the other golden core cultivators from Wu Yang Kingdom chose the same course of action, to quickly flee the area. Since they couldn't defeat their opponent, they had no choice but to escape. No matter how powerful the blonde youth was, he was only one person and couldn't possibly catch them all. Furthermore, if he dared to leave, the others would have a chance to escape through the exit of the void secret realm. Trying to run? Not so easy. The blond youth watched the fleeing crowd, a cold smile flashing in his eyes, and immediately ordered the rock giant to launch an even more ferocious attack. Suddenly, two beams of grayish-white petrifying light shot out from the rock giant's eyes, piercing towards the two fleeing golden core cultivators. Although the two were running away, they didn't dare to completely disregard what was behind them. Upon discovering the approaching petrifying light, they hastily activated their magical artifacts to intercept it, attempting to sacrifice their own to escape unscathed. However, they seemed to have underestimated the power of the petrifying light. Their artifacts instantly petrified under its attack, and the slightly shrunken petrifying light continued to strike them, quickly turning them into stone statues. Zhou Chun, who was fleeing, was also targeted by the rock giant, who hurled a stone spear at him. He dared not be careless, immediately activating his spiritual artifact to release a white icy light, freezing the stone spear and knocking it to the ground, then accelerating his escape. The blond youth seemed to have other concerns, or perhaps other resources, and did not rush to send the rock giant in pursuit. After fleeing over 100 miles, Zhou Chun escaped the danger zone unharmed. Not long after, several hundred miles from the exit of the secret realm, Zhou Chun met up with the wood spirit Mu Sang, who had brought Zhou Ming with her. What happened? Zheng Chun, why do you look so pale? Zhou Ming, unaware of what had transpired, noticed Zhou Chun's unusual expression and inquired about the reason. Zhou Chun, without hiding anything, recounted the events that had transpired, including how he had successfully avenged him. However, it was clear that after the subsequent events, Zhou Ming was no longer happy about his revenge. He quickly looked at Zhou Chun with a worried expression and asked, "What should we do now?" Zhou Chun immediately replied, "I'll try to see if I can transmit the situation to my main body. If not, we may have to fight to the death and force our way through the exit of that void secret realm. Then it's all up to you." Zhou Ming nodded, knowing he couldn't offer any help at this moment, and didn't try to give any advice. So Zhou Chun quickly led him back several hundred miles, then found a place to sit cross-legged and focused all his attention on connecting with his main body. In the world outside the void secret realm, Zhou Chun's main body had been wholeheartedly maintaining contact with his avatar ever since it entered. Through this two-way communication between his avatar and main body, he quickly received some messages from his avatar through that weak connection. After carefully analyzing the messages, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly flew towards the entrance of the void secret realm. His movement was quickly noticed by several nascent soul cultivators from the Wu Yang kingdom. The old man in yellow robes immediately stopped him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, why have you suddenly come again? A strange change has occurred within the void secret realm. Someone has obtained the legacy left by their predecessors, acquired a 5th-tier demon servant, and blocked the only exit. Now, not only is my beloved pet in danger, but those of your sects who entered are also likely to meet a grim fate." Zhou Chun didn't hide the information he had received and directly revealed the changes within the void secret realm. Upon hearing his words, the old man in yellow changed his expression, then looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Then how did you, fellow Taoist Zhou, know about the changes inside the void realm?" "I have my own secret method to communicate with spirit pets, but it's not convenient to reveal this to you." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, not elaborating on the details. Seeing this, the old man in yellow frowned and said, "In that case, please be patient, fellow Taoist Zhou. I'll contact the other Taoists to see if we can confirm the truth of your words. You'd better hurry, otherwise it might be too late to save them." After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he stopped in mid-air to wait. The old man in yellow quickly relayed his words to the other nascent soul cultivators. Soon after, news from the three major sects confirmed Zhou Chun's words. Many of the golden core cultivators they sent into the void realm had indeed perished, including a golden core perfection cultivator from the Earth Mother sect who was on track to break through to the nascent soul stage. In this situation, the nascent soul stage cultivators from the major powers couldn't sit still any longer. They hurriedly released Zhou Chun to the vicinity of the entrance to the void realm and then discussed countermeasures together. After an emergency consultation, they unanimously decided to send several more late-stage golden core cultivators with considerable cultivation levels, carrying their bestowed trump cards, into the void realm to work together to rescue those currently trapped inside. However, while the nascent soul stage cultivators outside were busy mobilizing troops and arranging the rescue, the surviving cultivators inside the void realm were facing a huge crisis. The blonde youth, using some unknown method, reinforced the array outside the void realm's exit and then, accompanied by the rock giant, began hunting down the survivors. He seemed to possess powerful reconnaissance abilities. No matter how the survivors hid themselves, they couldn't escape his keen eyes. Under the attacks of the 5th-tier rock giant, even late-stage golden core cultivators found it difficult to escape with their lives. However, Zhou Chun was the sole exception. Using the superior early warning and reconnaissance abilities of the wood spirit and wood mulberry, he repeatedly detected the approach of the blonde youth in advance, then quickly changed his position to avoid confrontation. However, this could only provide temporary cover. Once the blonde youth had searched the entire void secret realm without finding him, he would definitely realize something was amiss and might find him. Furthermore, if all else failed, the blonde youth could simply guard the exit of the void secret realm, preventing him from escaping. Therefore, Zhou Chun's incarnation could only hope that his main body could lend a hand. 2 hours passed quickly. When only a handful of Wu Yang Kingdom cultivators remained in the void secret realm, the reinforcements finally arrived. Suddenly, several beams of spiritual light appeared in the sky above the void secret realm, revealing the figures of 4 late-stage golden core cultivators. These 4 were the reinforcements hastily dispatched by the 3 major powers of Wu Yang Kingdom. When they entered the void realm, they used a special 4th-tier magic talisman, the shared key and heart talisman, to link their auras together, thus preventing them from being randomly scattered throughout the void realm and picked off one by one. Now that the 4 had safely landed within the void realm, they immediately used their respective methods to contact cultivators from their own factions, urging them to move towards them. Zhou Chun's abode, through a token carried by one of them and a faint signal from his true form, quickly brought Zhou Ming towards them. A short time later, Zhou Chun's abode met the 4 late-stage golden core cultivators who had descended upon the void realm. At this time, these people were unaware that Pang Zhenai had perished at the hands of Zhou Chun's abode, and only regarded him and Zhou Ming as the non-3 major sect cultivators who had entered the void realm earlier. Upon seeing the golden-winged tiger leading them over, the 4 immediately greeted him politely, saying, "We greet fellow Taoist flying tiger." They then handed the jade slip given to them by Zhou Chun's true form and inquired about the situation. Unexpectedly, the golden-winged tiger directly gave the jade slip to Zhou Chun's avatar and spoke in human language, saying, "This is my master's avatar. You have not yet paid your respects to my master." Upon hearing this, the 4 were startled and looked at Zhou Chun's avatar with suspicion. Zhou Chun's avatar, however, did not immediately pay attention to them, but instead read the message left by his true form. After reading the message inside the jade slip, he looked up at them and said, "I am aware of what my true form has said. If you want to leave this place safely, you would better obey my orders." Hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances and secretly discussed among themselves. They did not doubt the golden-winged tiger's words. After all, the golden-winged tiger had no reason to lie to them about such a matter. Besides, they knew that Zhou Chun was the first to mention the anomaly within the void secret realm, which indirectly confirmed what Zhou Chun's avatar had said. The problem was, since Zhou Chun had deceived the nascent soul cultivators of the 3 major sects of Wu Yang Kingdom in this regard, how could they, as golden core elders of the 3 major sects, dare to easily accept the command of Zhou Chun's avatar at this time? Furthermore, they had been given various powerful trump cards by the nascent soul cultivators of their respective forces, and were confident that if they joined forces, they could even fight against early nascent soul cultivators. How could they be willing to be commanded by an early nascent soul cultivator's avatar? Therefore, after some discussion, the 4 of them quickly reached a consensus and shook their heads at Zhou Chun's avatar, saying, "We are sorry that we cannot agree to Senior Zhou's request. We can cooperate with Senior Zhou to fight the enemy, but only if we cooperate to leave this place. In that case, if anything changes at that time, don't blame me for not informing you in advance." Zhou Chun's face turned cold, and his tone became hard. The 4 pretended not to hear him and did not respond. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, a golden core cultivator from one of the 3 major sects finally arrived. Soon after, the 4 learned that Pang Zhenai had fallen at the hands of Zhou Chun in disguise. Immediately, the late-stage golden core cultivator from the Earth Mother sect among the 4 became enraged. He glared at Zhou Chun in disguise and shouted, "Senior Zhou, you, a dignified nascent soul stage senior, have used your strength to bully and kill our senior brother Pang. Aren't you afraid that this will become a laughingstock? Aren't you afraid that our 2 patriarchs will hold you accountable?" Zhou Chun was prepared for this. Upon hearing this, he immediately sneered, HMPH, Pang's Hen, I almost killed my family's ancestor. I didn't extract his soul and refine his spirit, which is already out of respect for the two true persons of your Earth Mother sect. After speaking, he looked at the man with a gloomy expression and said, "What? Do you, a junior, want to stand up for him?" Seeing his unfriendly words and fierce eyes, the man's expression stiffened, and he was speechless. Even though he now had various trump cards bestowed by his sect elders, he certainly wouldn't dare to fight against Zhou Chun's avatar, who possessed spiritual treasures. Besides, even if he could defeat Zhou Chun's avatar, so what? How would he deal with Zhou Chun's main body after leaving this void secret realm? Seeing that the real enemy hadn't even appeared yet, and their side was almost about to fight, the other three late-stage golden core cultivators hurriedly tried to mediate. "Senior Zhou, please calm down. Fellow Taoist Zhou was only angry for a moment, which is why he offended you. He certainly didn't intend to antagonize you. Besides, our common enemy now is that successor of the Jin Yu sect. Whatever grudges we have, we can settle them after we eliminate that person and leave this secret realm. Yes, the most important thing right now is to leave this void secret realm. We can deal with other grudges later." Under their persuasion, the late-stage golden core cultivator from the Earth Mother sect found a way out and quickly said, "I was indeed a bit defensive just now. Please don't hold it against me, Senior Zhou. Forget it, I'm magnanimous. I'll forgive you this time." Zhou Chun waved his hand, speaking with an air of superiority. The man didn't seem to mind. For an nascent soul cultivator to forgive the offense of a golden core cultivator was indeed magnanimous. After temporarily resolving the internal crisis, everyone waited for the others to arrive while Zhou Chun explained the methods used by the blonde youth to control the rock giant, and the general ways to counter it. Actually, Zhou Chun's biggest regret at this point was not bringing the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, who was still recovering from its injuries. Otherwise, with it in the secret realm, the rock giant would be much easier to deal with. After waiting for about half an hour, 3 more golden core cultivators from the Martial Yang Kingdom arrived to join them. Less than a quarter of an hour after this 4th cultivator arrived, the blonde youth, leading the rock giant, also arrived, chasing after a mid-golden core cultivator. Chapter 697. Both sides suffer. Within the void secret realm. When the blonde youth, controlling a rock giant, remotely obliterated a mid-stage golden core cultivator fleeing towards them right before the eyes of 4 late-stage golden core cultivators, the 4 were taken aback by the sheer power displayed by the rock giant. As expected of a 5th-tier existence. "I wonder how such a being was brought into the void secret realm, and how they weren't repelled," a late-stage golden core cultivator exclaimed, his eyes flashing with surprise and confusion. This natural void secret realm, with its incomplete laws of heaven and earth, has a limited capacity to withstand power. Therefore, its protective mechanism prevents 5th-tier beings from entering through the entrance. Furthermore, if someone unleashes 5th-tier power within the void secret realm, they will be repelled and exiled due to their overwhelming strength. Even 5th-tier puppets are no exception. Generally, only a nascent soul stage venerable with profound mastery of spatial laws, or a very few late-stage nascent soul stage grand cultivators, can break this restriction. However, no matter how much the rock giant unleashed its immense power, it was not repelled or banished by the void realm, undoubtedly exceeding ordinary people's understanding. But now is clearly not the time to marvel at this. Because after discovering that they had gathered together, the blonde youth directly commanded the rock giant to come to their side. "Oh, another one coming in to die? It seems that the nascent soul cultivators of the major forces in Wuan Kingdom are even more foolish than I expected." The blonde youth glanced at the 4 newly arrived late-stage golden core cultivators, then sneered with disdain. The 4 were not angry at his sarcasm, but looked at him and questioned, "Why did you deliberately open this void realm to lure us cultivators from various sects in and kill us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our sect elders after you leave?" This was the most puzzling thing. Logically speaking, since the blonde youth was a descendant of the Jin Yu sect, after obtaining the benefits of opening the void realm, he should have deliberately concealed his identity and kept a low profile. Why would they dare to attempt to slaughter all the cultivators from the various forces within the void secret realm? The blonde youth sneered, "How laughable. You all entered this place voluntarily because you coveted the treasures within our sect's secret realm. What does it have to do with me? As for the pursuit by your nascent soul cultivators, that's only if they can find me." With that, he stopped arguing and immediately commanded the rock giant to attack them. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately transmitted his voice to the 4 late-stage golden core cultivators. "You 4 hold off this rock giant. I'll deal with the other one." Hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances and quickly nodded in agreement. The blonde youth was no weakling. One of them alone might not be a match for him. It was better for the 4 of them to work together to hold off the rock giant while Zhou Chun, the nascent soul cultivator, probed the blonde youth's strength. The 4 of them unleashed their magical powers and treasures, bombarding the rock giant in an attempt to separate it from the blonde youth. Since they had been sent into the void realm for rescue by nascent soul cultivators from their respective sects, their strength was naturally considerable. 2 of them possessed top-grade magical treasures, their regular combat power not much lower than that of Pang Xianyu, whom Zhou Chun had previously killed. These top-grade magical treasures were not treasures they had obtained through chance, but rather heirlooms passed down through generations of their sects. They were all hopeful of achieving the core formation in nascent soul stage, holding positions within their sects second only to nascent soul cultivators, and were already qualified to refine these heirlooms. If they were to achieve this stage one day, their top-grade magical treasures would be their greatest reliance for overcoming the heavenly tribulation. While a golden core cultivator wielding top-grade magical treasures was still far from being a match for a nascent soul cultivator, it was enough to barely withstand the rock giant's regular attacks. Furthermore, they also possessed magical talismans bestowed by nascent soul cultivators, and perhaps more than one at that. At this moment, they unleashed their full power without hesitation, protecting themselves and ensuring they wouldn't be instantly killed by the rock giant's sudden powerful attack. This way, without having to expend energy on defense, they could unleash their full power to attack the rock giant. Various magical treasures and supernatural abilities flew through the sky, quickly dispersing the rock giant's attacks and even striking its massive body. However, these attacks, powerful enough to kill ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators, only managed to scrape off a layer of stone or leave small dents. Compared to its enormous size, this damage was truly insignificant. It was clear that relying on 4 late-stage golden core cultivators to overwhelm a 5th-tier rock giant was simply unrealistic. However, their offensive successfully held back the rock giant, preventing it from diverting its strength to deal with Zhou Chun, thus meeting Zhou Chun's minimum requirement for them. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't waste this hard-won opportunity and immediately launched an attack on the golden-haired youth along with his 2 spirit pets. He attacked without holding back, immediately unleashing the Moon-Toad Pearl, a spiritual treasure, and using his full power from the outset. However, the blonde youth's response surprised him. Suddenly, the blonde youth's golden armor shone brightly, golden runes swirling around him, forming a runic golden light shield that protected him. The white ice light released by the Moon-Toad Pearl struck the runic golden light shield but failed to shatter it. Even the attacks from the golden winged tiger and Musang that followed only caused the runic golden light shield to tremble briefly, still failing to breach it. This scene astonished not only Zhou Chun but also the other golden core cultivators who were observing the situation. The blonde youth hadn't personally made a move before. Therefore, no one had expected him to possess such a powerful defensive technique. No wonder his tone had been so arrogant and conceited since his appearance. It's at least a top-grade magic weapon specializing in defense, maybe even a spiritual treasure. Zhou Chun stared intently at the blonde youth, or more precisely, at the golden armor he wore, instantly making his judgment. This treasure had previously seemed to conceal its true nature, revealing no extraordinary abilities. So Zhou Chun hadn't discerned its true strength, assuming it was at most a decent high-grade defensive magic weapon. Now it seemed he had completely misjudged it. But this made things complicated. The Moon-Toad Pearl was already the strongest weapon in his avatar's arsenal, and now even his strongest weapon couldn't break through the blonde youth's defenses in one go. The plan to quickly kill him was essentially a failure. However, there was no turning back now. Having already made his move, Zhou Chun could only continue down this path. He quickly instructed the wood spirit Musang, who wasn't skilled in attack, to redirect their attention and help the Wu Yang Kingdom cultivators hold off the rock giant. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out more than a dozen 4th-tier magic talismans. Zhou Chun's main body no longer needed these items, so he specifically entrusted these talismans to his avatar when he sent it into the Void Realm to rescue people. At this moment, his avatar had no intention of saving anything and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the blonde youth. Flames, lightning, and golden blades appeared in the sky, all surging towards the blonde youth. The blonde youth didn't seem in a hurry to retaliate, but instead focused on maintaining the golden rune shield within his golden armor. At this moment, the blonde youth, inside the golden rune shield, seemed to be immune to all attacks. He remained completely unmoved as numerous attacks from 4th tier talisman struck his outer shield. It wasn't until the golden winged tiger unleashed the spatial blade ability again that he finally used a new technique. A silver compass suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a burst of magical power, the compass needle spun, shooting out a silver beam of light that collided with a pale silver blade in midair. Then, something even more shocking happened to Zhou Chun. The previously invincible, spatial blade, had shattered instantly under the bombardment of that seemingly unremarkable silver beam of light. A special attribute magic weapon. That thing is a special attribute magic weapon, the golden winged tiger, as the person involved and a possessor of special attributes, sensed it much faster and more accurately than Zhou Chun, quickly exclaiming the origin of the silver compass magic weapon. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's pupils contracted. Just as demonic beasts with special attributes are extremely rare, magic weapons with special attributes are equally rare. This is because truly special attribute spiritual materials are incredibly scarce in the cultivation world. Moreover, many such spiritual materials are unsuitable for weapon crafting, and few weapon crafters possess the skill to use them. Therefore, the number of special attribute magic weapons in the cultivation world is extremely rare. The silver compass in the golden-haired youth's hand certainly didn't seem like a top-grade magic weapon to Zhou Chun. At most, it was a high-grade magic weapon. Even so, due to its special attributes, its value surpasses that of a top-grade magic weapon. Including the golden armor he wore in the rock giant, the golden-haired youth's trump cards and methods at the golden core stage were no less impressive than Zhou Chun's original form, and perhaps even surpassed it. Perhaps only when Zhou Ziyang reaches the perfect golden core stage will he be able to compete with this golden-haired youth in terms of treasures and trump cards. Your strength is extraordinary, and your future is bright. Why must you make things difficult for us? Why not let us leave and form a good relationship? Zhou Chun temporarily stopped his attack, looking at the golden-haired youth with a solemn expression, and spoke his mind. He had to admit that under the current circumstances, his chances of killing the golden-haired youth were extremely slim. Since he couldn't kill him, and there was still a 5th-tier rock giant to deal with, negotiation was clearly the optimal solution. However, this optimal solution was obviously only for him. The golden-haired youth clearly didn't want to accept his suggestion. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "If you're willing to give the treasure to me, I might consider letting you leave alone. Otherwise, I'll kill you and take the treasure myself, insolent brat." Zhou Chun's face darkened, his anger ignited by the golden-haired youth's words. He simply didn't want to expend too much effort in this pointless fight. He wasn't truly afraid of the golden-haired youth. "Looks like if I don't show you something, you'll really think I'm a paper tiger," he snorted coldly and immediately spat out a mouthful of his life essence onto the moon-toad pearl, the spiritual treasure. It should be noted that Zhou Chun's avatar was originally a 4th-tier high-grade snow demon, and its demon core's life essence was far more effective on the moon-toad pearl, a nice attribute spiritual treasure, than a cultivator's life essence. Empowered by his life essence, the moon-toad pearl immediately emitted a white icy light far stronger than before. This time, when the icy light struck the golden rune shield, its powerful force finally shattered many of the golden runes, causing cracks to instantly appear on the shield. At the same moment, 9 invisible ice needles also struck the golden rune shield, instantly piercing it and shooting towards the blonde youth's body. Unfortunately, the blonde youth had already seen him use this move to injure Pang Xianyu and was on guard. When the invisible ice needles pierced the shield, his golden armor suddenly transformed into full-body heavy armor, completely encasing his face, hands, and feet within the thick armor. The 9 ice needles struck the armor, not only failing to pierce it in the slightest but also sending him flying. But Zhou Chun had achieved half of his goal. Behind the 9 ice needles, the golden winged tiger had already spat out its demon core, bombarding the runic golden light shield and completely shattering the already near-limit shield. Just like his 5-color dragon scale armor, which couldn't reassemble itself quickly after its protective shield was broken, the golden-haired youth's armor also suffered from this problem. In fact, this was a flaw that wasn't really a defective armor-type defensive magic treasures. The difference was that the stronger the armor, the shorter the time it would take to reassemble the shield. So, Seeing the golden-haired youth's shield broken, Zhou Chun immediately spat out even more of his life essence onto the moon-toed pearl, causing the treasure to quickly unleash a white icy light that shot towards his opponent. Anyway, since his avatar was limited by the progress of the Tai two-part divine technique, it was impossible for him to break through his realm in the short term, so he didn't care about losing his life essence. The golden-haired youth obviously hadn't expected him to so decisively choose a mutually destructive fighting style and risk his life. At this point, he could only follow suit, spitting out a mouthful of his life essence blood onto his armor, forcibly activating its power and barely managing to condense a layer of protective golden light to shield himself. It wasn't that he lacked other magical abilities or treasures, but he knew that against the attack of a spiritual treasure, no magical ability or treasure was as effective as his armor. However, his armor was not a spiritual treasure, unlike spiritual treasures which stored a large amount of primordial power that could be unleashed at a crucial moment. The protective golden light condensed by stimulating his life essence blood only offered a brief moment of resistance before vanishing, and he and his armor were instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Of course, with the armor protecting him, he wouldn't be directly killed by the ice light like those cultivators who died under the Tai in extinction divine light in the past. He would only be temporarily frozen by the extreme cold power. Zhou Chun was fully aware of this, so after freezing the blonde youth, he didn't hesitate to transform into a one-horned white snake and fly directly towards him. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun, transformed into a one-horned white snake, flew to the side of the ice sculpture formed by the blonde youth. With a coiled attack, he directly bound the ice sculpture. He wasn't trying to kill the blonde youth, but rather sacrificing his own cultivation to forcibly freeze him, using the power of the moon-toed pearl. For Zhou Chun, as long as the divided soul within his avatar remained intact, the avatar itself wasn't irreplaceable. The worst-case scenario was that the snow demon avatar's core would collapse, requiring him to find a suitable vessel to house the divided soul. Thus, with Zhou Chun sacrificing his own essence, the blonde youth was frozen in mid-air, unable to move an inch. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the Wu Yang Kingdom cultivators, giving them hope for victory. They immediately fought even more fiercely against the rock giant, trying to buy Zhou Chun more time to kill the blonde youth. But at this moment, the previously calm rock giant suddenly went berserk. A powerful, oppressive roar erupted from the giant rock, unleashing a massive shockwave that instantly shattered the magical artifacts and supernatural powers attacking it. Then, a flash of yellow light emanated from its body, and its enormous form vanished into the ground. When it reappeared, it burst forth from the earth beneath Zhou Chun, who had frozen the blonde youth, and soared into the air, throwing a punch at the white snake Zhou Chun had transformed into. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to retreat, quickly releasing the blonde youth and transforming into a white streak of light to escape. The giant rock's fist then swiftly opened, scooping the blonde youth trapped within the ice into its grasp. Yellow light surged from its palm, and with its immense power, it forcefully shattered the ice, freeing the blonde youth. However, the blonde youth was now in dire straits. Zhou Chun, at the cost of sacrificing his own cultivation, sealed him away. Even though most of the extreme icy power was blocked by his armor, the remaining portion seeped into his body, causing severe frostbite to his physical body and even his soul. If the rock giant hadn't rescued him in time, even with a protective armor, he would have surely frozen to death inside Zhou Chun's armor. Therefore, now that he was out of danger, he disregarded everything else and immediately had the rock giant carry him rapidly towards the exit of the Void Realm, intending to return to the array's protective shield to recuperate and heal. As long as he guarded the exit of the Void Realm, Zhou Chun and the others wouldn't be able to leave. Once he recovered, he would have plenty of opportunities to take revenge. Stop him. Don't let him go back into the array to heal. Zhou Chun immediately saw through the golden-haired youth's plan and hurriedly reminded the 4 late-stage golden core cultivators who were chasing after him. Hearing his words, the 4 knew this was a rare opportunity and immediately gave chase at full speed without hesitation. Although the rock giant was a 5th-tier being, its flight speed was not fast, which was its weakness. And considering its ability to freely appear throughout the Void Realm, the possibility of it being a mountain spirit could be largely ruled out. Therefore, it clearly lacked the ability of a mountain spirit to move freely within its territory. It didn't even seem particularly proficient in Earth. Earth is a type of magic escapism. Because it had to protect the blonde youth, it could only passively endure the attacks, relying on its thick skin and tough flesh to withstand various assaults. Zhou Chun also participated in the pursuit, but he did not intervene. His previous actions, which had cost him his cultivation, had caused his cultivation to regress to the threshold of the upper 4th rank. If he didn't stabilize it, he might fall back to the middle 4th rank. If that happened, he would have little power to protect himself in the future. He was now concerned not only with his own safety, but also with the safety of Zhou Mingde, the golden-winged tiger, the wood spirit Mu Sang, and the spiritual treasure, the moon-toed pearl. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, or he was certain that everyone could escape safely, he would not dare to intervene again. After this chase, when the rock giant returned to the exit of the void secret realm with the blonde youth, its massive body was covered with cracks and pits, as if it might fall apart at any moment. However, everyone knew that these injuries were nothing serious to it. Once it returned to the ground to rest, it would likely recover most of its injuries. Just then, as the rock giant was about to escort the blonde youth into the location of the Bagua altar, Zhou Chun finally made his move. He directly activated the moon-toed pearl, unleashing a white icy light that struck the rock giant, instantly freezing its body into a layer of solid ice. Although the rock giant quickly broke free of the ice seal with its strength, it created a good opportunity for others to attack. Therefore, the late-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Earth Mother Sect and another late-stage Golden Core cultivator with a top-grade magic weapon each took out a secret divine power talisman and activated it. First, an extremely blazing golden red light streaked across the sky and landed on the rock giant, cutting a terrifying wound over 10 feet deep on its back. Immediately afterward, a phantom of an earthen yellow giant hammer slammed into the rock giant's shoulder, instantly shattering its shoulder and right arm, sending them crashing to the ground. The powerful shockwave from the attack even affected the blonde youth who was being protected by the rock giant, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, the rock giant was no ordinary creature. Even in this situation, it remained mobile, forcefully carrying him into the protective array surrounding the Bagua altar. Still not enough? Zhou Chun frowned deeply as he looked at the protective array that offered no resistance to the rock giant and the blonde youth. Chapter 698, Retire After Success. Inside the void secret realm, seeing the blonde youth return to the protective array under the protection of the rock giant, the cultivators of Wu Yang Kingdom immediately launched a fierce attack on the array. However, after the blonde youth's previous maintenance and reinforcement, the array's defensive strength had indeed reached the 5th level. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would need considerable effort to break it. Therefore, despite their fierce attacks, they saw little hope of breaking the array in the short term. Inside, the blonde youth had already taken out a pill and begun to heal his injuries. The rock giant had also begun to absorb large amounts of earth vein spiritual energy to repair its physical damage. If they were to fully recover, Zhou Chun and the others would have no hope at all. Therefore, even without Zhou Chun's prompting, the 4 late-stage Golden Core cultivators were already anxious. Senior Zhou, your cultivation is profound and your knowledge vast. Do you have any faster strategy to break this formation? We are all in the same boat now, with the same goal. If you have any good ideas, please don't hesitate to guide us. A late-stage Golden Core cultivator, while attacking the formation's protective barrier, looked at Zhou Chun earnestly, seeking his advice. Others might be one thing, but these late-stage Golden Core cultivators who had come to rescue people all had a chance to break through to a higher realm, and naturally, they absolutely did not want to be trapped and die in this void secret realm. Seeing the extremely critical situation, they couldn't care less about saving face. Their first priority was to find a way out. Zhou Chun himself felt the same way. After hearing this man's words, he pondered for a moment and then transmitted his voice to the group, saying, "If you are willing to follow my command and act according to my instructions, there is a way to break this array shield as soon as possible." Hearing this, the group was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Please explain in detail, Senior. As long as we can break the array and leave this place, we will obey your orders." Zhou Chun then explained his idea to them. Perhaps because they were truly anxious, after hearing Zhou Chun's method, they hesitated only briefly before quickly agreeing. Having reached a consensus, they maintained their normal offensive while adjusting their own state according to Zhou Chun's instructions. A moment later, after they had all adjusted, Zhou Chun had the golden-winged tiger unleash the spatial blade, divine ability again. A pale silver blade sliced through the sky and quickly landed on the array shield. Instantly, the array shield, which could even withstand attacks from nascent soul stage cultivators, cracked open with a gap about a foot long. At the same time, the 4 late-stage golden core cultivators who were prepared unleashed their strongest attacks, landing near the opening. This targeted approach successfully created a breach in the array's protective barrier, large enough for several people to pass through. Without Zhou Chun needing to say more, the 4 late-stage golden core cultivators, already instructed by him, rushed towards the opening at top speed, attempting to break into the array's protective barrier. But at that moment, the rock giant suddenly charged towards the opening, seemingly trying to block it with its massive body to buy time for the array's protective barrier to recover. In this critical moment, Zhou Chun directly used the source power of the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, unleashing a white icy light that struck the rock giant, freezing it within a block of solid ice. Under these circumstances, the 4 barely managed to enter the array's protective barrier. The blonde youth, who was healing, finally showed a drastic change in expression upon seeing this. He hurriedly let out a low shout, activating his golden armor once more, conjuring a runic golden light shield to protect himself. Then, during the attacks of the 4, he unleashed a golden spear magic weapon, sweeping it towards the rock giant, attempting to help it escape. However, the 4 knew the opportunity was precious and dared not slacken their efforts. 2 late-stage golden core cultivators possessing top-grade magic weapons directly spat out their life essence to activate their weapons, unleashing their full power. Faced with such a fierce attack, the runic golden light shield conjured by the blonde youth quickly shook violently, cracking slightly. Crucially, Zhou Chun and the others rushed in through the still unhealed gap, launching a combined attack on him. Behind him was the exit from the void secret realm. There was nowhere to retreat. Bang! With a loud explosion, the rock giant finally shattered the ice that had imprisoned it and launched an attack on Zhou Chun and the others. But the blonde youth had no time to rejoice. His own conjured golden rune shield was shattered with a deafening explosion. At this moment, Zhou Chun and the others divided their tasks again. 2 late-stage golden core cultivators with top-grade magic weapons joined Zhou Chun to help defend against the rock giant's attacks, while the rest continued their relentless assault on the blonde youth. Under this onslaught, the blonde youth, already recovering from his injuries, was the first to be overwhelmed. His own strength was indeed extraordinary. Even without the rock giant's help, he was among the top golden core cultivators. However, he was now facing not just 1 or 2 enemies, but all of them possessed cultivation levels no lower than his. Outnumbered like this, even if he were made of iron, how many pounds of nails could he hammer? Left with no other choice, he could only move the rock giant in front of him to help him withstand the attacks. Then, he himself seized the opportunity and plunged towards the exit of the void secret realm. Not good, this person is escaping. A late-stage golden core cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. But Zhou Chun didn't pay any attention to this. After the blonde youth retreated into this place, he knew that there was little chance of keeping him alive in this void realm. Therefore, he was already prepared for the youth's escape. However, he immediately said, "Be careful, this guy might attack the exit of the void realm." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the blonde youth figure disappeared into the silvery white vortex of light, and the rock giant stomped hard on the octagonal altar below, instantly causing cracks to appear on the altar. With the damage to the altar, the silvery white vortex of light was also rapidly affected, shaking and shrinking, seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. This scene terrified everyone still inside the void realm. "Stop it!" Everyone immediately attacked the rock giant with all their might, trying to prevent it from destroying the octagonal altar. However, the rock giant completely ignored their attacks, mechanically executing the blonde youth's last command before leaving, focusing all its efforts on destroying the octagonal altar. Faced with such a fifth-tier being that completely disregarded its own safety and life, after trying for a while, everyone chose to give up. Instead, they each used their own methods to rush towards the still uncollapsed silver-white vortex of light. Since they couldn't stop the rock giant from destroying the exit, they could only leave the void realm before the exit collapsed. As for what to do next, that was naturally left for the nascent soul stage cultivators to worry about. Zhou Chun also had Mu Mei and Mu Sang carry Zhou Ming quickly towards the silver-white vortex of light, letting them leave first. Then he glanced at the rock giant focused on destroying the Bagua altar, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, before ordering the golden-winged tiger to unleash the final, spatial blade, towards the giant's chest. This, spatial blade, guided by Zhou Chun's markings, struck a specific point on the rock giant's chest. And under the cutting power of this, spatial blade, which could cut through anything. The rock giant's hard body was quickly sliced open like tofu, leaving a deep hole. However, unlike the targets pierced by the pale silver light blades in the past, the rock giant's body was not pierced through from front to back. The pale silver blade seemed to have encountered some powerful force deep within its chest, and was forcibly obliterated. The rock giant also seemed affected by the attack, its body freezing in place, motionless, with a dazzling yellow light emanating from the hole in its chest. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the golden-winged tiger to leap forward and deliver a powerful blow. The golden-winged tiger's massive claws pierced through the hole in the rock giant's chest, quickly pulling out a cracked, earthen yellow crystal sphere. As the earthen yellow crystal sphere was removed, the rock giant seemed to lose its momentum, its massive body collapsing to the ground, lifeless. So it really is some kind of puppet creation? I just don't know how it's immune to the laws of heaven and earth within the void secret realm. A knowing glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, confirming his suspicion. He had previously guessed that this rock giant was some kind of special puppet creation, unlikely to be a normal fifth-order being. Otherwise, if it were a true fifth-order being, not to mention how the blonde youth controlled and manipulated it, its own strength wouldn't be limited to what it had shown in the previous battle. Moreover, judging from the fact that the blonde youth didn't take the rock giant, such a great help, with him when leaving the void realm, it was very likely that this thing couldn't be taken away from this void realm at all. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the other party to leave such a great help behind. But a puppet is still a puppet. Once it's no longer controlled and manipulated by the blonde youth, even if it can still mechanically execute its master's last command, it will lose its previous intelligence. Otherwise, the golden-winged tiger's attack would have had no chance of hitting its unprotected body, let alone piercing its chest and shattering its energy core. At this moment, Zhou Chun looked at the earthen yellow crystal sphere that the golden-winged tiger had taken out, and after a moment's thought, he had it forcefully break into more than a dozen pieces. He then carefully collected all the fragments and, using the same trick, hid inside the golden-winged tiger's special pouch, letting it fly alone towards the silvery white vortex of light. Shortly after the golden-winged tiger entered the vortex, the exit of this void realm, due to the shattering of the Bagua altar, could no longer maintain its existence and completely collapsed, leaving only a special rift about 10 feet long. Meanwhile, after passing through the vortex, the golden-winged tiger quickly appeared in the sky near the entrance to the void realm. Zhou Chun's main body was nearby, and through resonance with the avatar on the golden-winged tiger, he quickly learned everything that had happened inside the void realm. To prevent the nascent soul cultivators from the Martial Yang Kingdom from causing trouble, he immediately led the Silver Dragon Lord to rescue the golden-winged tiger. Meanwhile, the few late-stage golden core cultivators who had come out earlier, along with the other 3 lucky individuals, were still telling the nascent soul cultivators from the Martial Yang Kingdom what had happened inside. After some time, once the nascent soul stage cultivators from Wu Yang Kingdom understood what had happened, they all turned their gazes to Zhou Chun and his servant. Then, a woman in elegant yellow robes spoke first, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you truly have impressive skills. You managed to send your avatar and another spirit pet into the void realm without our knowledge." At this point, her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she retorted sharply, "Sending your avatar and spirit pet into the void realm is one thing, but why did you have to bully our sect's cultivators and kill our elders?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's face darkened, and he immediately retorted without backing down, "Since fellow Taoist Wen has brought this up, I would like to ask you, fellow Taoist Wen, did your sect's cultivators ambush my Zhou family's ancestor within the void realm, nearly causing his death, and how should this be accounted for?" Hearing his question, the woman in yellow immediately replied in a deep voice, "It's common for people entering the void secret realm to fight over unclaimed items. There's no right or wrong in this. This is not a reason for you, fellow Taoist Zhou, to bully the weak and make unreasonable arguments." This answer made Zhou Chun laugh, and he retorted with a cold smile, "If we follow fellow Taoist Wen's logic, if my ancestor died at the hands of your sect's elders, it would be because he was incompetent and deserved to die, right? I didn't say that, and what fellow Taoist Zhou mentioned didn't happen, did it?" The woman in yellow's eyes flickered slightly. Of course she wouldn't admit it directly. But what she meant was clear to all the cultivators present. Therefore, Zhou Chun was too lazy to reason with her anymore and directly said, "I have traveled thousands of miles to Wu Yang Kingdom because my ancestor's soul tablet was shattered and his life was in danger. And the one who seriously injured my ancestor was none other than your Earth Mother Sect Elder Pang Xianyu. Under those circumstances, I think any of you would have done the same as me, only wanting to tear the culprit to pieces. Therefore, if fellow Taoist Wen insists that I am wrong in this matter, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Let's settle this with our fists. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three nascent soul cultivators perked up, revealing expressions of anticipation. Although they had some reservations about Zhou Chun's deception in sending his avatar and spirit pet into the void secret realm, they would not fight with Zhou Chun over this matter. However, if the woman in yellow was willing to take action, they would certainly be happy to see it happen. They also wanted to see if Zhou Chun's strength was really as exaggerated as the rumors suggested. The woman in yellow seemed surprised by Zhou Chun's firm stance, and for a moment, she was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Very well, then let this old woman experience fellow Taoist Zhou's supernatural powers. In the end, the woman in yellow seemed to feel that she couldn't explain herself and the younger generation of the sects without a fight, so she chose to make her move. The two immediately flew into the clouds, reaching the highest heavens, and then began to fight fiercely in the sky. The woman in yellow was a supreme elder of the Earth Mother Sect, with the same mid-nascent soul cultivation as true person Silver Moon, and she also possessed a spiritual treasure inherited by the Earth Mother Sect, the Earth Mother Golden Seal. With a wave of her hand, she summoned this treasure, which expanded in the wind and transformed into a giant golden seal as large as a mountain, pressing down on Zhou Chun. Although Zhou Chun could have used his escape techniques to avoid the giant seal's attack, he chose not to. Because both he and the woman in yellow knew that they couldn't engage in a life-or-death battle, nor was it suitable to fight for a day or two and let others watch a monkey show. Therefore, the best approach was for him to demonstrate enough strength to force the woman in yellow to back down, giving her an explanation to herself and her sect. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun couldn't simply dodge her attacks. With a thought, the Silver Dragon King reverted to its Thunder Flood Dragon form, unleashing the 10,000 Thunder Domain, carrying countless bolts of lightning as it charged towards the descending giant seal. The result was as expected. Even with the powerful physical strength and supernatural abilities of a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon, it couldn't directly withstand the attack of a mid-nascent soul cultivator's spiritual treasure. With a mournful cry, the Thunder Flood Dragon King was sent flying by the giant seal, its scales shattering. However, this attack helped Zhou Chun deplete several tenths of the giant seal's power, buying him a chance to react. Zhou Chun activated the Moon Toad Pearl he had retrieved from his clone, instantly transforming into a lunar moon toad, which then spewed out a dazzling white icy light to meet the descending giant seal. Compared to the power displayed in the hands of his clone, the Moon Toad Pearl, in his main body was a completely different treasure. The late-stage Golden Core cultivators, witnessing the scene from afar, all had their pupils shrink, their eyes revealing shock and relief. The white ice light collided with a giant seal, initially freezing the entire seal into an enormous block of ice. But then, as the woman in yellow activated the giant seal's divine power, the seal unleashed a powerful shockwave that shattered the ice. At the same time, the Thunder Flood Dragon King Bai, who had been blasted away by the giant seal, transformed into a bolt of lightning and lunged at the woman in yellow. A formidable, destroying heavenly lightning, suddenly crashed down from above the woman in yellow's head. The woman in yellow, worthy of being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, immediately emanated a yellow glow, condensing it into a yellow cloud above her head to protect herself. Silver lightning struck the yellow clouds, causing them to churn violently and shrink considerably, but it failed to truly break through their defenses. At the same time, Zhou Chun unleashed his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, transforming it into a giant cauldron the size of a small mountain, which clashed head-on with a golden seal, which had already exhausted more than half its power. A loud clang rang out, and the golden cauldron, still slightly inferior, was sent flying by the golden seal. However, after this attack, the golden seal was completely drained of its power, quickly shrinking back to a smaller seal and flying towards its master. He blocked it so easily, the woman in yellow, while dealing with the Thunder Dragon King's attacks, looked at the white giant toad that Zhou Chun had transformed into with some surprise. She knew that she hadn't held back in that attack. She had definitely unleashed the full power of the Earth Mother Golden Seal, spiritual treasure. Even a typical late-stage nascent soul cultivator, without using any spiritual treasures, would need to exert their full strength to withstand such an attack. Although Zhou Chun relied on the power of the Thunder Flood Dragon King, he was able to withstand such an attack without injury, demonstrating that his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. This suggests that the rumors of Zhou Chun successfully escaping from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator are likely true. This further dampened the already dwindling fighting spirit in the woman in yellow. As the saying goes, nascent soul cultivators rarely escalate conflicts unless they harbor deep-seated hatred. Even when Zhou Chun killed the bloodline descendant he valued, indirectly causing him to lose his physical body, true immortal Kuang Lei temporarily abandoned his plan to annihilate the Zhou family because of the protection of true immortal Xianjing. This demonstrates the mutual respect and apprehension among cultivators of the same level. Once the woman in yellow confirmed that Zhou Chun possessed strength at least equivalent to an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator, and knew that he still had a 5th-tier Fire Phoenix Demon King yet to be revealed, she naturally didn't want to escalate the conflict with him. Therefore, after testing the waters a few more times, she stopped her attack and looked at Zhou Chun with a cold face, saying, "Fine, since I can't do anything to you, fellow Taoist Zhou, I naturally have no face to ask you for an apology. However, the treasure of our sect's inheritance is still on junior nephew Pang. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you'd better return it along with junior nephew Pang's corpse and belongings." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied with a serious expression, "I have no intention of making enemies with the Earth Mother sect, so I will do as fellow Taoist one says. These are Pang's Henayu's corpse and belongings." After saying that, he handed the stone mill magic weapon and the frozen corpse to the woman in yellow. As for the spiritual items that Pang's Henayu obtained from the Void Secret Realm, such as the longevity grass, as well as the other magic weapons on his body, Zhou Chun did not return them. Pang's Henayu had previously destroyed several fourth-order puppets on Zhou Ming's body, as well as the various precious magic talismans he had given to Zhou Ming, and the 6 Harmonies soul replenishing pill, used to heal him. These items would naturally be exchanged for the relics on the person's person. The woman in yellow had already retrieving the sect's top-grade magic treasure and Pang's Henayu's corpse, which was enough to satisfy the sect, so she didn't pursue the matter further, knowing it was futile. After the exchange was completed, Zhou Chun didn't linger in Wu Yang Kingdom and left with Zhou Ming. He had achieved his goal, now he only needed to send Zhou Ming back to his family and tally the spoils. As for the blonde youth who escaped from the Void Realm but didn't appear near the entrance like the others, Zhou Chun was curious about how he managed it, but he didn't try to find him like searching for a needle in a haystack. This person had too many secrets and clearly possessed extraordinary luck. The chances of him reaching the core formation in nascent soul stage were not small. Once he did reach the core formation in nascent soul stage, hiding his identity would be much more difficult, and there would naturally be opportunities to interact with him again. However, Zhou Chun could remain so nonchalant. Those nascent soul cultivators from the Wu Yang Kingdom, whose golden core elders had been killed and whose exit from the Void Realm destroyed by the blonde youth, would certainly not let the matter rest. If the blonde youth dared to appear in the cultivation world again, he would undoubtedly face a joint attack from these factions. Chapter 699 Jiang's Conditions. Qinglian Peak. After Zhou Chun brought Zhou Ming back to the family's mountain gate, Zhou Daoyi, who had been anxiously awaiting news, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the matter was of great importance, he hadn't dared to easily reveal the news to others these past few days, and during his anxiety alone. Now, seeing that Zhou Ming was alright, he finally felt relieved. He immediately showered him with concern and inquired about the details. After learning the whole story from Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun, he exclaimed with relief, "This is truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Fortunately, Zheng Chun, you arrived in time and had the right medicine, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yes, I was able to escape with my life this time, truly thanks to Zheng Chun." Zhou Ming echoed this sentiment, his words filled with gratitude towards Zhou Chun. Although he was a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms, he hadn't experienced such life-threatening situations often, and each one left him with countless reflections. This experience also solidified his resolve to avoid traveling alone again, lest such a worrying situation for his clan's younger generation recur. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for them because of his own actions. "You two elders are too kind. This is merely the duty of a junior," Zhou Chun said, not minding the trouble Zhou Ming had caused. He himself had gotten into trouble during his previous travels and knew these were unavoidable risks in the cultivation world. Since his elders hadn't reprimanded him then, how could he blame them now? After this exchange, Zhou Chun sent the seriously injured Zhou Ming back to his cave to recuperate, and then returned to his own cave to assess the gains and losses of the trip. Zhou Chun's losses during the rescue operation in Wu'ayang Kingdom were considerable. His avatar suffered significant damage to its cultivation in the Void Secret Realm, and it was uncertain how long it would take to recover. Meanwhile, the Golden Winged Tiger and the Silver Dragon Lord also sustained minor injuries and needed time to recover. However, while his losses were significant, his gains were equally substantial. He patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing over a dozen earthen yellow crystals. These were fragments of the rock giant's shattered energy core. The energy core that hadn't shattered was somewhat similar in essence to the snow demon core Zhou Chun possessed in his guise, seemingly crafted from the core of a stone monster or mountain spirit. However, the rock giant was a 5th-tier power-level creature. If it was truly crafted from a spirit core, wouldn't it mean the Jin Yu sect had killed a 5th-tier spirit king? Zhou Chun felt it was unlikely to be that exaggerated. Most likely, that energy core was also crafted from the core of a 4th-tier high-grade spirit, perhaps incorporating other spiritual elements that caused it to undergo a qualitative change, transforming into a 5th-tier spirit core. Undoubtedly, despite being a 5th-tier puppet creation, the rock giant was clearly superior in both skill and strength to all the 5th-tier puppets Zhou Chun had previously encountered. It possessed a powerful energy core, capable of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to restore its mana and repair physical damage, almost equivalent to a true 5th-tier demon king. Zhou Chun had never seen or heard of such a unique puppet creation before. Unfortunately, he had destroyed it himself, and it was unlikely he would ever see it again. After examining the crystal fragments in his hands, Zhou Chun summoned the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, asking it to see if it could utilize these items. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed a crystal fragment, using the simplest and most direct method to verify its usefulness. After a while, its eyes lit up, and it nodded repeatedly at Zhou Chun, expressing its desire through mental connection with him. According to its expression, the effect of the crystal fragments was somewhat similar to a demon core. It could completely digest and transform it into its own cultivation. Moreover, the quality of the crystal fragments was quite high, and its digestion and absorption would be very efficient. This was roughly in line with Zhou Chun's initial prediction. After all, even if the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone consumed some high-grade earth attribute ores, it could still digest them and improve its cultivation. Since these things are useful to you, then you can take them all and digest them properly. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and immediately gave all the crystal fragments to the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, letting it return to its nest to digest them slowly on its own. If things went well, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone might even trigger a heavenly tribulation after digesting these crystal fragments. After dealing with the crystal fragments obtained from the rock giant, Zhou Chun took out the storage bag he had obtained from Pang Zhenyu and examined and inventoried it. As a late-stage golden core cultivator, Pang Zhenyu had spent several days in the Void Secret Realm and naturally gained a great deal there. Zhou Chun opened his storage bag and, after taking inventory, found that in addition to the longevity grass that Zhou Ming had found, his storage bag also contained various rare and ancient spiritual herbs, as well as a considerable number of various spiritual fruits and fourth-order spiritual wood. There were 16 longevity grass plants in total. Among them, 3 were over 5,000 years old, 8 were over 3,000 years old, and the remaining 5 were between 500 and 3,000 years old. Pang Zhenyu probably wanted to try to cultivate these spiritual herbs, so he put the younger plants, along with their soil, into a jade box. After Zhou Chun discovered this, he immediately gave the longevity grass plants under 3,000 years old to Mu Seng, asking her to send them to Luo Qingyi to see if they could be successfully cultivated. As for the remaining longevity grass plants, they would be used to see if they could be refined into longevity pills in the future, or exchanged for useful treasures with other nascent soul cultivators. However, refining pills would also be difficult due to the lack of a formula. The Zhou family currently did not have any formulas that could utilize longevity grass. Even in the cultivation world 10,000 years ago, this kind of spiritual herb was a rare treasure, and formulas that could utilize it were closely guarded secrets of powerful clans. But that didn't matter. because spiritual herbs were far more scarce than pill formulas right now. As long as Zhou Chun dared to spread the word, someone would naturally be willing to exchange pill formulas for him. So after dealing with those longevity grasses, he began to inventory the other spiritual items. After the inventory, Zhou Chun showed a satisfied smile. From Pang Xianyu, he obtained 2 high-grade magic treasures, 2 mid-grade magic treasures, and besides those longevity grasses, he also had 2 spiritual herbs over 5,000 years old, 15 spiritual herbs over 3,000 years old, and over 100 spiritual herbs over 1,000 years old. There were also quite a few other miscellaneous items. For a golden core cultivator, this would definitely be a very satisfying harvest. However, in Zhou Chun's eyes, they could only be used to reward his juniors and enrich the family treasury. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After obtaining a large batch of high-quality spiritual herbs this time, Zhou Chun quickly went to visit Luo Qingni's cave. Then, without holding back at all, he took out all the various spiritual herbs he had harvested for inspection, to hear his opinions on how to handle them. Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a person of great fortune. Not only did he manage to obtain so many of these rare herbs, such as the longevity grass, which are almost extinct in the outside world, but he also obtained so many different kinds of 1,000-year-old treasures. It's truly enviable. Inside the cave, Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun with joy and admiration after seeing the various spiritual herbs he had taken out. She couldn't remember how many times she had said similar words. But every time she encountered this situation, she could only express her amazement in this way. Because she knew very well that even for a nascent soul cultivator, it was extremely difficult to produce so many rare spiritual herbs at once. Unless one came from a long-established power and was the only one who had the final say within that power, it was impossible to do so. If a power had 2 nascent soul cultivators, then the rare spiritual herbs cultivated and preserved by the sect's predecessors were not something that anyone could use at will. These are all public and ancestral properties of the entire sect and family. To use them, one must have a very legitimate reason and obtain the support and approval of most of the sect's higher-ups. However, the spiritual herbs Zhou Chun is presenting are all his own possessions, his spoils of war, and he has complete control over them. Qingni, you are a master alchemist and have seen the various rare spiritual herbs on that secret island. In your opinion, how should these spiritual herbs be used? Zhou Chun ignored Luo Qingni's envious sighs and calmly presented his thoughts. Hearing his words, Luo Qingni was slightly taken aback, then said, Qingni needs to consider this carefully before answering. It's all right. There's no rush. Qingni, take your time thinking about it. Zhou Chun waved his hand, appearing indifferent. Zhou Chun then waited for Luo Qingni's reply while sipping his spiritual tea. After waiting for about an hour, Luo Qingni looked up at him and said, I've kept fellow Taoist Zhou waiting. Based on the various pill formulas available, I have some ideas about the spiritual herbs you have. In my opinion, these spiritual herbs, combined with some from the secret island, and the pills that could previously be used to refine 4 batches to help improve the cultivation of early and mid-stage golden core cultivators, can be used to refine 1 batch of high-grade spiritual pills to restore essence and vital energy, and 2 batches of high-grade spiritual pills to heal internal injuries. Furthermore, if we can find 2 other rare spiritual herbs, we can even try to refine a batch of top-grade spiritual pills that will also improve your cultivation. Fellow Taoist Zhou, she added, of course, if we can obtain a suitable formula for those longevity grasses, with Qingni's current skills, it shouldn't be difficult to refine some longevity spiritual pills. Oh, Qingni, what kind of pill is the top-grade spiritual pill you're talking about? Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he looked at her with some surprise, asking in detail. It's the purple flower crimson pearl pill. This pill requires 1 crimson pearl grass, over 5,000 years old, 1 purple origin immortal mushroom, over 5,000 years old, and 3 other auxiliary herbs over 5,000 years old, along with 16 kinds of millennium-old precious herbs. Now, fellow Taoist Zhou already possesses the most precious, crimson pearl grass, and purple origin immortal mushroom, as well as 1 more auxiliary herb and most of the millennium-old precious herbs. He only needs to find the remaining 2 auxiliary herbs and several more millennium-old precious herbs to complete all the materials needed to refine the purple flower crimson pearl pill. Luo Qingni explained the details meticulously, as if reciting a familiar story. With her successful nascent soul formation and the certainty that she would never leave the Zhou family again, The Zhou family had opened up all the spiritual herbs they possessed to her. Except for a very few rare spiritual herbs like the taking immortal mushroom, that she couldn't easily know about. She knew almost all the information about spiritual herbs that Zhou Chun and the Zhou family could control and mobilize. That's why Zhou Chun came to her to inquire about the uses of these spiritual herbs. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chun's expression brightened, and he immediately said, "In that case, I will pay special attention to the spiritual herbs you mentioned, King Ni, and strive to gather them as soon as possible." Addiction to drugs is a real possibility for Zhou Chun. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, largely thanks to the pills. Having become accustomed to relying on pills for rapid advancement, and having been at the nascent soul stage for decades, he now often longed for that former pace of cultivation. While his current cultivation speed wasn't slow compared to other nascent soul cultivators, if he continued cultivating step by step, it would take at least 600 or 700 years to reach the mid-nascent soul stage barrier. This was undoubtedly something he was very unaccustomed to and somewhat difficult to accept, given that he had only lived for 600 or 700 years. Therefore, if he could continue taking pills and significantly shorten this time through their power, he would naturally be extremely willing. After carefully discussing the disposal plan for the spiritual herbs with Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun returned to his cave dwelling. Following Zhou Chun's instructions, Zhou Xiang left Jingguo again for the Dolan grassland to gather the spiritual herbs needed for Luo Qingni's alchemy on the secret island. Luo Qingni would be the primary beneficiary of the pills she was to refine. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years went by in the blink of an eye. One day, after completing his daily meditation, Zhou Chun received a message from Zhou Daoyi informing him of a regrettable event. Zhou Xiang, who had previously obtained a complete set of materials for forming a golden collar, had ultimately failed to achieve his goal and had died suddenly in his secluded cultivation chamber. The cultivator guarding the soul tablet in the Zhou family ancestral hall only learned of this after discovering its complete shattering and immediately reported it to Zhou Daoyi. Zhou Chun also felt quite sorry for this outcome. He had always hoped that the Zhou family could produce a master-level figure in a certain important skill, and Zhou Xiang had previously seemed the closest. But now it seemed he would have to wait many more years. Fortunately, he was currently in his prime and could afford to wait. Furthermore, with Luo Qingni, a true alchemy master, now overseeing the family, their alchemy skills are no longer inferior to those of established powerful forces. Under Luo Qingni's guidance, the alchemists of the Zhou family have visibly improved their abilities, significantly boosting the sales of pills in the Zhou family's market. In the past few years, Luo Qingni has also refined pills several times, successfully producing the high-grade spiritual pills she had previously mentioned. After obtaining the pills that enhanced her magical power, Zhou Xiang devoted herself to secluded cultivation. With her exceptional spiritual root and cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, and now aided by the pills, she has a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage within 100 years. If she truly achieves this, her age of forming her nascent soul will be decades earlier than Zhou Chun's, breaking Zhou Chun's previous record. Zhou Chun is also very much looking forward to it. One day, Zhou Chun suddenly received an invitation. The inviter was none other than true person Jiang. The invitation was written with earnest words, inviting him to a meeting in Xianin, immortal city of the great Zhou kingdom. What is that old scoundrel Jiang up to now? Zhou Chun pondered, looking at the invitation in his hand. In recent years, he had focused on cultivation, avoiding trouble. The Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, intimidated by his strength, hadn't dared to actively attack the Zhou family. At most, they had only restricted and suppressed the Zhou family in some commercial matters. I'll see what tricks he's up to this time. After much deliberation, Zhou Chun decided to meet the other party. He arranged things for his family and then took Fen Yuanjin to Xianin Immortal City, leaving Luo Qingni and Yan Longjin to guard the family's mountain gate. Because the meeting place was in Xianin Immortal City, Zhou Chun first reported to the nascent soul stage cultivator stationed there before being allowed entry. Then, in a cave within the Immortal City, Zhou Chun met with true person Jiang, whom he hadn't seen for some years. At this moment, Master Jiang, having destroyed his physical body, had possessed the body of a young cultivator, appearing unusually young. Although the body had changed, his aura and eyes were still those of the person Zhou Chun recognized. After scrutinizing the other man, he went straight to the point, coldly asking, "Speak, what tricks are you trying to play by suddenly inviting me here? Faced with his cold demeanor, Master Jiang acted as if he hadn't seen him, replying with unusual gentleness, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, why the rush? Why not sit down and have a cup of tea first?" Something unusual was bound to happen. Seeing Master Jiang being so gentle and polite to someone with whom he had a blood feud, Zhou Chun became increasingly wary. But with a cold expression, he waved his hand and said, "I, Zhou, have never had the habit of drinking tea with enemies. If you don't want to talk, I won't keep you company." Hearing his cold and resolute words, Master Jiang's expression stiffened, and then he gave him a bitter smile and said, "Becoming fellow Taoist Zhou's enemy is truly the most regrettable thing in my life." After saying that, he sighed in a low voice with a self-pitying look. "But now, with fellow Taoist Zhou's supernatural abilities, I'm afraid I'm not worthy to be your enemy at all." But Zhou Chun didn't buy it at all and said in a deep voice, "Get to the point. If you're hoping to gain my sympathy by pretending to be crazy and playing the victim, you've miscalculated." His words already showed impatience. Seeing this, Master Jiang sighed inwardly and could only nod, saying, "Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhou, please hear my price." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned solemn, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious face, saying, "I suppose fellow Taoist Zhou already knows that the two-headed black dragon that caused such a stir in the great Zhou kingdom back then was actually the transformed spirit pet of a certain vice leader of the dragon transformation sect after its first destruction. The most important inherited spiritual treasure of the dragon transformation sect, the true dragon seal, was also in his hands. After destroying the physical body of true immortal Kuang Lei, this two-headed black dragon was pursued for tens of thousands of miles by fellow Taoists of the Great Zhou Kingdom, fleeing all the way to the Xianmen Plain. Over the years, I have used various means to investigate the Xianmen Plain, and even risked great danger to personally go there to confirm, and have found the exact location of that two-headed black dragon." At this point, he said to Zhou Chun with a sincere expression, "If fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to return our sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, I am willing to personally lead you to the Xianmen Plain to surround and kill the two-headed black dragon, helping you obtain the true dragon treasure seal, a top-tier spiritual treasure." Zhou Chun was slightly stunned after hearing this. He hadn't expected that true immortal Jiang would resort to this method to retrieve his sect's inherited spiritual treasure. It was exactly the same idea he had initially thought. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly sneered, "Old thief Jiang, you're still so cunning. Leaving aside why I, Zhou, would exchange a spiritual treasure I already possess for another that doesn't even exist, do you think that two-headed black dragon is an easy target? Especially in the territory of a foreign race like Xianmen Plains?" He then added sharply, "How could I know that you weren't deliberately using this as bait to lure me to Xianmen Plains, then colluding with the foreign races to ambush me?" Master Jiang seemed to have anticipated this, and immediately shook his head in rebuttal. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are mistaken. Our sect's inherited spiritual treasure is unable to unleash its full power in your hands, while the true dragon seal is not only more powerful than our sect's. Many of these inherited spiritual treasures are perfectly suited to you, fellow Taoist Zhou. Whether used by you or by that silver dragon lord, they can unleash unparalleled power. As for your concerns, fellow Taoist Zhou, they are unfounded. Even if I were confused, I would know that colluding with other races to ambush and kill an nascent soul cultivator of my own clan is an unforgivable crime that would implicate the entire sect and family. I would never risk such a great deal to harm you, fellow Taoist Zhou." He looked at Zhou Chun with a firm expression and said, "If you still don't trust me on this matter, fellow Taoist Zhou, I can go with you to seek justice from fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen or fellow Taoist Kung Su, and even sign a nascent soul pact with you." He spoke so earnestly and sincerely that Zhou Chun was momentarily unable to judge his sincerity. Even if he couldn't determine the truth, Zhou Chun knew how to calculate the gains and losses. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he refused again, saying, "Even so, exchanging a spiritual treasure I already possess for one I may not even be able to obtain is a huge loss for me. I cannot agree to this." Then what about adding the condition of appointing the Zhou family as the head of Jing Kingdom? As long as fellow Taoist Zhou agrees to the exchange, regardless of the outcome, I will represent the Yan Yang sect to propose that the Zhou family replace the Yulun sect as the head of Jing Kingdom and obtain the right to issue spiritual currency in Jing Kingdom. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhou? True person Ziyang gritted his teeth and added a condition that seemed very difficult to refuse. Chapter 700 The Beast-Taming Inheritance Delivered to Our Doorstep. Aside from powerful nations like the Great Zhou Kingdom, most countries in the cultivation world have only one ruling family. Since the Jing Kingdom destroyed the Dragon Transformation Sect, it has only had one ruling family, the Moonwheel Sect. While the Zhou family's apparent strength seems to surpass the Moonwheel Sect, many difficulties remain in gaining control of the Jing Kingdom. Gaining the recognition of other domestic powers is the biggest challenge. The Zhou family has long-standing enmity with the Moonwheel Sect and the Flaming Sun Sect, making it almost impossible for them to acknowledge them as the leaders. If neither of them recognizes them, then unless Zhou Chun becomes a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the position of Jing Kingdom's leader will remain out of reach for the Zhou family. Therefore, even after Luo Qingmi successfully formed her nascent soul, Zhou Chun didn't rush into expanding his power or pursue this ambition. His original plan was to wait until the 4 spirit pets capable of setting up the heavenly absolute 4 symbols formation had all advanced to 5th-tier demon kings before aggressively pushing forward with this plan. By then, the battle formation set up by the 4 5th-tier demon kings would likely be able to rival a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With his and Luo Qingmi's assistance, they would possess overwhelming power to force the Moonwheel Sect to relinquish its leadership position and compel the Flame Sun Sect to agree to the Zhou family becoming the leader of the Jing Kingdom. However, such coercion is certainly less effective than voluntary cooperation. For example, if the Flame Sun Sect were to nominate the Zhou family as the leader of the Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun wouldn't even need to subdue the Moonwheel Sect. Simply demonstrating their strength and confirming to other cultivation worlds that the Zhou family's power far surpasses that of the Moonwheel Sect would naturally lead to their recognition. The Moonwheel Sect would then have no choice but to relinquish its position. Therefore, when True Person Jiang presented this condition, Zhou Chun hesitated only briefly before readily agreeing. In truth, even if he couldn't obtain the True Dragon Seal, gaining the position of the head of Jing Kingdom would be worthwhile in exchanging the Blazing Sun Mirror for the spiritual treasure. After all, this treasure had been severely damaged in the Tribulation Lightning, and without the spiritual treasure technique to refine and activate it, its current effect on enhancing Feng Yuanjin's combat power wasn't particularly significant. Moreover, Feng Yuanjin herself had obtained the clan's inherited method for refining magical treasures from her bloodline's memories, so she wouldn't lack suitable magical treasures in the future. However, despite agreeing, Zhou Chun didn't immediately return the Blazing Sun Mirror to True Person Jiang. Instead, he made an agreement with him that he would fulfill this agreement several decades later, when he was ready to cause trouble for the twin-headed Black Flood Dragon. He still harbored deep suspicion towards True Person Jiang, fearing that even if the latter didn't collude with the alien races, he might deliberately lure him to a dangerous place like Xianmen Plain, and then use the alien races to harm him. Therefore, only after the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone also advances to Demon King and possesses sufficiently powerful means of survival will he venture into dangerous places like the heavenly barbarian plains to do such a thing. Of course, if the wood spirit and wood mulberry could also advance to Demon King, that would be even better, more perfect. Although Master Jiang was not very satisfied with Zhou Chun's approach, he knew in his heart that he had no room for negotiation and the initiative was not in his hands. So in the end, he could only reluctantly agree. At least with Zhou Chun's statement, he could at least give Master Beiyang and the sect a barely acceptable explanation when he returned. After reaching an agreement with Master Jiang, Zhou Chun had no interest in discussing other matters with him and they quickly parted ways. However, since he had come all the way to the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun did not immediately return to his family, but instead met and exchanged views with a nascent soul stage cultivator stationed in Xianyu Immortal City. During these exchanges, Zhou Chun had taken the initiative to express his desire to exchange for rare spiritual items such as Zhengjin that he needed, and in doing so, he also received some news that was quite attractive to him. In a little over a decade, the Xianyu sect, currently the undisputed #1 power in the Great Zhou Kingdom, will host a grand Xianyu Dharma assembly. This assembly initially commemorated the enlightenment of the Xianyu sect's nascent soul ancestor, Xianyu Divine Venerable, but gradually evolved into the highest level exchange event in the Great Zhou Kingdom's cultivation world. Each time it's held, the Xianyu sect invites no fewer than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators to attend. Not only will the Xianyu sect offer many treasures, extremely rare even for nascent soul stage cultivators, for exchange, But other invited nascent soul stage cultivators can also share their own treasured items. In previous assemblies, even precious items like the nascent soul pill and spiritual treasures have appeared. Therefore, whenever the Cheyenne Dharma assembly is held, whether invited or not, as long as they hear the news and are not held back by other matters, they will travel great distances to the Cheyenne Sect's mountain gate to participate in this assembly. The Cheyenne Sect, through the Cheyenne Dharma assembly, cultivated extensive connections and amassed treasures from across the land, firmly maintaining its position as the leading sect in the Great Zhou Kingdom. For Zhou Chun, the Cheyenne Dharma assembly was undoubtedly the most likely opportunity to exchange for the spiritual items he needed. Therefore, upon learning of this, he immediately resolved to participate in this grand event. Fortunately, the Cheyenne Dharma assembly wouldn't be held for another decade or so, giving him ample time to prepare. After carefully inquiring about the details of the Cheyenne Dharma assembly, Zhou Chun returned to his family. Upon returning, he didn't elaborate on his agreement with true person Jiang, focusing instead on his secluded cultivation in his cave. One day, a nascent soul cultivator from the far west, traveling from the cultivation world, suddenly visited Zhou Chun at the Zhou family's door. This nascent soul cultivator called himself true person Xuanting, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator practicing lightning attribute techniques. He came to visit Zhou Chun because he had heard of the Silver Dragon King's existence and wanted to exchange some 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon scales from Zhou Chun to refine a top-grade magic weapon. Fellow Taoist Xuanting has come from afar, and in principle, I should refuse your request. However, the Silver Dragon King has only been at the 5th tier for less than 100 years, and has only accumulated a handful of 5th-tier dragon scales. I'm afraid this won't be enough to meet your needs, Zhou Chun said politely, shaking his head after hearing the purpose of Xuanting's visit. 5th-tier dragon scales are relatively less precious and rare than the Fire Phoenix true feathers of the Fiery Phoenix. The Thunder Flood Dragon King sheds one scale approximately every 10 years and gives it to Zhou Chun. The shed scales have negligible impact on its cultivation. The only difference is that the newly grown scales are not as strong defensively as the older, shed scales. The dragon scales shed by these 5th-tier dragons retain their spiritual energy exceptionally well, making them the most sought-after materials for weapon refiners. Over the years, Zhou Chun had kept all the dragon scales shed by the Thunder Dragon King. He originally planned to collect enough to have true person Blazing Fire of the Heavenly Fire Sect forge a dragon scale armor or shield, hoping to strike it lucky and create a top-grade magic weapon. However, faced with Zhou Chun's polite refusal, true person Xuanting was not discouraged. Instead, he looked at him confidently and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, why are you in such a hurry to refuse? Why not hear my conditions first?" "Oh, fellow Taoist Xuanting, what are your conditions?" A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he became somewhat interested. He was now wealthy and had a broad perspective. Ordinary spiritual items wouldn't sway him. Seeing true person Xuanting's confident demeanor, it was clear he had come prepared. This gave him a glimmer of hope. "I know the Zhou family is renowned for its beast-taming skills, and fellow Taoist Zhou himself has cultivated 2 5th-tier demon kings and 3 4th-tier high-grade demon beasts. You must possess a remarkable lineage and foundation in beast-taming. However, fellow Taoist Zhou is surely aware that the higher one progresses in beast-taming techniques in the cultivation world, the rarer and more precious the inheritance becomes. Often, by the golden core stage, there are few paths left to follow, and beast-taming secret techniques still useful at the nascent soul stage are extremely rare, and I, in my humble opinion, once had the opportunity to obtain a portion of the inheritance of the ancient, top-tier beast-taming sect, the spirit-taming sect, renowned for its beast-taming skills. One of the beast-taming secret techniques included within is even highly useful to nascent soul cultivators, Xuanting's Henrin said, looking at Zhou Chun with a slightly smug smile, remaining silent. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chun could no longer remain calm. He immediately looked at him and asked, "But I wonder what the profound uses of the beast-taming secret technique that fellow Taoist Xuanting mentioned are? How can you be certain that this technique is the inheritance of the ancient spirit-taming sect?" Just as true person Xuanting said, the Zhou family passed down their beast-taming skills. So they naturally paid special attention to and were interested in those forces that were also famous for their beast-taming skills. Therefore, Zhou Chun had also learned about the spirit-taming sect, a top-tier force that existed in ancient times, through the information he had collected. He only knew that this top-tier force was quite famous in ancient times, and it was even said that it had once cultivated a 6th-level demon saint. However, during the war between various races in ancient times, such forces famous for their beast-taming skills were the main targets of the demon race, and they were almost all wiped out by the demon race at that time. This directly led to the beast-taming skills in the cultivation world later becoming a minor path that only mid to low-level cultivators would practice. The fact that the Zhou family ancestors were able to obtain a secret technique inheritance of the beast spirit fusion technique level was already considered extremely lucky, allowing them to have a foundation in this field that surpassed many major forces. However, even with a beast spirit fusion technique, its usefulness to Zhou Chun wasn't as significant after he reached the nascent soul stage as it was during the golden core stage. If his cultivation continued to advance, reaching the mid or late nascent soul stage, this secret technique would likely be useless in most situations. Therefore, when he heard Xuanting's Henren tempting him with a beast-taming secret technique that even nascent soul stage cultivators could use, even knowing the other party's intentions, he was genuinely intrigued. Faced with his questioning, Xuanting's Henren confidently replied, "I dare say that a beast-taming secret technique I possess comes from the spirit-taming sect because it contains records from spirit-taming sect cultivators. Furthermore, this kind of secret technique is a precious inheritance within the spirit-taming sect, and it cannot be taught to anyone other than a core disciple." With that, he waved his hand, and a jade slip flew towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, he said, "I have copied 1/3 of this secret technique into this book. Whether it is true or not, fellow Taoist Zhou can tell at a glance." Zhou Chun immediately reached out and took the jade slip, directly releasing his divine sense to read it. As he read, his expression became much more solemn. True person Xuanting was not lying. The secret technique recorded in the jade slip was indeed extraordinary. This secret technique was called the Heaven and Earth Reversal Spirit Technique. Once mastered, it could transfer a portion of the damage one suffered to a demonic beast or spirit pet, up to a maximum of 50%. In this way, what would have been fatal damage would only become serious injury after half of it was transferred to the spirit pet. What might have caused serious injury would only be minor injury after the transfer. And with a powerful physical body of a 5th-tier demon king, damage that would be fatal to a human nascent soul stage cultivator might not be so fatal when it landed on them, especially since only 50% was transferred. It's fair to say that if the Qianqin's Huanling Ju, Heaven and Earth Reversal Spirit Technique, hadn't been exaggerated, Zhou Chun's survivability would increase many times over once he mastered it. After all, he possessed the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, a demonic beast spirit pet renowned for its exceptionally strong vitality. Of course, such a powerful technique wouldn't be easy to cultivate, and it also placed certain requirements on the demonic beast spirit pet itself. Those with cultivation levels below the golden core stage might truly be unable to even begin to learn this technique. In short, the Qianqin's Huanling Ju technique is indeed no less valuable to Zhou Chun than a perfectly matched spiritual treasure. Its value to the Zhou family is immeasurable. So, after reading the contents of the jade slip, he suppressed his excitement and looked at true person Xuanting with a serious expression, saying, "If this secret technique is truly complete, I, Zhou, am indeed capable of having the Silver Dragon Lord risk decades of recuperation to shed some of his dragon scales for fellow Taoist Xuanting. But how many dragon scales do you desire, fellow Taoist Xuanting?" Upon hearing this, true person Xuanting chuckled and said, "Hey, fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed straightforward." Then, he raised his hand and waved it, saying, 156 scales. "I will use them to refine magical treasures. This quantity is necessary." Upon hearing this, even though Zhou Chun had already anticipated his exorbitant demands, he immediately shook his head and refused, his expression changing drastically. "That's impossible," he then solemnly declared, "Fellow Taoist Xuanting, if you want 10 or 20 dragon scales, I can have the Silver Dragon Lord sacrifice some of his vital energy to gather them for you. But over 100 scales? That would practically cost the Silver Dragon Lord half his life. This is absolutely impossible. While dragon scales aren't as crucial to a flood dragon as the fire phoenix's true feathers are to a fire phoenix, they are still significantly related. If a flood dragon loses too many scales at once, its strength will be greatly reduced, its vital energy depleted and weakened, and its future cultivation will be affected. If the Silver Dragon Lord were to shed 150 scales at once, it would likely become so weak that any nascent soul cultivator could easily bully it, and it would take hundreds of years to recover. During those hundreds of years, not only would its cultivation stagnate, but it would also be almost unable to fight. This was something Zhou Chun could never accept. After all, even if that secret technique was precious, it would still require him to spend an unknown amount of time cultivating it, and he didn't even know if he could master it. Seeing Zhou Chun's strong reaction and resolute attitude, Master Zhuanting knew that his asking price was a bit too high. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he looked at Zhou Chun again and said, "Since that's the case, I'll compromise. 108 dragon scales will do. I absolutely cannot go lower than that number, fellow Taoist Zhuanting, your compromise is not sincere at all. This number of dragon scales will still keep the Silver Dragon Lord lying in its lair for hundreds of years, which is equivalent to crippling a 5th-tier combatant of my clan. I, Zhou, cannot take such a risk." Zhou Chun still shook his head repeatedly, not impressed by his so-called compromise. However, Master Zhuanting seemed unwilling to back down any further, shaking his head as well, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, this shows a lack of sincerity. You and I both know how powerful this Qianqin's Huanling Ju can be in your hands, and how immensely useful it is to your Zhou family. To be honest, if I didn't know that ordinary spiritual items wouldn't sway you, fellow Taoist Zhou, and wouldn't be able to get you to offer so many dragon scales in exchange, I wouldn't be willing to offer such a precious secret technique in exchange." He had his reasons, but Zhou Chun also had his principles. Zhou Chun always insisted on not treating his spirit pets as mere possessions to be used at will, but as partners and family. It was precisely because of his sincerity that these spirit pets remained unmoved by external temptations, following him wholeheartedly. If he were to betray this principle now for some benefit, and his spirit pets were to betray him in the future, he would deserve it. Therefore, even though the secret technique Master Zhuanting offered was extremely tempting, he would not abandon his principles for it. It's not that I, Zhou, lack sincerity, but fellow Taoist Zhuanting, your conditions are too harsh. I simply cannot accept them. Zhou Chun didn't bother explaining his relationship with his spirit pet, it was pointless. He simply reiterated his stance firmly. He also believed that, apart from himself, no one else had a great need for the Qianqin's Huanling Ju, nor could they produce the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon scales that true person Zhuanting required. Therefore, he shouldn't be the one begging for concessions. Faced with his resolute refusal, true person Zhuanting frowned deeply, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After an unknown amount of time, he looked up at Zhou Chun again, his eyes resolute, and said, "Then I will compromise further, 81 dragon scales, and one of them must be my natal dragon scale. This is my final bottom line." As he spoke, true person Zhuanting's eyes and tone were incredibly resolute, brooking no argument. This time, it was Zhou Chun's turn to hesitate. This was because while 81 dragon scales were still a large number, compared to Master Zhuanting's initial exorbitant demand, it was indeed a significant concession. He also understood that since the other party needed a large number of dragon scales to refine magical artifacts, it certainly couldn't be satisfied with just 20 or 30 scales, otherwise, there would be no need to offer such a precious secret technique inheritance. Therefore, after pondering for a long time, he slowly nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanting seems to have shown some sincerity. In that case, I, Zhou, will also make some concessions." At this point, he paused slightly, then said solemnly, "As long as fellow Taoist Zhuanting is willing to exchange the other beast-taming technique inheritances we obtained together, I, Zhou, will agree to your conditions." After witnessing the profoundness of the Qianqin's Huanling Ju, Zhou Chun had become even more fascinated by the beast-taming technique inheritances of the ancient Yuling sect. Therefore, he also very much wanted to obtain the remaining Yuling sect inheritances in Master Zhuanting's possession. After hearing his conditions, Master Zhuanting pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, since you've already exchanged such a precious inheritance as the Qianqin's Huanling Ju with fellow Taoist Zhou, there's really no need to hide the other inheritances. However, in that case, fellow Taoist Zhou will have to exchange them with other treasures, as long as it doesn't increase the number of dragon scales. I have no objection to exchanging them with other treasures." Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing to his conditions. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Master Zhuanting took out a blank jade slit and recorded the important contents of the remaining beast-taming inheritance on it, handing it to Zhou Chun for review. This remaining part of the beast-taming inheritance included cultivation formulas for 3 types of mutated demonic beasts, 4-pill formulas specifically for enhancing the cultivation and mana of demonic beasts, 2 each for second and third tiers, and 2 quite practical beast-taming techniques suitable for cultivators below the golden core stage. From this relatively systematic and complete inheritance content, it was clear that Master Zhou Chun's claim of obtaining a portion of the spirit-taming sect's inheritance was not unfounded. Moreover, those 3 secret formulas for cultivating mutated demonic beasts truly broadened Zhou Chun's horizons. Over the years, the Zhou family had cultivated many mutated demonic beasts. However, most of them were cultivated through mass breeding and hybridization. It wasn't that they couldn't be replicated, but rather that they were extremely difficult to replicate. But the 3 mutated demonic beast cultivation formulas passed down from the spirit control sect clearly stated that as long as the steps were followed exactly, the chance of mutation could exceed 10%. A 10% chance might not seem high, but only an expert like Zhou Chun knew just how high that probability truly was. Besides, this was a new approach, a new direction. Perhaps by experimenting with these mutated demonic beast cultivation formulas, the younger generation of cultivators in the Zhou family could also summarize and create stable cultivation formulas for other mutated demonic beasts. Because of this, Zhou Chun didn't haggle with true person Zhuanting over these beast-taming inheritance exchanges, and readily offered some other high-quality spiritual items in exchange. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.